Heat 1 of Truck. We have 8 heats. Race 1, Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan, Chris Boyce, Roman Gastelum, Chuck Harris, a bunch of no-shows after that, except for Rodrigo. And I need my pro guys. Race number 19, my A qualifier group. You guys will be out there marshaling. So that's going to be Ogden, Mayfield, Tessman, Ben, Morehouse, Mason Ford, Cameron Lime, Mark Sousa, Adam Gray, Kyle Turner, Spencer Ripken, and Spencer Hecker. Bring them up, bring them up. We're going to be watering after 3. I got a Batava 7PX missing from, where can I see it? Alright, so Jonas Morgan missing a Batava radio. Jonas Morgan is missing a Batava radio. You can bring that up to me. Or get it back to Jonas Morgan. So let's make sure Jonas can continue racing. Got a Batava 7PX radio missing out there.
Welcome back to the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. After our round 3 break, we're getting back in with heat number 1 of Truggy. Again, this is our 4th and final round of qualification. After this, we will set the mains and begin that process into tomorrow. Right now, your fast ones on the track have been Jared Tebow and Dakota Fenn for the most part. Jared Tebow taking TQ and Buggy and Truggy to get things started. Then Dakota Fenn backed up a second round Buggy performance with a TQ in round 2, and then now backing that up with 2 TQs this morning, a TQ and Truggy and a TQ and Buggy. So Dakota, if he can get one more TQ and Truggy, will put his name in the pot for overall TQ. Jared Tebow does have 2 TQs in the Truggy class. So both drivers poised for TQ possibilities here. Getting again into race 1 of 8. I believe we have 3 drivers in this one. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors. A-Main Hobbies is the title sponsor this weekend. ProTech and Leadfinger Racing also representing. Nitro Pro bringing you our broadcast center. J Concepts bringing all of our instant replays this weekend. Beach RC, our track overview. TNR Fuels, our option lane camera. And Techno RC bringing you our Dragon back camera this weekend. So thank you, sponsors. Once again, Truggy Heat 1 of 8. So far, we've completed 3 rounds of qualification. Jared Tebow took the first 2 rounds of qualifying in the Truggy class. Dakota Fenn took the round 3 round. So this 4th and final round will decide who takes the TQ. Again, this is quali points this weekend, meaning each round is a new round, and they're taking the top fastest drivers. And each round, you collect points based on how you finished. You're taking your 2 best rounds and combining those to seed the mains. In a case where if 2 drivers receive TQs, again 2 TQs, they would have to come down to a tiebreaker, and they would then go to a additional metric to determine that. Trace Wells, Rodrigo Malagon, and Brian Wells are our 3 contestants in this one. Again, the other drivers not making it this weekend. About 40 seconds until we get this one underway.
So 3 guys checked in so far. Wells, Malagon, and Wells.
Everybody bring them in the pit lane and keep them there.
So again, we're seeing our A drivers from that last race of Buggy turn marshaling right now. So yes, you are looking at Dakota Fend out there, standing front and center. That has been the man to beat for the last 3 races, basically. He TQ'd TQ'd Buggy for the last heat of round 2. Turned around and TQ'd round 3 of Truggy, and then TQ'd round 3 of Buggy. So again, the hot man this weekend, Dakota Finn, Jared Tebow, also in the conversation, 2 TQs in the Truggy class. So at the very minimum has put his hand in the conversation for TQ. See the luscious locks of Cole Ogden out there, sweeping off that dialed line, or figuring out where the hole is. So to bring you an update again, we had Ryan Mayfield showing as not completing his final lap. As Tyler Hooks pointed out, it looked like he may have just missed a lap, which we had problems with throughout the first several days of the event, why they had removed a jump and shaped another one, trying to avoid that. So after communicating with Roar officials and track officials, it looks like that has been sorted out, and Mayfield has been awarded his lap in the Buggy class. So Ryan Mayfield will in fact take a 4th overall for round 3 of qualifying. So he at least is still in the conversation for a semifinal.
Yeah, he was at risk of not even making the semifinal with 3 bad runs. But this 4 for the round definitely solidifies his chances.
Take a look and see Ty Tesman out there as well. I believe that's Ryan Pavitas. Marshals working their way to their positions as we're going to start to get this one underway shortly.
All right, so we've got our drivers back out on the track. Going to assume to get them going.
Six minutes is going to determine our TQ. Again, it's going to be set early on here in this first heat. As we work our way closer to heat number 8, we're going to start seeing our faster drivers in the nation. Green flag has been dropped here, so this one is live. Again, drivers on their own clock once they cross the start-finish line. Their 6-minute timed session will start. Right now, I believe we're taking a look at Trace Wells. Oh, getting it wrong over the double, but gets back on all 4s. Up and over the dragon back. Oh, on 2 wheels, spins around. Now stuck on a pipe, going to have to require a marshal job. So everybody's starting to work their way back around to the start-finish line. That's going to be Jonas Morgan there in the all-white. That is our race leader. Ahead of him, I believe, is Trace Wells. Goes Rodrigo Malagon across the line now. So 4 drivers in this one: Rodrigo Malagon, Jonas Morgan, Trace Wells, and Brian Wells. First lap goes to Rodrigo, a 38.8. That is our race leader. Jonas Morgan in the 2, Trace Wells, then Brian Wells. Lap 2 coming around here. Looks like Trace with a 36.1, his fast lap. 41 flat for Jonas, 34.2 for Rodrigo. So Rodrigo going to continue to stay at the point. 10.605 the pace for him. Inside option line, double, single roller, back around, uphill, and onto the double to the back straightaway. Ooh, getting kicked sideways. Gonna have to get himself turned around.
So it looks like we're going to run 4 15-minute mains tonight, whatever the lowest 4 mains are.
So 3:05 to go in this one, and Rodrigo still out front. Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan, Brian Wells.
So 3:10 down, 2:50 left to go. Malagon, Wells, Morgan, and Wells. Rodrigo Malagon on an 11.633. Trace Wells on a 10.619, and Jonas Morgan on a 10.625.
2:35 to go in this one. 34.2 the fast lap out of Rodrigo. Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan, Brian Brian Wells. Fast lap again, that 34.2 out of Rodrigo. Over the double switchback there, whipping it down that back straightaway. TQ again going to come out of this first heat here. That'll be pace to set and chase as we work our way up the heat sheet. Heat 1 of 8 right now. So we just took a look at Jonas and Rodrigo across the line there. Rodrigo to the inside line. Mr. Malagon over the double. Roller single back around, uphill moguls. Working with some traffic side by side. Goes to the inside and will make the pass. Ooh, getting a little loose though as they enter the straightaway, so we're almost going 3 wide down that straightaway. Everybody resorting themselves and staying off of each other, so good to see. Rodrigo across the line, a 34 flat. That is Rodrigo's fastest lap, not only of this heat, but of the race. Trace to the 2, Jonas the 3, Brian the 4. Leader looking to go 10 laps in a 6:02, flirting with an 11-lap run here. Rodrigo down that back straightaway, 180 to the Moon Mogul double. Over the big double right now. Rodrigo, Trace, Jonas, Brian. That is our running order. 45 seconds to go in this one. Rodrigo keeping it good and tight there on that little 180. Off camber, working his way to the back straightaway. Section of track has definitely become one of the more challenging. A lot of potholes and ruts to avoid coming onto the straightaway. A couple holes exiting it. This section and beyond in actually pretty good shape. 15 seconds to go in this one. Rodrigo with his fastest lap there, a 33.1. So picking up a little pace here in the closing seconds of this one. Rodrigo still looking at an 11-lap pace now, 11.632. 10.618 the pace for Jonas. Trace on a 10.622. So Rodrigo trying. Oh, did Rodrigo just flame out? Oh, my goodness. On the last lap, our race leader flames out. What looked to be a solid 11-lap run is going to fall. So Jonas Morgan is going to go to the point. That's going to leave him with a 10.618 if he can finish it up here, and he does. 10.618 for Jonas Morgan. That'll be our new TQ as Trace Wells finishes up as well, a 10.625, and Brian Wells coming around. Looks like he actually exited a lap ago. So Jonas Morgan, Trace Wells, the only two that will finish that one. Jonas will be our early TQ at a 10.618. So that's going to do it for heat number 1. Heat 2 is going to be up next in our Truggy division. I don't think anybody will truly understand what kind of emotion it takes to withhold what you truly want to express on a last lap mechanical failure like that. Truly heartbreaking. Heat number 2 up. We've got Aiden Fox, Robert Bloodworth, John Kales, Michael Cisneros, Christopher Hicks, Tel Mitchell, Justin Huglin, Brian Lukovic, Brian Coward, David Didisco, and Cesar Galeos. That will be our heat number 2 of Truggies. We take a look at our Pro Tech RC pit lane cam. Mechanics and vehicles ready for their attempt at a 4th and final chance at qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. All these drivers looking to go 11 laps or faster. And if they can't do that, then they have to at least go quicker than a 10.618 in order to be atop the leaderboard early on.
If you want to help on 7 back there in the back straight. Thank you. Here we go. Let's see. Roll them out. Second in. Track is yours. Really appreciate all the help out there.
Drivers hitting the track as we take a look at our beachrc.com track overview. Looking from right to left, back towards our driver stand here. Directions based on which way the drivers are looking. 6 minutes is what these drivers are going to have in them. They've got about 1:20 of warm-up laps here. So most drivers will elect for 1 and then fuel. Some will elect to blaze 2, come in for a very fast splash, and play Russian roulette with the clock. Tell you, one of our fastest drivers out here this weekend that happened to, fortunately, was Mr. Aiden Horn. I believe that was the B or C heat of Buggy. He'd come in for a splash late, and unfortunately Dakota Finn had got around him and completed a lap, and he wasn't aware of it, putting him a lap down. So got to be careful there with these splash and dashes early on. Got about 35 seconds until this one goes live. Again, drivers looking to go faster than a 10.618 set by Jonas Morgan. Taking a look at our Pro Tech RC pit lane cam. Couple of old school Truggy bodies in there. Not so much the Buggy looking body that we see more often now. Tell you, a fast driver I saw running the old school Truggy body, Mr. Ryan Lutz in the Kyosho, electing for the true Truggy performance this weekend. And we do have a green flag out, meaning the loop is live. These guys' clock will start as soon as they cross the line. John Cale's right there, Robert Bloodworth in the mix as well. Aiden Fox across the line, Justin Huglin, everybody getting going. Taking a look at our TNR option lane into the Techno Dragons back here. Cesar Galeos to the top spot on lap 1. Tell Mitchell, Aiden Fox, Robert Bloodworth. Justin Huglin, our early leader here after 1. 34-2, the quick lap for Justin. Brian Cower, Brian Lukovic, Aiden Fox, John Cales. And Cales jumping up to the 2 spot after a decent lap 2. Letting everybody get sorted out here. See the option lane being used there outside at the moment. Double up on 2 wheels. Working his way uphill and back over the double here, down the back straightaway. Everybody getting sorted out here. Lap 2 being completed for most of these drivers. Lap 3 for a couple of them. See who we got coming around here for sure. There's John Cales and Tell Mitchell. So Tell Mitchell, who we're following along with right now, getting up on 2 wheels, saving it. John Cales in the 3 spot ahead of him. Aiden Fox in the 2, and Justin Huglin in the 1. There's Aiden Fox right there in the all orange. Team TLR 8XT Elite. Working his way over that single into the big double right now. That is your number 2 on the clock, 33.7. His fast lap being turned on that last lap. He's looking at an 11.626 right now. Aiden now to the point. Oh, he gets off track just a little bit, but gets back on as quickly as possible. 33.7 that last lap, and after a rough one from Justin, that did move him to the point with an 11.618. So Aiden working the back right side of the track over the Moon Crater double. Roller, tiny roller, single, double for your race leader. Aiden Fox still on an 11.618. All orange, yellow wheels, black wing. Ooh, just avoiding getting a little rubbage there. Rubbing off every 1/10 of a second as he can. Looking good and smooth out here in round number 4 when the track's at its most difficult. Aiden Fox, our race leader, still on that 11.618, working with a little bit of traffic, going to go to the inside of John Cales there. Aiden Fox, ooh, getting it wrong for a second, but doesn't lose too much time. He has John Cales ahead of him on track. That is number 3 on the leaderboard right now, though. Aiden Fox in the orange, our race leader. We are running round 4 of qualification. This is heat number 2, race number 2. Once qualification has completed today, we will be running 4 of the lower main events. Mr. Hooks listed those off earlier. We'll list those again as we get a little closer. 125 to go in this one. Aiden, 11.616. Project that we potentially get done with qualifying roughly around 5:30 today, local time, mountain time. Arizona Mountain Time. Arizona does what they want with time. They don't recognize daylight savings, and I agree with them. I don't like changing my clocks. I'm lazy. Aiden Fox going over the single there. Big double. Oh, Aiden getting off track there just a little bit. It's going to slow him down. Oh, goes inside the pipe. Costing himself more valuable time as we get closer to the end of this one. 45 seconds to go. Fox, Huglin, Kales, Lukovic, Coward, Galeos, Mitchell, Didasco, Cisneros. Hicks now above Cisneros, and Bloodworth. That is our current running order. Everybody making this one. Not everybody going as fast as they'd like to. Aiden Fox, though, the only one on a new TQ pace. Nope, I take that back. Several on the new TQ pace. Aiden, though, the only one on an 11.619 right now. John Kales on an 11.621. Justin Huglin, Brian Lukovic, Brian Coward, Cesar, Tell, Christopher, David, Michael, and Robert. 4 seconds to go in this one. Aiden Fox working his way down that back straightaway. He's going to have a few drivers to contend with here momentarily. This is going to be his second to last lap. He should get one more, pending he doesn't get tied up with these guys. He's going to get by one over the big double. Avoids getting landed on, but still dealing with the drivers on track. I don't know if he understands who's done and who's not. Aiden on his last lap right now. I believe everybody in front of him is live as well. Aiden down that back straightaway looking to solidify this early TQ here. Gets past the only driver in front of him and is going to finish up with an 11.620. That is going to set new TQ. John Kales is going to end up in the 2 spot. Justin Huglin, the 3. Cesar Galeos in the 4. Brian Lukovic, the 5. That's going to do it for this one. Looks like our top 8 drivers going faster than Jonas Morgan's earlier set TQ of that 10.618. So 11 laps now, the pace to beat as we get into heat number 3 of 8 in our Truggy division. This is heat 3 of 8 in our Truggy division. We got Daniel Salvis in this one, Scotty Brewer, Thomas Michaels, Eclip, Brent Densford, Derek Thibodeau, Jamie Haida, Jose Sanchez, John Young, Jacob Vigil, and Kyle Adolph. Right now the TQ to beat came out of that last heat. That's Aiden Fox, set an 11.620. We'd like to thank our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies, for bringing you this weekend's coverage of the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. Drivers starting to hit the track right now. Supporting sponsors this weekend are also ProTech Racing, Leadfinger Racing, Nitro Pro bringing you our broadcast center this weekend, and J Concepts bringing all of our instant replays. Beach RC, our track overview this weekend, and TNR Fuels bringing you our option lane camera, and Techno RC bringing you our Dragon's back camera. Thank you, sponsors, for bringing you this weekend's coverage. Heat 3 of 8, our Nitro Truggy. Daniel Salva, Scotty Brewer, Thomas Michaels, Eclip, Brent Densford. Just a few in this one. Drivers coming in for a splash of fuel. Looks like Chloe Fend. Out there doing some additional teamwork.
So everybody checked in except for Thibodeau.
Thought we had a flame out there for a second going backwards on the pit lane, but they had power, so it's coming in for fuel. About 30 seconds until we get this one started. Get drivers looking to go faster. that was pretty sweet. Hit somebody bicycle for a solid 2 or 3 seconds.
This way getting underway in now.
The infamous words, "the loop is live," echo out on the driver's stand. Everybody knows that it's time to get serious, try to put in their best and final run here. This is round 4 of qualification at the Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. That is GQ Johnny right there, John Young. Former Chicago native, now resident of Arizona. Talked to him just a few weeks ago. Didn't even know if he was going to run this race, and here he is now competing. So last minute plans always the best when it comes to RC. GQ Johnny back across the start-finish line right now, finding himself in the 6th spot. Daniel Salvas, Eclip, Kyle Adolph, our top 3.
So Salvas out front, Nick Zatt in 2nd, V-Hill in 3rd.
GQ Johnny down that back straightaway. Rocking an old school Truggy body as well. Looks like a TLR ride if I'm going to guess wildly. Over the big double there. Eclip currently our race leader. Jacob Vigil the 2. Daniel Salvas the 3. Adolph, then Densford, Brewer, Haida, Young now back to the 7. Kind of bouncing around here. Fast lap coming out of Brent Densford, 31.6. John Young having to let a guy go a couple different times there. See who that is coming around with him. I think that might have been Eclip, honestly. Yeah, that is Eclip. Eclip there in the all yellow. That is our race leader working his way around John Young. All yellow Truggy trying to stay off the pipe there, working the inside option line. Race leader Eclip, fast lap, a 32.1 out of him. Turned a 33.8 that last time by, working his way down the back straightaway. All throttle, no lift. Up and over the double, back towards the driver's stand. Eclip, 32.7 that lap. working on an 11.602. Right now, the top 5 drivers all looking to go faster than the TQ set of Aiden Fox in the previous heat.
Hot lap, Brent Dinsford down in the 4 spot. You probably already said this, so we're watching E-Clip come onto the straightaway. 32.5. 11.601 pace. Trying to work together with the car next to him. Salvis with a long lap, so Scotty Brewer probably going to move to the 2 here. Dinsford to the 3, V-Hill to the 4. Long lap for E-Clip as well. So E-Clip on an 11.609. Brewer on an Dinsford on an 11.615. Brewer on an 11.616.
150 to go in this one. Drivers looking to go better than Aiden Fox's TQ are E-Clip, Scotty Brewer, Brent Dinsford, and Jacob V-Hill. E-Clip working his way on the inside of traffic right now. He's going to stick it now to see if he can avoid the next turn. He does. He's going to maintain the position there and the lead with an 11.607. 125 to go on this one. Oh, E-Clip getting it a little wrong on that last double. Good job holding up, E-Clip.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that was a little tight there. He had cut the track just a little bit and did the right thing of holding up. He was ready to go but realized the mistake. Held up and unfortunately got landed on top of and is now dealing with the same traffic. Still, 105 to go in this one. We're taking a look at our race leader, E-Clip, and the all-yellow Truggy. Yellow Earthang. He's got yellow wings, tires, body. Not tires, wheels, sorry. Up over the left side double, up and down the tabletop. His fast lap is a 32 flat. That's E-Clip, our race leader, going to the inside, trying not to get landed on. Ooh, the driver behind him luckily getting on the brakes there, avoiding takeout. He's got one more corner. He avoids that one as well. I think he'll be safe now. 22 seconds to go. E-Clip out front. 33 flat that lap over the big double. No issues this time going up and down the tabletop. Inside line for our race leader. Still working an 11.609. He, through 6th place, would still be faster than TQ. We got somebody stuck in the hose over there. That is no good.
So there's the clip finishing up. 11.608 for E-Clip. Scotty Brewer 11.609. Dinsford 11.612.
And that will do it. So again, top 5 going faster than Aiden Fox. Johnny Young finishing up here. He has a very slight chance to go faster. We'll wait and see what he does. Have to do something really quick on this lap. He's going to finish up 33.5. Not enough. Just off of just less than half a second. So top 5 going to go faster than Aiden Fox's TQ. Puts Emmanuel Nixat at the top. Mr. E-Clip an 11.608. Scotty Brewer is going to end up in the 2 spot in 11.609. Then Brent Dinsford, Thomas Michaels, Jacob V-Hill. That is our top 5 in the Truggy class as we move into Heat 4 of 8 in the Nitro Truggy division. Look at that ProTech RC pit lane cam. Showing everybody getting warmed up here. Taking a look at TJ Eller there, Team Associated Engineer. In this next one, we've got Cole Chura, Dave Burt, Dylan Bartlett, Eric Deschaines, Jordan Gleckler, Nick Sava, Mike Sontag, Cody Thompson, Brian Warwick, Sean Alcorn, Travis Saunders, and Danny Trevino.
ProTech pit lane cam. Tim was just in here. He just put that Adobe sticker on the side of the wall. He wanted to check and see that we could see it.
If you couldn't see the one clean spot on the pit wall there,
Yeah.
had to make sure that sticker stuck.
TJ Eller down there with Mr. Bago Racing. So Chura, Burt, Bartlett, Deschaines. Oh my God, I'm going to say that 9,000 times wrong. Gleckler, Sava, Sontag, Thompson, Wyrick, Alcorn, Saunders, and Trevino. Sounds like somebody's having a fight with the microphone outside.
Is that what we're hearing?
I think that's what it is.
Okay. We keep hearing some almost like thunder rumbling or gunshots behind us, and I think it's maybe the PA system outside of our door. So, meanwhile, we'll just think we're crazy over here. It's okay.
Losing it.
Heat 4 of 8 underway here momentarily. Our pit lane mechanics being viewed by our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Drivers up above them waiting for the signal to get this one underway.
We're waiting around forever because we're getting water that we forgot about.
Oh, that's a good call.
So 3, 7, 11, 15. That's it.
That's our water schedule for the rest of the day.
After 3, after 7, after 11, after 15.
And I guess technically, yeah, I wonder if they'll do, that'll be interesting what our water schedule will be for the mains. I don't know if they'll do every, it's either gonna, yeah, if we're doing 15 minutes, so if we're doing a time thing, then that kind of takes into effect. So I don't know, we'll see. BeachRC.com bringing you the track overview. I tell you what though, when we know, we'll let you know. Final water being put down on the track here. Again, we are at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. We're here in sunny Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Raceway. Had a nice overcast day today. It's been direct sunlight for the last several days. Today, a little bit of an overcast has allowed the track to hold a little bit more moisture, it would seem, today. I'd say it's at least stayed in the best condition. Very little to no deteriorating today. We saw a few potholes or obstacles develop throughout the day yesterday. Looks like our hoses are being pulled off the track here. We'll give it a hot second here to let any standing water dry, which there really isn't any. Maybe a single drop. See our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Kenny giving him the go-ahead to hit the track. Mr. Eller realizing, nah, I'm not going to drop my guy in front of 1,000 people. Smart. Our TNR option lane camera. Showing you the two different options. Again, very unique setup here at Adobe Mountain RC Raceway. A option line where drivers actually use both options.
Shocking.
Pretty cool. I dig it, man. We don't see too many of those.
I think that's actually props to Anthony Westergaard, who did the track design and swore up and down to everybody before it started that we were actually going to use both lines. And everybody told him he was an idiot, and we were all wrong.
Well, Westergaard, props to him. A excellent layout design this weekend. Nice, fun, challenging obstacles.
So Wyrick, the only one still waiting to see come across the line. He's got about a minute to do so, though.
About 35 seconds to go until we get this one underway. Again, RTQ early. Mr. E-Clip. Emmanuel Nixat. He had an 11.608. Scotty Brewer in that 2 spot. Drivers starting to try to space themselves out here as we get this one underway. Kenny letting everybody know we're getting down to the last few seconds until this line goes live here. Again, we got some quick ones in this one. We've got the Canadians Cole Chura and Eric Deschaines in this one. Green flag as we take a look at, that was either Deschaines or Cole Chura, I believe.
This is Eric.
Yep.
Mr. Bago Racing.
Up and over the Techno RC Dragon back onto that back section. So there goes Eric over the start-finish line, 32.2. A lot of 32s coming across here. Travis Saunders, that first lap, a 32.2 as well, but just looks like 0.04 of a second faster.
Our chat room says that Truggy is slow and not nimble, but Truggy is turning faster lap times this weekend than Buggy.
I was going to say, if you were watching any of their coverage this weekend and have watched both classes, you know the Truggies look pretty darn fast out there. They're definitely handling the obstacles that the track has presented all weekend a little better than the Buggies. A lot of little tiny holes out there that you may not be able to see, but the suspension and the tires definitely catch. And those big Truggy wheels of, oh no, we got a flame out there.
See, it's because he had no windows. The driver couldn't see.
I mean, I don't know how these guys expect to get around the track without windows on their car. I mean, if your guy can't see, how do you expect him to do a fast lap?
Yes, Rick. After 37 races, we can finally say Deschaines. Finally. He said that we finally got his name right perfect.
To be fair, I think Tyler was saying his name correctly all weekend, and I came in with Deschaines or something.
Oh, that's just join the club, because we all did it wrong for a long time.
Here's the thing, though. I've called Eric's name over the years, but it's been a while, I guess, nonetheless. And we apologize to Mr. Deschaines. He's out there looking good right now, though.
It's much easier to just call him Bago. You can't screw that up.
That's right. Working his way back over the start-finish line right now. Works his way back up to the number 6 spot. Had a rough one a couple laps ago. Dylan Bartlett going to be leading this one early on. Cole Chura, the other Canadian, in the 2 spot. Jordan Gleckler, the 3. TNR option lane camera showing you our leader, or number 6, going through the Techno Dragon's back. It's up to the 5 now, actually.
Jared Tebow watching the track on the back side. The infamous Marshall for Hire is here. His shirt says Marshall for Hire, and you can hire him. He has a clipboard so that he doesn't forget. Right there in the orange.
Does he travel around? Is that more than just one event that he'll show up to?
I don't remember seeing him at this year's Nitro Challenge, but he was at last year's at Thunder Alley, and then he was at another race that year. So I've definitely seen him a couple of times.
I think I need to know this guy's fee.
Silver State. He comes to Silver State too.
If it's a note, I need to know this guy's fee because that's a brilliant idea. I would gladly hire somebody if I was one of these pros and was running 2 classes, had already a pit guy. Brilliant, man. I like it. TNR option lane camera here. Going over the Techno Dragon's back. Cole Chura out front right now. Dylan Bartlett, the 2. Jordan Gleckler, the 3. I believe this is, let's see here. That's actually Danny Trevino that we're following along with right now. Danny in the back. Cole Chura just right in front of him. That is our race leader in the white and green there through that option section. Cole Chura working his way on a 12 lap, 6:25. That would be good enough for new TQ. Looks like several drivers working on a new TQ pace. I believe that's actually even Dylan Bartlett right in front. No, that's not. That is it's Dave Burt in front of Cole Chura. So Cole Chura right there. Yellow, white, and a little blue in there it looks like. Maybe even green a little bit. I think it's more yellow. Yellow-green combo, something.
I want to say that Cole might also be Canadian.
I think he is, and I only say that because I saw him earlier today. I saw his name on the back of his shirt. Saw the old Canadian flag on it.
Nice.
It's a maple leaf, right?
Something like that, yeah.
I think so. Cole Chura over that big double. Ooh, going over the top of another driver to the inside. That was Dave Burt that he put the impressive move on. Dave down there in the 7th position. Chura also our fast lap holder of the race, a 31 flat out of Cole Chura. He's got about 50 seconds to go in this one. Ooh, working with another lapped rider. Rider. Oh. Every time I see somebody slow up for that double there, I freak out and think they've flamed out. Because it's just such a unnatural, oh, what are they doing? Hey, a shout out once again to Mama Tessman bringing us some Canadian Twizzlers, the Nibs. If Scotty's listening, I know Scotty's a little jealous. Nibs are so good, man. I'm not a Twizzler fan. I don't like Twizzlers, but Canadian Nibs, I'll take it. Made by Twizzlers. Doesn't make any sense. I don't care. They're delicious.
I don't care.
About 5 seconds to go in this one, following along with our race leader, Cole Chura. Cole on a 12-lap 6:24. Looks like our top 6 drivers are all ahead of TQ. That TQ was set by Emmanuel Nixat. Eclip. Cole Chura finishing this one up. Time has expired. Showing off the top portion of the truck there. Cole going to get it. 12:624 for Cole Chura. Jordan Gleckler will end up in the 2 spot here. We'll let him finish along with Mike Sontag to confirm where they end up. They were close on the track, separated by less than a second and a half. Ooh, Sontag with a good lap, his fastest lap of the race, a 30.5. That's going to put him to the 2 temporarily and now permanently. No,
Ooh.
Jordan Gleckler comes back with a 31.4 on that last lap. Wasn't necessarily any close racing to see on the track. It was all on the clock, but 2 drivers going back and forth there. Sontag pulled out his fastest lap of the race. Excuse me. But Jordan Gleckler came in with just a quick enough lap to beat Sontag by 0.3 of a second. So Cole Chura going to take it, 12:624. Jordan Gleckler, 12:626.6. Mike Sontag, a 12:26.9. And then Dylan with an 11:602. Deshanes, a 6:06. Warwick, a 6:08. So all through the Deshanes of Mr. Eric went faster than TQ. Taking a look at our beachrc.com track overview. We do have heat 5 of 8 getting ready to start here. Looks like Kenny's given the go-ahead to our drivers to start their practice. Checking in on our ProTech RC pit lane cam. A lot of fast ones in this one. I'm enjoying my delicious Canadian nibs, courtesy of Mama Tesman. As we take a look at our TNR option lane. Chris Nelson, Donnie V in this one, Buddy Christian, Chris Wheeler, Cole Jensen, Adam Peters, Jerome Trainer, Billy Fisher, Paul Ciccarello, Wyatt Biter. I was wrong on all counts. Brendan Bartlett and Rhonda Drake in this one. All right, drivers coming in for their splash of fuel here. All right, so we're looking about 20 seconds until we get this one live. TQ again, the Canadian Coltura, 12,624. Again, this is the Roar 1/8 scale off-road fuel nationals. Canada is in the Roar sanctions. So that's why we have the Canadian drivers with us this weekend. Love getting to see these guys at all of the Roar nationals. And Tyler and I were just talking about how that's a cool aspect of our hobby that we get to see, especially here in the U.S. Paul Ciccarello, X-Ray Regional Team Manager, working his way down the back straightaway, rocking the Buggy body.
He's got the LFR body on his truck. Supporting sponsor for this year's Nationals, Lead Finger Racing. Chicky comes by with a 31.5 to start it off. Chris Wheeler with a 31.7.
Buddy Christian to the point early in this one. Billy Fisher with a good one as well, but Buddy Christian, 30.5 out of Buddy. What is Chicky going to pull off? Chicky, lap 2, a 30.6, so Chicky backs up his fast lap. Did he just go off track there for a second? No, I think he's okay. Just kind of disappeared out of camera there. It looked like he kind of went off track. Ciccarello going to maintain position here. Buddy Christian, though, is our race leader. Fisher, the 2, Chick, the 3, Wheeler, the 4, and Donnie V, the 5.
So Fisher to the lead now, 12,605.1.
Got right into the face of that big double there at the end. Might lose a tick of time here.
Going to the trusty old inside option.
Fisher's definitely favored that inside line this weekend along with several others.
He doesn't look super comfy this run, but he's making it work.
He's definitely had a few, I wouldn't necessarily say bobbles on his own, but you know, whether he got into it with another guy on the track, whatever. He hasn't had super clean runs yet this weekend.
So Fish Daddy on a 12.610. Caught lap of a 30.2.
Fisher up and over the big roller uphill moguls. Chris Wheeler, the 2, Buddy Christian, the 4, Paul Ciccarello, the 5. The 4, excuse me.
I think Fisher's got Buddy in front of him, as well as maybe Rhonda.
Yep, there's Rhonda Drake there.
So Wheeler to the lead now, Fisher to the 2, Christian to the 3.
Fast laps out of Donnie V and Brendan Bartlett that lap. Chris Nelson and Cole Jensen as well, 31s for them.
Fisher just found his way around Miss Rhonda. Looks like Buddy may have had some trouble on the back straight.
Oh my gosh!
Billy Fisher's the not beneficiary.
Oh my goodness. We're going to have to take a look at that one here in a minute. Billy Fisher taking a front end to a upside-down car at full speed. Oh, let's take a look at our J Concepts instant replay on this one. Fisher had no idea, got it onto the straightaway, full throttle, and boom, got it.
Just entered traffic from the turn lane.
Rough one for Billy Fisher.
Big old bummer for Fish Daddy on that one.
Don't see too many hard hits like that anymore. That was a hard one.
That may not have been. No, yeah, it was Buddy that he ran into, I think.
And rough one there for Billy Fisher. That's going to drop him down to the 4 spot. Brendan Bartlett, meanwhile, is going to go up to the top. Paul Ciccarello now up to the top spot. Ciccarello, fast lap for him, a 30.6. He turned a 31.2 the last time by. Looks like we got Rhonda and a couple others coming around here. There goes Rhonda, Donnie V, Jerome Trainer, Brendan Bartlett, all in that mix there. Meanwhile, Paul Ciccarello still out front. He's only got a 1/10 of a second lead over Donnie V, who's in this mess. TNR option lane camera up to the Techno Dragon's back. See Jerome in there, see Donnie V. Rhonda trying to run away from everybody. Oh, no, 2 of our drivers getting tied up. I think that was Donnie V there in the all-orange that ended up upside down. 1:15 to go in this one. Everybody coming around and getting tight. Donnie V, Brendan Bartlett coming around. Paul Ciccarello behind them. 12.620.7 the pace. Billy Fisher now back up to the 2 spot. He's on a 12.621 after a rough lap.
Oh, we've got a full.
Oh, no. That's going to be Donnie V. Can't get off at the top of another driver. Saw Cole Jensen coming into that mix as well. Take a look at Paul Ciccarello and Chris Wheeler battling it out on the track right now. Oh, Chris Wheeler gets into the side of Paul Ciccarello and unfortunately rolls him over.
Dump and run.
I don't know how intentional that was, just as much as there wasn't really anywhere to go for Mr. Wheeler.
I don't know. He might have wheeled him.
A rough one for Paul Ciccarello, who had gone to the point for a minute, but now all the way back down to the 6 after that 37-second lap there at the end. Billy Fisher now back to the point. Oh, Paul Ciccarello, and that was Donnie V getting into it. Donnie V, tell you what, has gotten no love in this heat. Taking a look at our J Concepts instant replay on the Chris Wheeler, Paul Ciccarello hit. Wheeler squared up for a nice inside line. Oh, just nowhere to go, and rolled old Paul over.
8 wheels are better than 4.
Billy Fisher now back to the point as time expires. Billy will be on his final lap here. Fish Daddy in the S-Works machine going inside line. Up and over the double, setting himself up for the uphill moguls here. Billy Fisher looking to take this one and set a new TQ. Only 3 drivers ended up ahead of Cole Chura's previous round pace. Fisher, if he can finish this one out cleanly, will take it. And he does. Fisher 12.617. Buddy Christian, who was just in front of him, finishes with a 12.618. Chris Wheeler a 12.621. Chris Nelson, actually Jerome Trainer now, moved up on that last lap with a 6.25. And then Chris Nelson ended up in the 5 spot. So again, top 3 drivers, Fisher, Christian, and Wheeler going faster than Chura's 12.624. Everyone else falling down in the mix. That was Heat 5. We're going to get into Heat 6. This is our C Heat of 1/8 scale Nitro Truggy. We are out here in beautiful Glendale, Arizona. Taking a look at Adobe Mountain RC Raceway here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. Brought to you by our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. ProTech and Leadfinger Racing supporting sponsors this weekend. Nitro Pro bringing you our broadcast center. J Concepts, as you just saw a little bit ago, bringing you all of our instant replays. Beach RC, our track overview. TNR Fuels, our option lane camera. And Techno RC, bringing you our Dragon's Back camera this weekend. Again, this is Heat 6 of 8. Ron DeVol in this one. Spencer Heckert, Tater Sontag, Mason Fuller, Lee Setzer, Caden Fuller, Seth Van Dalen, Dave Ibata, Jermaine Robinson, Jared Wiggins, Carlos Arredondo, and Kyle Johnson in this one. All big names, all quick and fast as we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. There's Mr. Colton Cruz pitting and fueling for Mr. Lee Setzer. Dave Ibata and his dad. Looks like Caden Fuller has dad fueling him, and brother Mason has mom fueling him. Pit lane chaos as always.
Dad says, I got this.
Dad says, give it back to me. We'll let him go last. Somebody asking if there's an actual Adobe mountain. Yes, there is, and you're seeing it in a lot of our camera angles through our TNR option lane here right now.
Not this angle.
Not this angle. It's behind us. There's Spencer Heckett there. Woo! Hitting up on 2 wheels early in practice. Mason Fuller. About 1:14 until we get this one live. Everybody going to be chasing Billy Fisher's 12 lap and a 6:17. Buddy Christian was in that mix. So was Chris Wheeler. Those 3 drivers separated by less than 4 seconds.
Everybody getting checked in. 45 seconds left to go.
ProTech RC pit lane cam showing everybody coming in for those final splashes of fuel. Man, Jared Wiggins flying through that pit lane.
We do everything fast down in Texas, man.
I tell you what, do what you got to do.
What.
I tell you what, shooey. Mason says, Dad, for goodness sakes, put me down. I have flashed my wheels at you 3 times. What else do I have to do?
I've won the last 3 of these qualifiers. Just let me have at it.
I think Dad's trying to hold Mason back because he has been pretty darn impressive from the C Heat. I tell you what, one of the quickest looking Truggies we've seen on the track too, and I don't think he's had an absolute clean run yet. But
yeah, he's been trying, or his dad was trying to hold him so that he could get some space. But, I mean, I'm sure Mason knows what he wants.
Mason, again, been pretty impressive with the green flag here. He's going to be the first one to roll around. Wants to solidify maybe even a TQ this round. He's done a, did I want to say he had a top 3? Is that right?
Yes.
So maybe another one out of Mason here. He definitely put 2 solid top 7 runs in, and then a top 3 here in that last round. So again, doing it from the C Heat. Mason Fuller is going to come around on lap 1. Spencer Heckert wisely pulls over and says, you go ahead. But I don't think Spencer realizes that was, I think Spencer just got caught up in the same situation that Aiden Horn did, not realizing who had come around first. TNR option lane camera shows Mason coming around, had a 29.2 that first lap. Mason Fuller moving, working his way down that back straightaway. Goes a little wide there, but knows that he'll take a tick of a second off of a lap time versus having to turn around or flip over.
Mason looking really good right now. 29.8 to back it up. 13.624 pace.
I think we're going to see a 28-second lap out of Mason this lap if he can keep it clean. See Mason just try to figure everything out and realize where that line is each and every lap.
Here's Mason off the end of the straightaway.
Mason looking to finish this one up. 29.8 again for Mason.
Jermaine Robinson in the 2 spot with a 29.6 on the last lap. Wiggins has a 29.5.
Top 2 drivers on 13-lap paces right now. Mason Fuller, Jermaine Robinson, Wiggins in the 3, Setzer the 4. Setzer putting in a decent run early on here.
Got a 28.8 out of Spencer Heckert, so realizing he may have started that one a little late. Another 29 out of Mason Fuller, 29.6 this time. He's on a 13.625.
Tater. I think Tater might have actually flamed out. It looked like he completely turned out of the way. Yeah, I don't see him in that mix at all anymore. I don't know.
I think he's still out there. I don't know where he went, though.
That was very bizarre.
You would think that Billy would have his car.
Ooh, Mason getting up on 2 wheels, keeping it together, though.
Caden not making the start on this one. Mason with a 28.9. You were right. 13.623.5 now. Wiggins in second now. 13.628. Jermaine Robinson in third. Heckert, then Setzer and Duvall.
So Mason looking to do what he's done all weekend, and that's put in impressive runs from the C Heat. Going down that back straightaway right now.
He's coming up on Arredondo and Van Dalen.
Over that big double right there, working the back left side of the track. He's going to have some traffic to contend with. That is Van Dalen. Ooh, gets to the inside. He decides to go outside once again. Gains 1 position, going to have to get past Van Dalen. Van Dalen not going to want to give up too much here, but understands that he just got reeled in pretty quick by Mr. Fuller. Oh, Van Dalen going to help him out by going off the track. Didn't have to do that much. Mason Fuller back across the line. 29.4, leading it with a 13.622. Top 8 drivers all looking to go faster than Billy Fisher's earlier TQ.
Only 2 drivers on that coveted 13-lap pace. That's Fuller and Wiggins.
Techno Dragons back camera there of our race leader, HB driver Mason Fuller. Down that back straightaway. Hucking and bucking as he goes, but keeping it straight. Up and over the double, heading back, on 2 wheels, up and over the roller. Over the big double in front of the driver's stand with 1:55 to go in this one. It's Fuller, Wiggins, Heckert now up to the 3 after looking like he may have screwed up, really, honestly, at the beginning there, but getting it back together and clicking off the fastest lap of this race, a 28.8 out of Spencer Heckert.
He actually did that on his second lap, I think, after he realized that he had kind of hosed himself.
So Mason Fuller here. Oh, Mason got it just a little wrong. Hugged a tire on the inside of that pipe, but was able to stay on track.
Still a 29.5. That's pretty impressive.
Mason Fuller getting it done this weekend, showing that he does not belong in the C Heat. He wants to be up there with those big boys and doing it.
He doesn't seem to be bothered. I mean, it's been 4 good runs in the C Heat. No running into people, really. Like, just smooth, consistent. I mean, luckily in these heat races, you kind of know at this high up if you're not as fast and you just kind of move along. But he's getting pretty fortunate. Guys are being cool to him. 28.9, 13.622.2.
Backing up his fast lap there.
I think the other part of this is that, oh, no! Mason knows that he has 3 good runs. He's going to be in the main. He wants a TQ.
Be something impressive to see from the C Heat. Almost got tied up with some traffic there, but thankfully both drivers making proper decisions and avoiding each other ultimately.
Big old whip there.
Tell you what, he's really good at keeping it tight on that little 180. Just really kind of lines it up and keeps almost a wheel on the inside. Oh, no, Mason upside down. Gets tagged by a driver after a 30-second lap, struggling to even get uphill. So Mason really going to fall off the pace here after that one. That's going to hurt. Spencer Heckert might actually jump to the point on this one.
Well, remember, Spencer's got to get around Mason if he wants to win because Mason force-started Spencer.
So, again, Spencer Heckert would have to get around in order to not get caught at the line when these guys get around. He's showing on a 13-lap run right now. I think he's going to get it. They're showing that Mason's on his last lap. Spencer's still on lap 11. So, be interested to see how they score this here at the end, if Spencer's going to get this lap or not. Mason, right now, technically the only one working on a 13-lap run. Mason down that back straightaway. Ooh, gets up on 2 wheels. Has traffic behind him having to do everything they can to not run into him. So, again, here comes Mason. We'll see if Spencer is going to get the one more lap.
One more.
Yep, so Spencer somehow, I'm not real sure how that works. Oh, Spencer, no, buddy, don't turn around. No, Spencer getting called done. Oh, I don't know if Spencer realizes that he had one more lap. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Now he's just going to be the slowest 13.
Oh, my goodness.
Or fastest 12, slowest 13.
Send him out there, somebody. Oh, that's heartbreak. So Spencer Heckert actually finished up second in that one. And he technically was still on a lap to go, at least what we're showing.
That's a bummer.
So, now he's figured it out. There goes Spencer. Somebody finally told him that he was still alive.
Yeah, it doesn't matter now. You're just the fastest. I mean, you're the slowest 13, fastest 12.
Oh, rough stuff for their Spencer. Was only, again, may have even had a chance at the end. It looked like he was 2.5 seconds back on that second-to-last lap. So, would have had to pull out something crazy to take the win. But nonetheless, could have put himself in a potential, at least top 10 run out of this, if not top 5. So Spencer going to be the slowest 13 there, but still finishes second in that one. So good job, Spencer. Fastest lap of the race, 28.8. Unfortunate communication there at the end.
It was a bad start and a bad end.
Oh, man.
Gets forced started and ends a lap early.
BeachRC.com bringing our track overview. Tell you what, again, it all counts at Nationals, and, sometimes you just mistakes happen. Obviously don't want that to happen at Nationals, but it's a big race. A lot of things are happening. So we've got coming up, this is going to be Heat 7 of 8. This is our B Heat in our 8-scale Truggy division. Drivers in pit lane waiting to be released. Marshals moving to their positions. See Taters on tag as we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. There's Mrs. Westergaard. Truggy's hitting the track. And we're underway in practice. Taking a look at the TNR option lane. Everybody opting for the inside line there for the most part. The only driver opting for the outside, just due because he was upside down. We're going to have about a minute 35 until this one gets going. Most drivers going to go out for a second lap. Some will elect to come in and just go ahead and get fuel. Big names in this one, everybody. Steve Harris, Cole Toller, Tyler Jones, Joe Bornhorst, Ethan Mechanic, Tanner Denny, CJ Jellin, Ryan Pavitas, Anthony Westergaard, Adam Drake, Kyle Turner, and Walker Spinrad. Take a look at the Techno Dragon's back. I'd say any one of these 12 drivers is capable of putting a top 5 run in here. Just going to take that smooth consistency to get it done. Seeing the S-works of Joe Bornhorst. Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Goes the Drake. Mr. Tollard hitting the track. Fisher telling Bornhorst what to do there. Says give him more gas. A little more. A little more. Yeah, that's good. There you go. And we're underway here with practice. 20 seconds to go until this one goes live. Again, this is our B Heat, our 4th and final round of qualification today at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 8-Scale Fuel Nationals. It's a mouthful. It's a lot of stuff.
Blah, 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 blah.
Green flag is dropping. This one is live. Falling around with several different drivers here, letting everybody kind of get sorted out, get some laps in.
Got Steve Harris in the One Army HB Racing ride.
Steve and Tyler Jones, the first 2 drivers out there. Jones directly in front of him. Jones again has had some solid runs. So does Steve Harris. Steve Harris actually threw down one of the fastest laps of the round, I believe in round 2 in the Truggy class. So Steve fully capable. Bornhorst going to come around early. Tanner Denny in the 28s already. Tanner Denny 28.8 for lap 1. What can Tyler Jones do? He does a 29.3. So Tyler Jones working his way over the tabletop into the inside option lane. Taking his Techno ride into the Techno Dragon's back. Up and down over the double.
He's got Steve right there staying with him.
Steve Harris hanging along with him. Tanner Denny, though, with a 29.7, still going to be out front unless Tyler can really click something
Steve
off
crashes. That's
Tyler. Even I haven't seen anybody run a 29-second lap and fall down in the standings.
Right.
Granted, it's 2 laps in, but Tyler Jones drops down to the 3rd. Everybody else, 29.7, 29.7, 29.8, 29.5. Close racing going on here in Heat 7, our B heat of 8-scale Nitro Truggy. Jones down that back straightaway right now, working the inside moon hole. Working his way over the double, setting back up to come towards the driver's stand, hit the timing and scoring loop. He's going to click off a 30.3, his slowest. Joe Bornhorst right now working his way over the double single roller. Back uphill. He's got Westergaard in front of him. Gets him by another driver there.
That was Spinrad just letting him go.
So Joe Bornhorst currently sitting in the 2 position. Working his way back in front of the driver's stand. 29.3 for Bornhorst. Tanner Denny, 29.5 though.
So the S-Works teammates 1 and 2. Techno's Tyler Jones, Mugen, CJ Jellin, Cole Tollard in the 5. I should say Team Mark, Mugen Seiki, CJ Jellin.
Bornhorst working his way over the little roller down the back straightaway. That is our number 2 driver. He is less than 0.4 of a second behind Tanner Denny, who finds himself directly behind Bornhorst on the track. It's Westergaard directly behind him, but Tanner's back there 1 position.
Oh, Tanner Denny, 28.6.
Goodness gracious. Tanner Denny clicking him off as we check in with Tanner. Going inside line, gets past Anthony Westergaard there. S-Works. 1, 2. Oh, Joe goes upside down. Tanner is really going to have a lead now as he works down that back straightaway. He had just clicked off his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race, a 28.6. Tanner Denny feeling himself. 30.0 that lap. Had to deal with a little bit of traffic. Denny's got some clean track ahead of him, though, so we'll see what he can be able to get done. CJ Jellin in the 3 spot. Tyler Jones now to the 2 after the issue from Bornhorst. There goes Denny up the uphill moguls there. Back to the back straightaway.
Gets a little unsettled, but keeps it pretty straight. So Denny down the back straightaway. He's well ahead of the field right now and on a provisional TQ.
Looks like CJ Jellin now in the 3 spot, working his way back to that back straightaway. Ooh, up on 2 wheels and pulling a wheelie down that back straightaway.
Got some traffic working around there with him.
Behind and in front of him. Looks like Drake right behind him there. CJ Jellin still in the 3. Tyler Jones the 2. Tanner Denny the 1. Jones is 2.5 seconds back at Tanner Denny. He's taking a look with Adam Drake right there behind CJ.
Adam's got some pace behind CJ. He just ran a 29.6. Adam not having the best of qualifying so far, so trying to make something of this. 28.9 from Bornhorst on the last lap. Jones still holding on to the 2.
About 1:30 to go in this one. Denny, Jones, Jellin, Tollard, Bornhorst. That is our top 5. CJ right now working his way up and down the tabletop. He has Adam Drake right behind him, who finds himself in the 7. 1:15 to go in this one. Tanner Denny just came around with a 30.3, kind of a slow lap for Tanner.
He's still ahead of Mason Fuller's time. Tyler Jones just behind Mason Fuller's time.
0.4 of a second on a track like this feels like nothing when you're out there driving. It's not until you look at the lap times that you went, oh, I went 0.4 slower? Oh, whatever.
So Denny, Jones, Jellin, Bornhorst, Tollard, top 5.
Tanner Denny right now, Joe Bornhorst right behind him. Denny looking to reset TQ. He would be the only driver looking to go faster than Mason Fuller's 13 lap 6:27. Currently on a 6:25 in a 13 laps.
He's got his teammate right behind him.
Joe definitely making up a little bit of ground on Denny. Denny had a large margin on him, and Joe has closed that gap and worked his way back up to the number 4 spot.
If he wants to beat Tanner, though, he's going to have to get around him.
Tanner not going to want to have to think too much about letting somebody go while looking to reset TQ. Bornhorst knows it, too, with less than 10 seconds to go in this one.
Tanner's getting a little nervous. I think you could kind of see on the front of the straightaway his wheels were shaking.
You don't have to worry about that guy behind you that might be a little faster at the end, but Tanner's going to be able to hold on and finish this one as he completes one more lap, I should say.
Yeah, he's got one more to go. Joe's done, though, on a 12.6 flat.
So Joe, I don't know if he'll realize it or not. You think he'll back? Yep, Joe realizes it and backs off. Understands that he's putting a little more pressure on Tanner than Tanner probably wanted.
Yeah.
He's trying to finish his run, though. So Tanner.
Oh, this one's going to be really close. Jones is only 0.4 of a second back. This has been a pretty tidy lap from Tanner, though.
Jones, though, cranking some quick laps. I bet it'll be another 30, you think? 28.9. Tanner Denny. Tyler Jones, he's going to have to do something crazy to be able to get past 29.7. Not enough. But still a good comeback run out of Tyler Jones. He's going to finish with a 13.626. Tanner Denny, 13.625. CJ Jellin, 13.627. And Bornhorst with a 12.6 flat. So, again, 2 drivers ended up going faster than Mason Fuller's TQ. Tanner Denny, and then we had Tyler Jones as well, just by a second. So 2 seconds separating the top 3. Taking a look at our Beach RC track overview.
We've got people talking about qualifying for the Worlds. I'm pretty sure the Worlds team should be off of last year's Nationals, not this year's Nationals. Because this year is the Worlds year with September in Spain. So this year shouldn't, this is an off year. It shouldn't really count. So Denny and Jones going a little faster than Fuller. Then Jellin, Heckert, Bornhorst, Turner, Wiggins, Tollard, and Robinson, top 10 going into the final heat.
Again, this is Heat 8 of 8. This is our final round of qualification in our Truggy division. And it's going to come down to 2 drivers, Jared Tebow or Dakota Finn, who can get it done. I believe it. Now, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe for the tiebreaker, doesn't it come down to your fastest run?
I don't remember.
I can't remember for sure.
We'll just have to look after this one.
We'll see. Nonetheless, if Dakota Finn can TQ this round, he will put his name in the hat along with Jared Tebow for TQ, and it will come down to a tiebreaker. If Jared Tebow is able to get the TQ this round, he will solidify and guarantee a TQ.
If anybody wins other than Finn or Tebow, then Tebow will get the TQ.
Marshall's running around there. Tyler Jones helping direct traffic. Water is getting put down on the track here before this one.
For Buggy, and then we're going to run one more truck meeting tonight. So 4 races, they'll be 15 minutes each on the week. So if you had some trouble, didn't qualify that well, get your stuff ready. Make sure it's all ready to go, because you might be up for racing yet tonight. finishing up on water here. That's to the hook. Drive Steve Harris on one. Thank you. Once we get the hoses off, we'll go ahead and roll out race number 8. Thanks. So that's out there, Andrew and Tom Stover. 10 minute pass through Tim, of course. Let's get our hose on the track. That's right on that back side.
All right, so we are getting underway with some practice here in our 8th and final heat of our 8-scale Nitro Truggy division. This is our A heat. Again, this one's going to come down to 2 drivers, Dakota Fend or Jared Tebow. If Tebow gets this one, he solidifies a guaranteed TQ, and or if anyone other than Dakota Fend doesn't take TQ, he will get it. Dakota Fend, meanwhile, is going to need a TQ here to be in the discussion, and then it will come down to a tiebreaker between him and Tebow for the overall TQ. Ooh, Tebow coming in a little quick. Sontag and Barry Baker can't grab him just right. Barry asks Sontag if his arm is still on. He says it is. Don't worry, we'll be fine tonight. This is going to be a 6-minute qualifier. Again, they're all looking to beat Tanner Denny's 13.625. Denny looking to put himself in a top 5 position this round. Denny having a pretty solid weekend out here. As we take a look at our round 3 TQ, Dakota Fend. You know, again, Dakota was just mere seconds away from already having 2 TQs. Came down to a final lap push by Jared Tebow that got the TQ in round 1. So Dakota has been right there all weekend. Drivers looking to space themselves out here. Looks like Jared Tebow is going to lead us off. Dakota Fend is going to come out in the 2. Ogden right behind him. Salsa, Aiden Horn. Spencer Rivkin in that mix as well. So everybody looking to get this one started. Dakota Fend. He was our round 3 TQ. He also TQ'd round 3 of Buggy as well. The only other driver than Jared Tebow to TQ any round of qualification. Dakota Fend's going to come around lap 1. 29.1 for Dakota Fend, 1/10 of a second faster than Jared Tebow, who finds himself in the 2. Ogden, Salsa, Rivkin, Horn, right now our running order. We'll be waiting for guys like Ryan Mayfield, Ty Tessman, and Ryan Cavallari to come around. Dakota getting a little bit out of sorts there, but doesn't lose any time, I don't think, down the straightaway.
So no one, well, other than Tebow, even getting close. Dakota coming up a little bit short. So 30.2 is going to move him back to the 7th spot. Ogden in 7th now. Dakota in 6th. So Tebow to the front. He's got Mark Sousa there with him, though.
So again, this will probably shuffle around here in these first couple laps. So we take a look at Ryan Mayfield working his way over the start-finish line, finding himself in the 4 position right now. Again, Mayfield was awarded the lap that was missed in that last qualification of Buggy, so he did end up with a 4 for the round, putting him back in the conversation for a semifinal. Mayfield working his way over the double backside straightaway. Currently in the 3 position, the Mugen J Concepts driver, recovering from a less than ideal start on Friday. Mayfield now a 29.5 into Dakota Fend. After 2 quick laps, a 29.1 and a 29, just a 29.1. That puts him back up to the 2 spot. Tebow still the 3. Ooh. Fend now to the point. 28.6 out of Dakota Fend.
So Fend, Tebow, Mayfield, Ogden, Luntz. Dakota Fend with the only one with a 28, and by quite a bit.
Dakota feeling a little bit of pressure after a less than ideal lap, comes back strong and retakes the pole. Jared Tebow in the 2 spot right now, also looking to answer Dakota Finn's 28-second lap with one of his own. 29.1 for Jared Tebow that time by Dakota. 29 flat for Dakota Finn, right behind Jared Tebow on track. So 2 and 1 respectively. Oh, Jared Tebow gets up on 2 wheels and somehow doesn't lose any time from it.
He was fully prepared to save it wherever it landed. Like, he already had the wheels turned and everything.
Tebow realizing how important this run is right now. All it takes is one little mistake from Dakota Finn, and he has this wrapped up. But if he doesn't, Dakota Finn is right there ready to take it from him.
Dakota's about a second ahead at the moment. Here he is.
Dakota Finn behind Jared Tebow on track, but ahead of him by just mere tenths of a second on the clock. Defend over the double. Single roller uphill moguls double to the back straightaway right now. Our traditional orange and blue of Dakota Finn and the TLRJ Concepts ride. Currently finding himself out front on a 13.620 pace. Tebow with a 29.1, Dakota with a 29.2. So drivers separated by 0.6 of a second right now. Mayfield in the 3, only 2 seconds behind this duo right now. DNR option line camera.
Dakota positioned this pretty well. He's actually right behind Tebow on the track, so you can kind of see where he's at.
Can keep Tebow in sight and kind of pace off of him, and still also probably put a little pressure on Tebow too. Tebow seeing it right there, knows that Dakota's up on him.
He makes a mistake.
Not wanting to give Dakota the line because he knows that he'd have to get back around him to make anything happen, so doing everything he can to stay in front of Dakota so he has a chance to catch up on track. 150 to go in this one. Dakota and Tebow both go inside line, double, single for the duo. Tebow the first one to enter the back straightaway. Dakota behind him. Dakota leading this one right now, though. 13.620 the pace for Dakota Finn. Jared Tebow in second. Might get passed by Mayfield on this lap.
Oh, 28.9 from Tebow, 29 flat, so these guys going fast.
Absolutely going at it right now. Mayfield 1.1 seconds back of the two of these guys. Dakota only 1.6 ahead of Jared Tebow right now.
Tebow
pulling out just a tiny bit more here, losing a little bit as they go back on the straightaway. 1:10 to go in this one. Finn, Tebow, Mayfield, Ogden, Cavallari now to the 5 spot. Cavallari starting to get back up in the mix.
Tebow hung a wheel a little bit wrong. They both go 29.4.
Tebow over the back double. Dakota Finn up and down the tabletop, both going for that inside option line. Working their way back to the middle of the track, both getting up on 2 wheels over the double single. Dakota looking to the inside of Tebow. Doesn't want to wait around for him at all. Wants to make sure that there's no question when it comes down to a tiebreaker if he has the TQ or not. Tebow probably realizing that a little bit. Doesn't mind holding him up a second if he needs to.
Tebow goes 29.4. Dakota goes 29.6, so 0.2 back to Tebow this time. They're separated by 2 seconds, though. Tebow really needs a mistake from Dakota.
25 seconds to go in this one. Dakota looking to take the 4th round of qualifying and make it come down to a tiebreaker. Tebow knowing that any tiebreaker will have something to do with time in it and doesn't want Dakota to get any bit of track gain on him. We've got about 5 seconds to go in this one.
28.5 Jared Tebow, 28.8 Dakota Finn, 29.2 Ryan Mayfield.
So the top 2 drivers, the guys who have only been the only 2 to set TQs this weekend, have looked like they're the only 2 that are in contention for this one right now. Mayfield not far back, but these 2 right now are just kind of on a level of their own.
Dakota's kind of gathered it up again, back behind. Oh, and then he loses it a little bit.
Time expiring in this one. Both drivers working on their 13th and final lap.
Tessman kind of getting out of the way. Now he's in between the 2 of them. And they're done. 13.620 for Dakota, 13.622 for Jared Tebow. So it's going to go down to the tiebreaker, and it's going to take a couple seconds to load. So,
oh, man, this is going to be a little nail-pinching here. We're going to see how this ends up. Nonetheless, Dakota Finn will take the 4th and final round of qualifying here in Truggy. And that means that 2 drivers split the TQs for all 4 rounds. Jared Tebow took rounds 1 and 2. Dakota now taking rounds 3 and 4. So it will come down to a tiebreaker. Mayfield ended up in 3rd. Ryan Lutz is going to end up in 4th in that one. And Ty Tessman is going to round out our top 5. Only the top 4 drivers going faster than Tanner Denny's previous TQ. So the top 10, after all heats have been completed in our Truggy class. Dakota Finn taking round 4 TQ. Jared Tebow will end up 2nd. Ryan Mayfield 3rd. Tanner Denny 4th, Tyler Jones 5th, Mason Fuller 6th, CJ Jellin 7th, Ryan Lutz 8th, Ty Tesman 9th, and Spencer Rivkin will round out the top 10 in our Truggy division. Taking a look at our BeachRC.com track overview, we'll start to get switched over into our 8-scale Nitro Buggy 40-plus Masters class.
Tyler Jones, 5th. Mason Fuller, CJ Jellin, Ryan Lutz, Ty Tesman, Spencer Rivkin, 10th. Cavalier, 11th, and Spencer Heckert, 12th for the round.
Take a look at Dakota Finn and Ryan Mayfield trying to determine where they ended up right now. Dakota, just like all of us, trying to figure out if he got that TQ or not. Probably had already started to take a look at what he needed for a tiebreaker.
All right, your official Roar Nationals TQ is going to be Dakota Finn. So your top 10 going straight to the main event is going to be Finn, Tebow, Mayfield, Fuller, Tessman, Lutz, Denny, Jones, Ogden, and Cavalieri top 10. Your B main will be Horn, Rivkin, Bornhorst, Van Dalen, Wiggins, Heckert, Jellin, Rose, Harris, and Lime.
So this is race 9 of 19, heat 1 of 3 in our Masters 40-plus class. Again, so Dakota Finn coming back strong here to take the TQs in round 3 and 4. And after the tiebreaker is your official 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals Truggy TQ. And has a shot at taking the Buggy TQ as well with 2 TQs in the class already. All right, this one underway. Again, this is our Masters Buggy 40-plus division. Michael Cisneros, Michael Blythe, Bob Taylor, Trace Wells, David Didasco, Jason Stump. Looks like we've got several drivers. Yeah, most of these. I know we had a couple missing before, but I feel like we've gained a few in this one. Maybe guys finally getting off work for the weekend or something. Us old guys got to work to keep the bills paid. Michael Cisneros, Michael Blythe, Bob Taylor, David Didasco, Trace Wells, Robbie Kakila, Jason Stump, and Tony D all making this one. So all but 3 drivers got into this one here. Sun's out. That means the gun's out with Ryan Lutz. Still a little bit overcast out here today. Been a pretty pleasant day out here. Not that any of the days haven't been. It's always pretty gorgeous out in Arizona. Out in Glendale, the Phoenix area of Arizona. Out here at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway. Hosting. Ooh, whoa. That's some of the biggest air we've seen all weekend. I'm not real sure who that was. Looks like that might have been Michael Blythe. Just about landed on top of the single, a good 25 feet past the landing of the big double. That's already 30 feet by itself, maybe 25. So big air out of what might be our number 2 driver. I think it's correct. We'll see here. Yeah, I think that is Didasco, actually, as we look at it. Take a look. Yeah, Blythe just comes across the start-finish line. So that was David Didasco putting on the big air show. He's going to do it one more time for us. Whee! Oh, a little shorter this time, but still sending it. I love it. David Didasco finds himself in the 4 spot. Cisneros the 1, Blythe the 2, Taylor the 3. Fast lap coming out of Michael Cisneros, 34.1. Oh, Didasco getting a little out of sorts there. Ooh. Don't threaten crashing in front of Suns Out, Guns Out. He'll get on that car so fast. Michael Cisneros, Michael Blythe, Bob Taylor, David Didasco, Robbie Kakila in the top 5 positions. TQ's going to come out of this one early on. Again, this is heat 1 of 3 in our Masters 40-plus class. That's Bob Taylor we're following along with right now. Bob Taylor doing a good job of being in the point of contention in this heat every single round. I think Bob took the win at least in one of these. Looking to work his way back up there and do the same again. Ooh, goes off track. Back on. Said, I'm sorry, wrong way. Little 2-wheelage action there, up and over the double, having to get on the binders and head right back towards the driver's stand. That's Bob Taylor in the blue and yellow. Working his way up and over the big roller. Second big double on the back left side of the track, up and down over the tabletop into the option lines. Choosing for the outside option is Mr. Taylor. Cisneros out front right now, 34.1 the fast lap for him. He's working on an 11-lap 6:29. Blythe working on an 11.632, and Taylor a 10.616. Bob Taylor over the big double. Big roller single there. Ooh, doesn't get it completely cleared on the double on the back left side, but keeps it on all 4s, opting for the outside option line. Taylor looking to put in at least a top 5 run here in this Masters 40-plus division. Taylor down that back straightaway right now. That is our number 3 driver up and over the double. I think he's got Didasco right next to him there. That he does. So 3 and 4, actually 4 and 3 respectively on the track. Didasco ahead of him there with the white wheels. That's Bob Taylor in the yellow wheels, yellow wing. Both drivers opting for the outside line. Cisneros still on an 11.631 with time expiring. They're going to be on their final laps here. This will be Bob's final lap, working on lap 10 right now. Taylor working his way over the big double back towards the driver's stand. That's going to do it there for Didasco and Taylor. Cisneros working on completing his final laps here. Got a couple finishing up there. There goes Cisneros. Cisneros will take this one. Michael, 11, 6:29 the pace. Blythe looking to come around and finish up in second with an 11, 6:32. Bob Taylor will finish in third with that 10, 6:13. That's going to do it for heat number 1 of 3 in our Masters 40-plus division. Up next, heat number 2, we'll see Mark Robinson, Derek Thibodeau, Chris Kramer, Josh Hieno, Brian Coward, Brian Lukovic, John Callies, Danny Trevino, and Cesar Gallegos. Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Everybody getting pulled off of that last one, and the new set of drivers coming around getting ready for the next one.
So once again, we are going to run 4 main events this evening. So 4 main events this evening. After the conclusion of race number 19, we're going to shuffle up those main events as fast as we can. We'll post them, announce them, and then give you a few minutes to get everything together. But if you didn't qualify well in Nitro Truck or Nitro Buggy, then you should probably start wrenching on your stuff and get it ready to go, because you might be coming up. Alright, so I need somebody on 9. So I need a volunteer on number 9. So the Piro would be number 5, right there on the front. Brian, you want 5? You can take 5 on the front. Tony will take 3 right there. Over there, thank you. Here we go. Race 10, roll out, second in, tracking George, thank you.
All right, this one getting set free on the track. So we take a look at our beachrc.com track overview. Again, in this one, we have Mark Robinson, Derek Thibodeau, Chris Kramer, Josh Hieno, Brian Coward, Brian Lukovic, John Callies, Danny Trevino, and Cesar Gallegos. Once again, we've got Mark Robinson, Derek Thibodeau in this one. Got about 35 seconds until we get this one live. Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Cam just about got taken out there. About 10 seconds until we get this one live. TQ to beat early on Michael Cisneros, an 11.629. Oh, somebody was having to run pretty hard there. I don't know who that was. Didn't look enjoyable. Green flag here. We are live. Whoo, some big air there. I don't know who we're following, but sending it early on. We'll see. Might have been Mark. We'll take a look. Coming around that backside of the straightaway there. Again, this is our Masters Buggy 40-plus class. This is heat 2 of 3. Up and over the double, back towards the start-finish line. Looks like that's going to be John Cayley's 34.7. Everybody else starting to come around and finish up lap 1. Oh, Cayley's getting it upside down. Gets right side up there, I should say. Having a little bit of trouble getting back underway. Looks like Thibodeau's going to be in the 2 spot. Hino the 3, Trevino the 4. Mark Robinson to the point, 34.1 for Mark. Both Mark and John looking to go faster than the current TQ set by Michael Cisneros. .420 to go in this one. Robinson right now showing the way, but not checking in for lap 2, so I think that's going to be the end of Mark Robinson right now. Oh, he does check in finally, a 42-second lap. That's a rough one. So Thibodeau leading the way. Trevino, Chris Kramer, John Callies, Josh Hino, Mark Robinson, Lukovic, Gallegos, Coward, the current running order. Right now, no one looking to go faster than Michael Cisneros' 11.629. So we might see a TQ from the C heat going all the way through to the A. Oh, somebody flipping upside down there. Back straightaway action there. .320 to go in this one. Big double there. I believe that is Derek Thibodeau. That is our race leader. Checking out our TNR option lane to the Techno Dragons back. Working his way uphill and back over the double. Down that back straightaway, looking to set a new TQ, but he's going to have to pick up quite a bit of pace here with 2:50 to go. Michael Cisneros currently our TQ. Oh no, looks like Derek got upside down. Got it wrong over that double. He's going to come around and drop to the 2nd position. So Chris Kramer's going to go to the point now. Kramer only 0.6 of a second ahead of Derek. Derek going a little wide there, getting a little out of sorts, probably getting a little flustered. Trying to calm himself down and get back into the groove here. Was on a pretty good pace. On a 6:03 as well as Chris Kramer. Looks like he had actually went back to the point for just a quick second. Sorry, that was actually the 3rd position. Now he's upside down. Looks like Mark Robinson had actually gone back to the point during all of that chaos. And Derek not going to be happy with this lap either. That's going to drop him down even further, down to the 4 spot, 38.6 that time by. Mark Robinson, meanwhile, leading this one, a 32.7 his last lap. He's going to end up with a 35.9 this time by. Still enough to maintain that lead position, but not enough to undo Michael Serenos or Michael Blythe from that previous run. Both drivers completing 11 lap runs. There's Mark. Blue, yellow, white wheels, white wing. Oh, he gets turned around. Almost got turned around a 2nd time. Finally gets his way down the back straightaway. Outpowers the driver next to him. Put in some quick turns there as he works his way over the line. A 35.7 that time by. Big air over the big double. 1:10 to go in this one. Robinson, Cayley's, Thibodeau, our running order, and our top 3. Robinson working his way around some traffic, lands on top of a vehicle. Both of them maintain position, though, and don't lose time. Sorry about those skid marks on the body that I left you there, bud. Robinson says goes a little wide on the back straightaway, still hugging the wide line. Kind of got out there in the loam and couldn't get out of it. Robinson working across the line, 33.7, that time by an 11.634 the pace, up into that 11-lap run now with 35 seconds to go. He'd have to find about 5 seconds somewhere on the track in order to upset the TQ of Michael Cisneros. Robinson working his way down that back straightaway right now. Yellow, blue, white wheels, left to right to center. Working his way over the 180, double 180 again, back towards the driver's stand. With 10 seconds to go in this one, he's on an 11.631, only 2 seconds off of the TQ now, and currently putting himself into the second position. This is our B heat of Masters Buggy 40+. Mark Robinson knows that time is coming to an end, and he needs to put everything together in order to try to steal this TQ away. Had a rough run earlier in this, and has managed to bring it back in contention for the TQ here. Good tight line there out of Mark as he heads into the start-finish line. We're going to end up with, he did it, 11.628 flat. That is the new TQ out of the B heat for our Masters 40+. Robinson actually, I apologize, he's actually on his last lap right now. He is on lap 11. That was lap 10 there. Currently ahead of the pace, ran his fastest lap time, a 32.4. Robinson getting it a little wrong there. Down the back straightaway. Oh, up on 2 wheels. He's going to keep it together. Looks like there's a driver in front of him. Oh, Mark getting it a little wrong here. I think he's going to fall off of it. Looked like he had it. Man, he still got it, an 11.628.4 after a rough 35-second lap out of Mark. He got it done on that last lap, last 2 really, and will take the TQ. So TQ by less than 0.6 of a second over Michael Cisneros. John Kaylees will end up in the 2 spot on that one. He'll end up 4th overall right now, and Josh Ieno will end up in the 5 spot, 3rd in that one. This is race 10 of 19, heat 2 of 3 that just finished up. We're going to be getting into race 11 and heat 3 of 3 in our Masters 40+ class. Taking a look at our beachrc.com track overview right now. In this one, we will have the fabulous one, Barry Baker, Chris Nelson, Emmanuel Nickzat, Mike Welker, Mike Sontag, Scotty Brewer, Sean Alcorn, Travis Saunders, William Walker, and Tim Long. Chris Nelson and Barry Baker are the ones who are really kind of in contention for some TQs here. And Chris got round 1, Barry got round 2. Looks like, I believe, who got round 3? Do you remember, Tyler?
Chris.
Chris got round 3, that's right.
And Barry's not feeling super well.
I know.
I think he gets himself really stressed when Dakota's out there, but he said he wasn't feeling very good, so hopefully he's doing all right getting up there on the track.
There's definitely been some nail biting in the Fenn camp this weekend.
Yeah, it's not often that you see somebody take the first 2 rounds and then another driver take the second 2 and take the TQ. That's very, very rare. I think the last time we saw it this year was at CRCRC in Tool Drive Modified. I believe Drayton Staub took the overall TQ from Tom Rennerneck, or maybe the other way around.
Almost kind of like coming back from a series deficit in professional sports. Dakota Fenn defying the odds and coming back with a TQ in Truggy, looking to also secure the TQ in Buggy. He has 2 TQs to his name right now. Tebow looking to flip the cards on him, though, and finish with a 4th round TQ and potentially steal it away on a tiebreaker. Taking a look at our TNR option lane camera. Again, another cool feature of the track this week, and an option line that is actually used, where both options are used often. In fact, there's several drivers that prefer one or the other. It's pretty cool to see.
So everybody getting checked in. Race 11 of 19 for the round, so we're officially halfway through this round, or over halfway through this round.
Drivers coming in for a splash of fuel before we get this one underway. About 30 seconds. So we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. There's the Truggy TQ himself, Dakota Fend. Topping off Mike Sontag. Looks like Ryan Dunford over there pitting for Barry Baker. Everybody checked into this one, and time expiring, so we're going to have a green flag right now. The loop is live. Looks like Travis Saunders is going to come around first to get this one started. Everybody's starting to space themselves out here and need to get this one going. Barry Baker coming around, starting things off too. Looks like this is Scotty Brewer here that's waiting to take the line, and he does. Scotty going over the big double. Brewer up and down the tabletop. This is heat 3 of 3 in our Masters 40+ division. Ooh, Brewer getting it wrong. Corrects himself though. I saw a gaggle of cars going down that back straightaway. Did not look healthy. Still looking like problems. I think Barry might have been in that mix. I hate to say it. I think that's Barry.
That is Barry.
Barry. I don't know if that was by choice or not, but Barry not even able to complete one lap. So Barry Baker no longer in contention for TQ here.
Well, that means that Chris Nelson's going to be the overall TQ because nobody can take it from him. Oh, what a bummer.
So Barry, heartbreak on his own personal racing end of the weekend.
Yeah, on one hand, you have, total elation taking the overall TQ and Truggy, and on the other, just total heartbreak. That's a bummer.
That's Nitro Nationals for you, or any Nationals. It can be utter joy or utter disappointment at any second.
Or both, apparently.
All at the same time, all out of one guy. Oh, man, somebody trying to get back up on the tabletop.
It's Will Walker running the Chicky practice scheme. And that may just be Will's practice scheme, but it looks like Paul's.
I didn't know somebody had the color.
Well, just
white
their stickers are like their stickers are the same, so I can't tell.
Down that back straightaway right now.
That sounded so dumb.
350 to go in this one. Chris Nelson, Mike Sontag, Travis Saunders. That's our top 3 right now.
That is Paul's white body. I don't know. It's Paul's practice white color.
I like it. I thought it was an inside joke.
Goodness.
Chris Nelson, Mike Sontag now to the 2 spot. Sontag has had some promising laps here all weekend. Really in both classes. Hasn't necessarily been able to put together the ideal run that he'd like to. Maybe he can do it here. He had a 34 flat that last time, a 36 flat the time next.
Nelson's looking to almost lap the field.
Chris Nelson putting a statement run here on the 40+ Masters Buggy class. I think we need to tell Jason Rona he's got to start including Chris Nelson's name in the old fast guys. I guess maybe that Chris isn't one of the old fast guys, but he's beating them now, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I want to say that he's a relatively young buck 40+ guy.
Sounds weird to say when you're like, you're not an old guy. You're 60 something, but you didn't race 60 years ago.
You're
so
just old, but you're not old.
You're not old schooled old, just in the oldness. God, that feels weird to say. Chris Nelson, Mike Sontag, Scotty Brewer.
Oh. That was a big old bummer.
All kinds of chaos happening in front of the driver's stand. 2:30 to go in this one. Nelson, the only driver on a 12-lap run, 12.631. 31.6. I'm telling you, those lap times would hold up in the traditional Nitro Buggy class just fine. Maybe not top 5, top 10, but top 20.
No, I think I love the enthusiasm, but I think he'd be like 45th.
Okay, that's fair. I see these 31s. You got to hope for the guy here. He's around a 12-lap run.
It's that sharp drop-off after like 35.
It's true. It's true.
Not age, but like after 35th place.
Yes.
I got accused of attacking the old people at Nitro Challenge, so I have to make sure to clarify.
1:40 to go in this one. Again, Chris Nelson. He actually dropped off of that 12-lap. 20 now. 11.604 still, though. That's good enough for TQ of the Masters 40-plus class. I almost made an old comment as well.
Good enough for government work.
11.619 the pace from Scotty Brewer. Travis Saunders an 11.624 in third. Looks like top four along with Mike Welker looking to go faster than Mark Robinson's previous TQ. That was an 11.628, I believe. Got about a minute 5 to go in this one. Ooh, just about watched some straightaway drama chaos. Driver just about got plucked. Everybody all right there, working their way over the start-finish line. 50 seconds to go in this one. Nelson, Brewer, Saunders, Welker, Sontag, Nixat, Walker, Alcorn, Long, and again, the fabulous one not able to make this one. About 30 seconds to go in this one. Again, Chris Nelson out front working that 6:03 pace. A solid 11-second lead over Scotty Brewer. Chris Nelson has already, with the absence of Barry Baker at the start of this one, solidified the TQ of the A-Scale Nitro Buggy class. Great marshal job right there. Take a look at that one. Somebody calling for a marshal there. Heard in the background. Time expiring in this one. Chris Nelson, Scotty Brewer, Travis Saunders, E-Clip. It's our top four right now. Everybody finishing up their last laps. As we take a look at our J-Concepts instant replay, sometimes as a marshal, you have to have some athletic skill, and what better? Whoop!
That's our marshal for hire.
Dude, earning his pay.
You can be confident that you paid for the best.
I think we should get paid as an advertisement for him.
Sure.
What's our fee?
I don't know. We're expensive, though.
This one finishing up, Chris Nelson does take it 11.605. Scotty Brewer an 11.616. Travis Saunders 11.622. And Sontag is going to round out our top four with an 11.625.
Brewer, Saunders, Sontag, Welker top five, Nixat, Walker, Alcorn, Long, and then Barry off the track this time. We're going to put you on down, so race number 12, you should be well prepared for that.
The race is completed.
Grab the hose on the front right, on the back side, and two on the front right. And here is your top 12 in 40 over Buggy. Chris Nelson, TQ for the round. Scotty Brewer in the 2 spot. Saunders first for the round. Mike Sontag, Mike Welker.
All right, so next up is going to be our first heat of the regular buggy class. And I think we're going to get water.
William Walker 10, Sean Alcorn. Coming up, we'll get underway with Open Nitro Buggy. 8 heats coming. This is the short one here, race number 12. So we always ask for as many volunteer marshals as possible to get the next one started, race 13.
I don't see any hoses. I feel like we should be seeing hoses. Oh, I see a hose.
So it does look like we're getting water put down on the track here. So we'll have our track crew via our marshals putting down some water. And then we will get started with Buggy, heat number 1, race number 12 of 19, during our 4th and final round of qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals.
Over the last year to kind of get this facility up and running. up with water here. Let's grab those cones. Here we go. Race number 12, roll out. Set them in. Track is yours. So once again, this is heat number 1 of Open Nitro Buggy. 8 heats to get through. Now for qualifying, and then we'll step up to the main and run the first 4 main events later today into the evening. So be prepared. If you did not qualify as good as you wanted to, you just might be racing tonight. So get your stuff together, please.
Josh Keith, Jose Alvarado, Truggy Jeremy Alvarado.
Yeah. So I should have 2 more with 10.
All right. Heat 1 of 8. Regular buggy class. The Alvarados are out there. Keith is out there. And Malagon out there.
All right, so once again, this is race 12 of 19, heat 1 of 8 in our 8-scale Nitro Buggy division. Jose Alvarado, again, has set some pretty good paces here from this last heat. Usually hold up through at least a couple more after this. They're going to go live here in about 6 seconds, so probably about the time that he comes around the timing and scoring loop. There's the green flag right there. Looks like Jeremy getting on the clock. Jose going to give him plenty of space before he has to come up on him. And we're underway. Big air for Jose. Sends it sideways and keeps it together. To the inside option line right now. Up and over the big double. Single rollers back towards the double in the backside. .43 seconds elapsed in this one already.
Jose and Jeremy posting basically identical laps, 34.6 and a 34.9, 39.2 for Malagon. Techno Dragons back with Jose. Josh Keith with a 40.3.
So the Alvarado duo of father and son, Jeremy and Jose, out front right now. Jose, who we're following along with, working his way over the start-finish line, working on an 11.616. Another solid start there for our race leader.
.33.7 for both the Alvarados. So matching lap times, dad and son are. They're on close to identical paces here.
About 4:10 to go in this one. Again, this is heat 1 of 8. We are on round 4 of qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 8-Scale Fuel Nationals. Now all 3 of our 3 of 4. Yeah, that's all 3 of 3. Yeah, 3 of 4. I'm sorry. Finding each other on the track. It's funny how that works out. Swing and a miss out of third place there. Jose down the back straightaway. That is a race leader on an 11.614 his last time by. He had a 33.5 on that last lap, his fastest lap. He's going to go even faster than that on this one, though. 33.1. He's on an 11.611 right now. Down that back straightaway for our race leader right now. 3:05 to go in this one. We are on race 12 of 19, heat 1 of 8 in our 8-scale Nitro Buggy division. Jose going big over the big double in front of the driver's stand. Up and down the tabletop on the back left. Opts for the inside line through the middle of the track, up and over the double single roller here. Off camber, dragging back up and over the double on the backside there. Opts to single it. And down the back straightaway. That's our race leader, Jose Alvarado. 11.610 is his pace. Going a little wide here in a couple turns. He's going to have a little bit slower lap than he's had previously. 35.4 that time by for our race leader. Still on an 11.613. TQ will be set early on here from this heat. Jose has been the man to do it so far on all 4 rounds of qualifying. And him and son Jeremy didn't get a chance to run the practice seeding rounds. I think actually Jeremy got to run the practice seeding round, but it was kind of one of those, one of us gets to run or nobody runs. Either way, they're getting a chance to qualify, and Jose taking full advantage of it here. Taking advantage of a nice clean track for the most part too, not having to deal with traffic. He's run an 11-lap pace, I believe, in all 3 rounds. 11.613 the pace right now for Jose. Getting hung up on the pipe there just a little bit with 1:35 left. Jeremy, Keith, and Rodrigo, that is our 4 and only drivers in this one. Got 1:19. Jose crossing the line over the big double right there. Yellow wheels, black wing. Looks like some silver on the body there. A little yellow on it as well. Opts for that inside line, becoming a preferred option line for most of the drivers out there. I think we've watched Dakota use that line, Tebow use that line. Pretty popular in our drivers. 50 seconds to go in this one. Again, early TQ going to be set here in heat 1 of 8 in our Nitro 8-scale buggy. .30 seconds to go in this one. Jose, Jeremy, Josh. It's our top 3 leader looking to do an 11.611. This buggy class, just like our Truggy division, going to come down to the final round of qualification. Dakota Finn looking to go 2 for 2 in Class TQs. He's got 2 already in the buggy division. A 3rd and or anyone other than Jared Tebow TQing the final round would solidify that TQ for Mr. Fend, who was able to secure the Truggy TQ earlier today after it came down to a final round between him and guess who else? Jared Tebow. Time expiring in this one. Everybody finishing up. Jose finishing his final lap here. He is on a victory lap, and that'll do it. An 11 lap, 6:11 for Jose. Fellow Alvarado and son Jeremy's going to finish up in second with a 10.610, and Josh Keith, who we are still waiting for to come around, is going to finish up on a 10 lap, what looks to be a 6:34. Getting tied up with a few others out there. Rodrigo is finished.
Camera guy Travis
just walking right across the track during the race.
I do not care about these cars.
Oh, that's good.
Everybody feels like camera guy Travis sometimes.
I want to make that a meme. Just the dude walking across the race like, nope, don't care. BeachRC.com bringing us our track overview here.
Oh, I thought we were getting an instant replay there for a second.
To be fair, he's just trying to get our TNR camera view set up.
I think we might actually be getting an instant replay. Oh, dang it.
What if there was a review we wanted to do on an RC car?
Yeah, there was like 3 of them flying in the background.
Oh, that's a good one. All right, race, heat 2 of 8 going to be up here. Race 13 of 19. Again, this is Heat 2 of 8, race 13. In this one, we've got Ryan Kaduk, Jamie Haida, Kyle Adolph, Ryan Bloodworth, Ira Everett, Tell Mitchell, Justin Huglin, Darren Olney, Jonas Morgan, Jay Mee, Justin Miller, and Millie's Brewer. I believe we miss a few in this one as well, if I recall. There's our Marshall for hire out there. He's got a clipboard in hand. It's not a joke. There's a guy out here that will marshal for cash. It's a great, valid concept. Gentleman out there in the orange shirt even says on the shirt, will marshal for cash. Marshall for hire, I believe it actually says. So came well prepared. He's got his nice sun hat on. He's got his clipboard. Obviously getting the desired result. He's been out there turn marshaling quite a bit. Somebody paying him. I tell you what, if I was a track owner, maybe he's worked this out. Here's what I do for everybody. If I was a track owner, I would have a guy on staff that's a marshal for hire. I would charge a fee, and I would have him stand by. And if you're not at your marshal spot when we're ready to go, my marshal for hire is going to go stand out there for you, and you're getting charged every time I have to have somebody marshal for you. Yeah? Anybody?
I like it, but what happens if everybody marshals and then he just doesn't make any money?
Then I pay him $100 for coming out and standing around my track, making sure that the event went smoothly. So that's my idea, at least.
I like it kind of, but it needs work.
I'll accept that.
I'll accept that.
I mean, we just came up with it right now. If it's solid right off the bat, maybe it's not that great of an idea.
Because I want him to be able to make money, so he should be able to like walk around the pits and then like ask people if they want marshalling help. But that doesn't help you, because then if he's out there marshalling for somebody and then you still need another marshal, he's not there anymore.
That's a good call.
So
maybe two then. Maybe one for hire, one on standby. Somebody that doesn't really want to marshal, but if he marshals, he'll have no problem making, $5-10, whatever. We're not looking for outrageous fees here. Don't want to make somebody go broke coming to the RC track. But, maybe just kind of, emphasize the point that we don't want to have to wait on you to get a race started. Everybody getting going in this one momentarily. Got about 50 seconds to go. Everybody coming in for splashes of fuel. Looks like we only have 2 drivers that have not checked into this one.
our YouTube comment section is a dumpster fire. Nobody likes the watering. The track's boring. It's too hot. Paid marshal should be included.
Anybody that thinks that entry fees are too high right now has never attended any other event other than RC car racing.
Yeah, never been to another motorsport where you pay $300 for one day.
Talk about cross-country racing. That's a family-friendly event that we've done quite a bit. You got to pay $15 just to get into the gate.
GNCCs?
Yeah, GNCCs. You got GNCCs even more. $20 to get into the gate at GNCC. You're paying $55 in entry, and you have to rent a transponder while you're there. So it means you cough up $75, and then they'll give you back $65 if you turn your transponder back in at the end of the weekend. So you're spending $120 just to attend a GNCC event, so I'll take my $65 here at the RC car race.
Yeah, it's actually like not hot out here at all.
It's been beautiful weather. I've been in a sweatshirt all weekend. Now, granted, I've been inside, but when I go outside, I've stayed outside for an hour with my sweatshirt on. It's perfect.
Yeah, and the marshals have, or whoever's marshals are generally the ones watering the track. They don't have anything to do with the fact that there's very little water pressure, so they're just doing what they can. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think the event's fine.
Everybody's rolled with the punches. Every event has its obstacles. This one overall has gone pretty smooth. We'll gladly sort out any issues on a practice day between organizers and the track officials. But again, as long as everything's up and rolling smoothly when it counts, and that's what's happened this weekend. Qualifying went great on Friday. So far going great today. Good, timely schedule. Drivers have been able to enjoy the evening.
Yeah, the whole entry fee thing, and like you should get more for your entry fee thing, makes me want to like run straight into a door frame. Like, we're here for 5 days and you paid $100. That's $20 a day.
Yeah.
Like, where else can you go do anything besides work and only spend $20 a day?
There's a mini train organization running some train. It's not races. What do you call it? Train laps. But they're doing that this weekend right next door. I think it's like $25 to get into that.
Yeah, and it's literally miniature trains, man. Oh, my God. I'm going to lose it.
Oh, option line here for our drivers. 3:30 to go in this one. Justin Huglin, after 3 laps, going to be out front. Kyle Adolph of the 2. Ira Everett, the 3. Oh, no, our driver. Hey, Marshall for hire. Now, this, we supported his advertisement earlier. This was his anti-ad on this clip, unfortunately. That happens, though. Got him up and going again. Justin Huglin, I believe that's Huglin that keeps getting hung up there. Huglin just went by. That's the white vehicle is Huglin. Looks like that was Ryan. Somebody else.
We're also getting the question of why do we think that the attendance is low this year? Well, probably because obviously we're Nitro racing, but half the country's under snow still, so you can't really prepare. And also, this event is not during the summer like it normally is, so a lot of kids are out on missing a week of school. So you have to be pretty diehard to be able to make it to Arizona in March, especially if you can't practice. So I would think that those two are major contributing factors.
Did find it a little interesting that the date was chosen so early for Nitro. As you said, most guys haven't even started running Nitro yet that live in the Midwest or the East Coast. And typically we're seeing our, each year national titles kind of been determined almost at the end, or again, at least the end of the summer, where it feels like everybody's, kind of building up towards that final event.
Yeah, they just moved this one because they had already decided on the location. They didn't want all of us to melt. So March was the only option. Any other normal place you can just do summertime, but it's hot as all get out here, as the kids say.
We'll take full advantage of the nice weather right now, though, and I tell you what, the 150 entries that we have this weekend I think would sure enjoy what was going on this weekend. Some good, close racing action.
Being able to go to dinner every night, that's always nice.
That's a plus. If you're like us, we've been going to bed at about 7:30, 8 o'clock. I don't know if everybody's being that lane, but...
yeah, I rolled over at 7:45 last night and fell asleep.
I tell you what, though, it was so nice.
It was.
So nice. 120 to go in this one. Kyle Adolph, Jamie Haida, Justin Huglin, our top 3. Huglin back to the 2 spot.
Yeah, this was after they, as Eric pointed out, this was after they fixed our TV. I left a bad review for the hotel because I thought that you had to leave a review to get the Wi-Fi, and the bad review was that the TV didn't work. And then 5 minutes later, somebody showed up at the door to fix the TV. I don't know how they read the reviews that fast, but they got her fixed and up and running. So thank you, Hyatt Place, wherever we are, for fixing the TV.
Hyatt doesn't even know that they just got a free plug unless they've got somebody watching. But again, we'd like our share for that too. So we thank you for the quick service. Checks in the mail, hopefully.
Yes, I will. If I knew how to fix your review, I would.
Kyle Adolph out front with 30 seconds to go in this one. Huglin, Mitchell, our top 3. Kaduk in the 4 and Haida in the 5.
Yeah, and you can't just move a race to weekends like holidays. Somebody brought up doing it on spring break, but there's events that are always ran on like spring break, like Desert Classic is generally always spring break. So you can't just schedule on top of Desert Classic because that's an event that, whether it was Cactus or Desert, has been going on for like 30 years. Also not something that's guaranteed to be the same week for every region or state when it comes to a spring break.
Holy spear.
Getting speared over the top of that roller single there.
But yeah, you're right. Yeah, spring break's usually a week, within a week here or there, so you're not going to catch all of them anyway. Here's our J Concepts instant replay. It's like a bow and arrow just flying through the air. Yeah. Everybody starting to finish up in this one. We're looking for Kyle to come around and take this one.
Come on, Kyle. Okay, so cute.
11:6:39. That's going to do it for Kyle. He's going to end up number 2. Jose Alvarado, again, for the 4th consecutive time, going to hold TQ at least through the second heat of 8-scale buggy. Justin Huglin going to end up in the 2. Ryan Kaduk, the 3. And Jamie Haida, the 4. Darren Olney will round out our top 5. That was heat number 2 of 8-scale Nitro buggy. Heat 3 will be up. Again, this is our 4th and final round of qualification today. After qualification is complete, I'm sure we'll have a little bit of downtime while the mains are set and officially established. After that point, we will start with our 4 lowest mains this evening. After those 4 are completed, we will be done for the day. We'll then head into the finals on Sunday, where we'll determine our U.S. national champions in the 40-plus Nitro buggy, 1 8-scale Nitro Truggy, and 1 8-scale Nitro buggy classes. A lot of people asking earlier if there is a Adobe Mountain. Well, you're looking at it right now. That's it behind the track. Beautiful Adobe Mountain here in Glendale, Arizona.
What's nice about these qualification days is that you can see the Adobe Mountains.
It is very nice. Do you like the location of this facility? There's a Six Flags water theme park just down the street from us here. So
it's closed, but it'd be cool if it wasn't.
I thought I saw a bunch of vehicles. It must have been parked for something else. It did look a little closed. False advertising. Sorry about that. There are model trains that race nearby or drive nearby. They also have a go-kart track for those that are big into go-karts directly nearby.
They race those things. I don't know about the trains, man.
I want to see some train races. Oh, too funny. This is heat 3 of 8. Again, we have TJ Eller in this one. This is the Team Associated engineer, helping develop the Associated RC8 B4. Just talking about not seeing Mr. Brent Tilke out here this weekend, the Team Associated team manager, having some health issues. We wish him the best and the quickest of recoveries. Cody Thompson out here, Brent Densford, Adam Curry, Aiden Fox, Joshua Vigil, Travis Quarry, Joe Lacey, Thomas Michaels, Jose Sanchez, Alex Smith, and John Young in this one. Drivers getting their early practice laps in this one. Some drivers poised to have some decent runs here. Cody Thompson, Brent Densford, Aiden Fox has been up in the mix. So is Josh Vigil, who has yet to check in this one. TJ Eller's had some decent runs as well. Right now the pace is going to be an 11.611. That came out of Jose Alvarado in heat number 1.
They didn't even get close to touching that.
Yeah.
He's the TQ by what?
28 seconds almost?
Something like that, yeah. Math amount of time. So Vigil not out there yet. He's got 15 seconds left to go.
Taking a look at the Pro Tech RC pit lane cam. There's Ron Duvall standing there. Raw Speed Associated driver. See Gord Tesman down the line there in the X-ray and red hat.
Probably down there for Adam Curry.
There's Ryan Pavitas stepping up to the pit lane. Somebody dancing for him. Doesn't appear to be amused. .30 seconds to go until we get this one started.
Oh, we're started. Oh, we have started.
Oh, how did I? I'm not paying attention there.
Because it said 30, and you were thinking 30 to go instead of 30 in. I got you. I was picking up what you were putting down.
It's been a long week here. Starting to get the fuzzies on Saturday. Got to clean it up for the mains on Sunday. Thomas Michaels currently leading this one early after lap 1. TJ Eller in the 2. Dinsford the 3. Corey the 4. Letting everybody get into lap 2 here. Starting to see where they sit. Alex Smith right now. No, not the former quarterback. The current RC driver. Oh, going a little too big up over that tabletop there. Thomas Michaels is going to go to the point after a rough lap there. TNR option lane into the Techno Dragons back. Yellow Buggy working its way down that back straightaway right now. Up and over the big double. Turning back to the start-finish line. That is our race leader. I'm sorry, that's Adam Curry right there. Adam in that yellow buggy working his way in the 5th position. Opting for the outside line, struggling to get it going. Finally is up and running. Eller now to the point. TJ Eller, the team associated engineer. Travis Corey, the 2. Cody Thompson, the 3. Adam Curry, who we're following along with right now, in the 4. Working his way around the 180 up and over the double. Back towards the driver's stand. That is Adam Curry out there. Yellow body, white wing, white wheels. Currently working on an 11.626 pace. Right now, the top 6 drivers looking to go faster than... Oh my. I take all of that back. I looked at the screen completely. Nobody looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado's TQ.
Oh, no.
Literally. 7 seconds between TJ Eller and Jose Alvarado. So Jose Alvarado, again, looking to set a TQ from Heat 1 that holds through Heat 4. It's pretty impressive. Meanwhile, Adam Curry to the 2 spot, who we were following along with there. Oh, drivers getting together through the outside option lane. That's TJ Eller in the blue and yellow. Associated RC8 B4.
We were asked to follow TJ last round, and we said no. So we're going to follow him now. You guys probably not even watching.
Eller right now working his way back towards the driver's stand.
34.3 from TJ Eller. Out front on an 11.617. Like you said, though, not touching Jose Alvarado's time.
Alvarado, who's undoubtedly sitting in the pits by this time watching this, has got to feel pretty good about that run that he put in. Cody Thompson, meanwhile, trying to catch up to TJ Eller. He is currently on an 11.623. Eller cleaning up the pace a little bit, but he is still 6 seconds behind Jose's pace. See what he can do on this lap. He will go his fastest lap, a 33.5 out of TJ Eller. That will put him within 5 seconds of the TQ. Minute 50 to go in this one.
Uses the outside option line. Same one he's been using all run. Down the Dragon's back. Gets a little sideways action.
Oh. Doing everything he can to get it back under control. 180 into the double there. That is our race leader, TJ Eller. Man, using up all 15, 16 feet of those lanes. Still holds the race lead, but does lose a little bit of time. Now he's within 1.9 seconds of Cody Thompson. So Cody Thompson stringing together a couple decent laps. He's going to find himself in contention. And Brent Dinsford not too far back as well on an 11.623. Travis Corey right there as well. Minute to go in this one. We're following along with our race leader, TJ Eller. Blue, yellow, black wing, yellow wheels. Up and over the double. 180 back towards the driver's stand and the start-finish line. Cody Thompson went to the point momentarily after a blistering 32.2 out of Cody Thompson, but Eller backs it up with a 33.8, enough to retake the lead by just 0.3 of a second over Cody Thompson.
Oh, lines were about to converge. TJ being a little heads up there, watching out for the sideways car in front of him. Man, our YouTube chat does not like this track. Luckily for everyone, shovels are pretty readily available, so if you would like to make your own, hop on out there, man. There's dirt everywhere.
Tell you what, whether we have a rough track, a smooth track, or somewhere in between, guess what? The cream of the crop always rises to the top.
It's
And
really
our
strange
fast
how that
guys are
happens.
always there.
And the people on the computer seem to stay on the computer. It's
That
really
they do.
odd.
It's weird how that works. TJ Eller
Whoa.
finishing this one up. 11-6-17. Looks like he will get it by 2 seconds over Cody Thompson. Cody's finishing his last lap right now. So pending a absolute blistering lap out of Cody, I think TJ's going to get this one. Cody do around here in one of these two vehicles, and there he is. 33.9 out of Cody. That will give the win to TJ Eller. However, no one was able to outdo Jose Alvarado's TQ of an 11-6-11. So TJ Eller, Cody Thompson, Brent Densford, Aiden Fox, Adam Curry are top 5 out of that one. That was Heat 3 of 8 in our 8-scale Nitro Buggy class. Heat 4 of 8 will be up next.
Oh, man. Almost done with qualifying.
I'm so happy about this.
For the most part, the drivers are happy with the track. It's generally just the people on the internet that get angry. Look at Richard. Richard and Jared.
It's just old school RC in its prime. Can't really, I mean, Jared, you can call him an old school guy. I mean, he's been around forever in the sport. But
He's old.
man, if Jared's old, then I'm old. 'Cause
We
I'm
don't-
pretty sure we're the same age.
We don't call him grandpa because he's young.
Oh, it hurts. Saxton, old enough to be his dad, though.
Yeah.
I give Saxton credit, though. Saxton looks pretty good for 60 or whatever he is.
All you got to do is bicycle like 100
Every
miles every 4
day.
hours.
Oh, that sounds miserable. But hey, props to them. They're quite the healthy specimens from doing all that.
Oh, the guy doesn't like it because it's too small, it's too beat up, and there's no big jumps. I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, you know what? When you're looking at a computer screen, I guess 4 inches really doesn't look like
It just
that
makes
much.
all the jumps look really small.
I took my hand and I put it up to the screen, and it wasn't even bigger than a finger. ProTech RC pit lane cam. And checking in, we've got Richard Saxton there. Who is he holding? That is that Deshanes? Probably Deshanes. I think so. And they're off and on the track. Again, some bigger names in this one. Graham Hill, Kyle Johnson, Adam Peters, Jerome Trainer, Nick Sava, Tom Stober, Rhonda Drake, Paul Ciccarello, Eric Deshanes, Daniel Salvis, Dave Burt, and Riley Wortman. Yeah, if anybody wants to know, that double is at least 25 feet from end to end. And you've only got about 24 feet to hit it. TNR option line camera. Definitely not a problem to clear it if you are on the gas. You can see some guys overshoot it, but pretty few and far between. That double on the back left actually is deceptively large as well. It's 15 to 18 feet long. Everybody finishing up their practice laps here. We've got about 50 seconds to go. Everybody coming in for a splash of fuel. Everybody looking for their guy.
Steve
Or
Harris
gal.
right there with KJ's car.
The ProTech RC pit lane camera almost getting taken out. Pretty cool view. Back over to our left side of the track, looking back towards the driver's stand and taking a look at the Adobe Mountain behind us. If anybody wants to know where we are, that building there to the top right, yeah, we're up there locked away. Green flag here, and this one is underway. Nick Sava going to get going early on. Paul Ciccarello, Kyle Johnson, Rhonda Drake.
Ooh. Sava like backing it in the first corner.
Ciccarello coming up quickly to Nick Sava, trying to make quick work of him. Opts to not hit him. 24 seconds to go in this one to get this one started.
No, we're live.
This is the second time we've done this. I have to stop. I see 5 minutes on the right, and I don't realize that we're running 6. That's the problem.
Chicky's about to launch somebody off the track here.
Chicky not wanting to mess around with Nick Sava too much through the TNR option lane. Looks to go inside on the Techno Dragon's back. It's not there. Chick out front early on. Ooh, still can't get it done. Tries to look for a way around Nick Sava. Can't find it. Starting to run out of patience, it would appear. Looks like Kyle Johnson.
I'm already out of patience.
I believe. Let's see. Yep, that is Kyle Johnson. Kyle Johnson to the point as Sava gets pushed out of the way. Paul Ciccarello upside down. Kyle Johnson sideways. No one able to get going. Did Ciccarello something?
He crashed.
I don't know if he got put back. Oh, he did just now. He went far enough off the track. I saw the marshal there, and I didn't see him come back onto the track. I thought maybe he had flamed out, but it looks like he is back and underway. Kyle Johnson, meanwhile, is going to start to run away with this one early on with a big lead. He had a 31.7 that last time by. Might be a little slower this time. Had a little bit of an issue after that big double.
Kyle with the One Army HB racing car.
Taking a look at that J Concepts instant replay of the chaos. All three drivers trying to enter. Paul tagged the pipe. Sava upside down, gets bumped around. Paul has to hang up. Kyle with nowhere to go, has to go a little wide. Case is the top of that jump. Multiple cars flipping all over the place. Paul ended up with the worst of that way off the track. 3:55 to go in this one. We're following along with our race leader, Kyle Johnson, right now. The One Army racer driving the HB car. Up and over the big double in front of the driver's stand. Jerome Trainer's going to find himself in the 2, Graham Hill the 3, Stober the 4, and Eric Deschaines in that 5 spot. Right now, 3 drivers looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado's TQ of an 11.611. Johnson on a 12.630. Trainer on a 12.631. Only 0.3 of a second back of Kyle Johnson right now. Back towards the driver's stand for our race leader. He turned a 31.2 that lap. That is his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race. Working on traffic, goes inside lane.
Wow.
Looked like he was going to hit outside, but just stuck it on the inside pipe there. I think that's Jerome Trainer. That's number 3 racer that he actually just surpassed.
It was. You are correct.
Down that back straightaway right now. Kyle up on 2 wheels. Flashing that chassis to the crowd. Back towards the driver's stand. Race leader with 2:40 to go in this one. Ooh, I think that was Nick Sava that had flamed out there. So some rough laps for Sava. And they just crossed him over the line, throwing him back. Kyle Johnson out front, 12.625. Graham Hill to the 2 and 11.603. Trainer had a rough lap, dropping him back to the 3. .210 to go in this one. Kyle Johnson over the start-finish line, over the big double in front of the driver's stand. Working his way up and down the big tabletop into the option line. Double single roller for our race leader. Oh, somebody's, I think, do we have a runaway or is somebody just, oh man, that was, we're going to have to see that again. I don't even know what was happening there. Our orange wheeled vehicle just decided to give all the throttle and didn't lift until he was where he wanted to be. It was interesting. 1:40 to go in this one. Kyle Johnson leading the way. 12.625. So we take a look at our J Concepts instant replay here. Taking a look at our orange-wheeled Buggy who's going to come into frame. Oh, he got taken out there and ended up going backwards and said, we'll just keep running this backwards until I want to go back the other way. Hey, it worked out, though, for him. Down the back straightaway for our race leader, Kyle Johnson. Jerome Trainer now back up to the 2 spot. Graham Hill, the 3. 32-2 out of Kyle. Graham Hill in the 3 spot. Kyle Johnson, our race leader, up and through the inside line on the option section. Working his way to the backside of the track and down the back straightaway. Went all the way in and out of that moon mogul. I don't think I've ever seen a car go into a jump and go backwards and then back forwards. That was impressive. 25 seconds to go in this one. Kyle Johnson working over the double single section. Back up into the Techno Dragon's back. Down that back straightaway there. Kyle Johnson has pretty much led this one from start to finish, up on 2 wheels for a moment with 3 seconds to go. He is going to be working on his 12th and final lap. Up and over the big left side double, up and down the tabletop. Striking the inside pipe just a second. Everybody's still completing their final laps here. Time expired. We're following along with our race leader, Kyle Johnson. He, along with 2 other drivers, looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado's TQ. Oh, somebody getting it wrong at the very end. Who else was that? Oh, that was Graham Hill that got it wrong at the end. Tough luck for Graham Hill. Meanwhile, Kyle Johnson is going to take it. 12 laps at a 6:26. That's good enough for new TQ. Jerome Trainer, the only other driver able to go faster than Jose Alvarado's earlier set TQ. Jerome goes 11.603. Graham Hill's going to end up in the 3 spot. Paul Ciccarello, the 4, and Tom Stober are going to round out our top 5. Ciccarello will find himself in the 5th and final position of our top 5 here. Going into heat 5 of 8. And a lot of big names coming up in the next one. Billy Fisher, Carlos Arredondo, Donnie V, Brian Wyrick, Brendan Bartlett, Wyatt Beater, Cole Chura, Charles Hicks, Dylan Bartlett, Buddy Christian. Somebody asked what Kyle's driving. Kyle is actually racing for the One Army team. He's running the HB. This is going to be heat 6 of 8. I'm sorry, heat 5 of 8. Again, in this one we have Chris Wheeler, Jordan Gleckler, Billy Fisher, Carlos Arredondo, Donnie V, Brian Wyrick, Brendan Bartlett, Wyatt Bader, Cole Chura, Charles Hicks, Dylan Bartlett, and Buddy Christian.
Oh, yeah, we're getting water now, too, which you may have mentioned already. Nope. Yeah, so this is our last water of the day. Oh, yeah, last water qualifying. We do have 4 mains, so we don't know what the schedule is for that.
We are halfway through. Open Nitro Buggy, 4 heats in, 4 to go. This will be the last time we put water on the track for qualifying. I should have Nick Sava on 5. And Sharon's going to be on 9. Thank you. Thanks, Paul. All right, thanks for the water. Here we go. 316, roll it up.
All right, next up, race 16. We've got Wheeler, Gleckler, Fisher, Arredondo, Vinkmolder, Wyrick, Bartlett, Bider, Chura, Hicks, Bartlett, and Christian in this one. Techno Dragons back. Jerome Trenier out there getting a Marshall in a car. I think it may have been Billy Fisher. Overcast skies mean that the track's going to stay a little bit wetter, a little bit longer. So 1 minute till the drop of the flag on this one. All the guys are checked in.
Coming on 40 seconds remaining. 40.
.30 seconds until the loop is live.
Live loop here. It looks like Billy Fisher is trying to space himself out as much as he can. Needs to be aware of Cole Chura and Buddy Christian, though. I think that's the problem, is some of these guys get out there and don't really realize who has started and who hasn't.
Billy's pretty aware.
Billy should know what's up.
I think he's got good spacing here, it seems like. He could wait a little bit. Yeah, he's waiting a little bit longer. And he's on the clock.
Billy, the last one to get on the clock, so will likely be the last one to finish up here. Fisher choosing that inside line, his line of choice this weekend. The S-Works team driver having to go the upside down driver.
Dylan Bartlett having trouble on that one.
Everybody starting to come around for their first early laps. 30.8 out of Carlos Arredondo. Fisher with a
31.6. So Carlos not really being able to finish out the runs that he's starting. So hopefully he can finish this one out. See if he can get a little bit better result. TNR option line until the Techno Dragons back for Billy Fisher.
TNR option line again, back into Billy Fisher down the straightaway. He is our current race leader after a rough lap out of Carlos, a 32.9. Billy looking to come back around with a faster lap. He does not, 32.1. So Carlos Arredondo will stay out front by just 0.2 of a second over Fisher. Oh, Fisher tagging the inside of the pipe. Finds himself upside down. Was worried that maybe there wasn't a marshal over there for a second, but Paul Ciccarello was ready to grab him. Fisher going to have to be in recovery mode now after a rough lap there. If you spend any time upside down, you are in the doghouse. Fisher will have a 35-6 for Billy. Unfortunately, he's going to drop him down to the 8 spot. Carlos Arredondo out front, Wyatt Bader out in the 2 spot, and then Brian Wurick in the 3. Chris Wheeler the 4, Cole Chura the 5, and Charles Hicks the 6. Right now, Carlos, the only driver looking to go faster than KJ Kyle Johnson's 12 lap 626.
Oh my goodness. I don't know whose car that was, but it just basically did a backflip. I think it was Chris Wheeler, just hit a pipe and then just launched backwards.
Saw somebody earlier go nose into a pothole, come back for just a split second until tires grabbed, and then launch forward again.
So Carlos, 12.622, only what ahead of Kyle Johnson.
Fisher recovering after a horrible upside-down lap.
Bartlett's off the track.
Bartlett. Wheeler up on 2 wheels there. Should we take a look at the J Concepts instant replay? Should look at Chris Wheeler here. Oh, Wheeler.
Just totally backwards.
Found a stake. Dang. Wow. Still in one piece.
And he's upside down.
Wheeler trying to recover after 2 rough ones there. He finds himself, let's see, down in the 7 right now.
It's wheelie hard out there.
Carlos Arredondo, Billy Fisher, Cole Chura, our top 3 right now. Wheeler in the infield section choosing the inside option line. Oh, no, somebody got upside down, had to go through him. Oh, and he flamed. Oh, no. That's rough. Happens like that sometimes. Oh, man, somebody else. Was that Dylan that got restarted? It looks like back on track. Oh, just about took out our race leader. Fisher right now, I'm sorry, not our race leader, our number 2, Fisher, did string together some pretty quick laps, a 31.4 out of Billy that last time by. That was his fastest lap, a 31.6 that time. He is 2.6 back of Carlos Arredondo after a rough start. Billy working the inside option line there. S works over the double single roller.
S working around the track. All right, I need to stop. That's enough.
The slap happiness of Saturday is working for sure. Oh, Billy just about getting taken out on the straightaway there. That would have been the second time Billy Fisher had a full-speed straightaway incident.
And I think it would have been with the same car because that was Buddy Christian.
There may have been words after this one if that had happened.
Billy almost went full Billy out there.
Billy to the inside. He is looking through the TNR option line with a 3.1 second difference between him and Carlos. Techno Dragon's back camera. There's Chris Wheeler directly in front of Billy going down the straightaway. Wheeler, who was able to produce that incredible gravity mission of going forwards and then backwards.
These guys have probably raced together 1,000 times.
Both from Arizona, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's always fun. It seems like if you have somebody from your fellow state or a nearby state that you race with all the time, you guys can travel anywhere in the world. You'll end up racing very closely together.
I think Billy is Chris's boss at Red Cat.
Ooh, interesting.
I think that's what we found out at Nitro Challenge. That's why he let him go so easily. He's trying not to get fired.
It's a good thing to want to keep your job. Billy Fisher working his way over the start-finish line right now. Ooh, doesn't clear the double.
He is ahead of Carlos now, though.
Was momentarily Chris Wheeler having to elect for a wide line to not take Billy out and instead puts himself in a bad situation. I tell you what, boss, you better be giving me a raise on Monday if I let you go that much.
Fat raise. So Carlos back to the lead, 12.623. Billy trying to rip around. This may not be the quickest lap ever, though, because of that mistake at the beginning. Billy on a 6.26, so only Carlos ahead of Kyle's time at the moment.
Carlos and Billy look to be 2 of the only drivers left to finish up. They are on their final laps right now. Billy looking for a heater here. He could potentially overtake the lead of Carlos if Carlos doesn't back it up with something fast. Carlos due around at any moment looking for a 31 or faster. 33-2 from Carlos. So Billy here in the final turns potentially could take this TQ away. There's drivers in the way. He sends it anyway. Billy Fisher going to get it by 1/10 of a second over Carlos Arredondo at the end, and Billy knew it. Didn't even want to take that turn, just went full throttle towards the driver's stand. So Billy Fisher going to take the TQ there after a hard-fought comeback victory, 12.625.0. Carlos ends up with a 12.625.1, and Cole Chura an 11.6 flat. So Fisher and Arredondo, the only two to go faster than Kyle Johnson's 12.626, as we take a look at our beachrc.com track overview.
Next up, heat 6 of 8 of Buggy. This next race is going to have Jones, Duvall, Tollard, Robertson, Pavitas, Spinrad, Westergaard, Mechanic, Sontag, Horn, Jensen, and Tommy Hines.
I'll tell you what, there's nothing I like chugging more than heat 7 of 8 here in the Nitro Buggy class. Got about a minute 50 until this one starts.
Billy and Carlos having a little conversation. They've talked after every run. Old teammates.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. There's Mike Sontag there. Undoubtedly putting out Sun Tater. Our TNR option lane. Again, big names in this one. Tyler Jones, Ron Duvall, Cole Tollard, Jermaine Robinson, Ryan Pavitas, Walker Spinrad, Anthony Westergaard, Ethan Mechanic, Tater Sontag, Aiden Horn, Cole Jensen, and Tommy Hines. Tater going for a ride there. This is race 17 of 19 here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. We are in sunny Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway. We want to thank our title sponsor for bringing you this weekend's racing on Live RC. That is A-Main Hobbies. Supporting sponsors ProTech, Leadfinger Racing. Nitro Pro has brought you our broadcast center this weekend. J Concepts bringing you all of our super cool J Concepts instant replays. Beach RC bringing you our track overview. TNR Fuels, our option lane camera, and Techno RC, our Dragonback camera. There's our ProTech pit lane cam right now. Tater Sontag, TLR, team driver, in for fuel. Father Mike fueling them up.
Tommy not getting out there for this one yet. Oh, he's not up there.
He might have needed a drink first. 6 minutes is what it's going to take in this one.
He could have potentially been thirsty.
There's Tyler Jones right there. 8 seconds until we get this one live. T. Jones put in a top 5 run in Buggy, looking to back it up here in the 4th round. A top 10 the previous one.
Yeah, Mr. Jones is sitting 8th overall at the moment. So Jones out there on his first lap. Everybody getting out there on their first lap.
Tyler Jones, Indiana native Techno J Concepts team driver, working his way down that back straightaway right now. Looking for another top 5 run. Ooh, sending it into that 180 there. That was clean. Jones backing up his first lap with a 30.6. So Tyler Jones looking to surpass the 30-second lap mark.
He's got a bunch of traffic right in front of him now, all taking the same line. Jermaine and Mechanic.
Jones going to have to do his best to try to work around these guys. Got tagged on the rear tire on a pothole.
Oh, this is making me nervous. He's still out front on a 12.610.
White knuckling this one here. Having to deal with not only the fast drivers in front of him that he's trying to get around, but also the ever-changing track conditions. All 3 drivers opting for that inside line. Ooh, Tyler setting himself up nicely there. Maybe unintentional.
This is like officially start to get annoyed time.
He's gone 2.5 laps trying to find a way around these guys. No one giving an inch. Tyler looking for a forced entry. Can't find it. Still finds himself back, having to slow his own pace down on 31 flat. Having traffic in front of him. Looks for a line.
Oh, my God.
Getting a little out of sorts there and really starting to show some frustration.
Yeah, that's like full desperation move. Like, I'm ready to just send you into a wall.
No one wanting to budge an inch as we take a look at our J Concepts instant replay. Tyler does get around 1. Look at Tyler send this on the inside.
Didn't even lift.
Brat.
I can't believe he made the double.
And then still cleared. That's impressive. Thank you, J Concepts. Tyler, meanwhile, able to get around one of the 2 drivers.
Not both, though.
I believe, is that Mechanic in front or Jermaine?
That's Jermaine in front.
Jermaine in front of him.
Mechanic was letting him go. Oh, my God. As we switched over to the J Concepts instant replay.
Jermaine all the way down there in that number 8 position.
Oh, no. That's so frustrating.
Oh, my goodness. Tyler Jones having to deal with an 8th place driver, not giving him an inch. Tyler still leading this one, but it's going to let Cole Tollard start to close that gap. He's only 0.8 of a second behind now after the incident. Tyler Jones, Techno J Concepts working his way over the double single, starting to become a little bit panicked right now, knowing he had a good, clean run going and is having to deal with traffic.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that anymore. Let's watch Cole Tollard.
Switch over to Cole Tollard here, having some nice, clean track in front of him, not having to think about traffic, just what he can do to go a little bit faster every lap. Tollard up and down the tabletop. Ryan Pavitas moving his way to the 2 spot as we're watching everybody. Tollard working on a 12.615, Pavitas a 6.14. And then T. Jones out front still with a 12.610. Tollard down that back straightaway right now. Associated J Concepts driver, white wheels, white wing, pink, yellow, white, and blue.
It looks like Tyler may have gotten clear of the cars in front of him. He throws down a 30.1 hot lap of the race.
So Tyler definitely feeling like he can put down some laps now as he does in that previous one. Cole Tollard, meanwhile, working his way over the double single. Uphill the Dragon back over the double to the back side of the track and down the back straightaway. There's Tyler Jones there working on the infield.
Ooh, a little bounce.
That's Ryan Pavitas.
This is Pavitas, yeah.
Following along with Pavitas, working in the number 2 position, just 2 seconds back of Tyler Jones. Pavitas, the HB team driver, up and over the big double in front of the driver's stand, going a little sideways and wide. He's got Tyler Jones directly behind him on the track, but directly ahead of him on the clock. So Jones, once again, going to be faced with a driver that's contending for position ahead of him on the track. So I don't know if maybe Tyler just didn't get this one spaced out correctly as he started it, or not the way he would like to, or if everybody just kind of got piled up. But
yeah, he just came up on 2 guys that were fighting each other and that were already, like, full egos out there for a second, and it's not the time to, like, I mean, there's nothing he can do. It's super frustrating.
Q4, when everybody thinks that this is the last chance, and for a lot is the last chance. Taking a look at the TNR option lane there. Jones looking inside. It's not there. Pavitas still holding the position on the track, but holds the 2 position on the clock.
Yeah, he's not holding him up yet. It's not like there's a problem. And he lets him go.
Oh, no. Completely unintentional. Pavitas doing everything he could right to Held on the brake there just for a second to give him enough room, but unfortunately both drivers touch wheels, and Tyler Jones, unfortunately, is the undersided person out of that.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan was doing the right thing. He was letting him go. It just, yeah.
There wasn't anything anybody could have done there. Just all happened at the worst possible time. So that's actually going to probably put Cole Toller to the point after this lap.
Luckily for Tyler, he has a 5 and a 9. He's going to be firmly into the semifinal.
So Pavitas holding position here after a bad lap from T. Jones. We'll see what Cole does here. Cole comes around with a 30.4, Pavitas a 30.4 as well, 30.9 out of Cole Toller. Yeah, Jones is going to fall to the 3 after a 32-second lap.
He was actually still leading the run, even with the mistake. He still has 32 on the last one.
He still has a chance here. Only 0.4 of a second back of our two position drivers ahead of him, Pavitas and Tollard. Here's Pavitas going down that back straightaway, avoid somebody going upside down, and still working their way back to all fours. Young Pavitas over the start-finish line. He'll finish up with a 12.614.2.
Oh, it barely
beats
12.14.8.
What can Tyler Jones do? Got it. 12.614.1 for Tyler Jones. He'll come
30
back
flat on the last lap.
Take the TQ after a crazy final 2 laps.
He's just got to be so frustrated. Like, the beginning of the race was frustrating, and not that Ryan did anything wrong, but just like being in that circumstance is frustrating.
Just got to feel like nothing's going your way on a run like that, but somehow finds a way to come back and win that one. He will take the overall TQ right now, heading into our B heat. So again, maybe not what T. Jones wanted to see for an overall run, but he was still at least able to better the times of anybody in his heat. BeachRC.com bringing us our track overview of everyone finishing up.
And this is where I get annoyed too. Like, I understand, you know, our chat room saying, you know, in qualifying, oh, people don't want to move out of the way as much. Like, that's fine, but, like, it's different at this level, I guess, than even club racing, but it should be the same. You're going to have to race, like, if you're one of these guys, or even myself, you're going to have to race with these people 15 to 20 times a year. And sometimes you're going to be the dude who's out front, and sometimes you're going to be the dude who's off pace. And if you don't move out of the way when you're the guy who's off pace, then the dude who's having to wait on you is not going to move out of the way for you. Like, it's just racer etiquette. If you have to race how you want to be raced. Do you want the guy to move out of the way for you? Then move out of the way.
Unfortunately, seems to be the case that the people you hear complaining are that guy that wants them to move out of the way but won't move out of the way themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of experience at the backside of these main events. Like, you have to move. You can't just stay in the way.
As you said, a lot of these guys seeing each other multiple times a year. And if you want to create some bad blood early, well, just go ahead and do something like that. That's what I like about some of these top guys out here. They're going to show you the proper way to do things, not in only how fast they go, but how they handle themselves on track as well. Again, somebody like Ryan Pavitas there that found the best spot he could to let somebody go. It was, again, just an unfortunate event of being at the wrong place at the wrong time for both drivers. As we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. So even if it doesn't go your way, you also remember, too, who tried to get out of your way, who tried to do the right thing.
Or if you have good points, like in qual points like this. So, like, if you're in Tyler's position, you have good points, and the dude won't get out of the way, you punt him. You ruin both people's runs, because then that guy's going to get mad, and then you're going to explain to them, this is what happens. If you don't want to help both of us, then I will hurt both of us.
It's one way to do it there. Heat 7 of 8. This is our B heat.
And Finn versus Tebow and Truck earlier today is not the same example.
No, not at all.
It's not the same.
No.
Because those two were racing for first and second, and Jared knew that not only was he racing Dakota on the clock, but he's also racing Dakota for the overall, and that time is going to matter. And they were running 1 and 2. They weren't running 1 and 9. Like,
Right.
That's not the same thing.
Right.
And that, Tyrone, that's not true. That's, like, I totally get what you're saying, but the whole stay in your lane thing only works when you can run the exact same lane around the track every lap. Like in a full-size car, it's pretty easy to get around the track in the same lane every lap. In an RC car, unless you can tell me that you're going to run the exact same line around the track, then you're going to have to move out of the way. The faster guy will potentially find a way around you, but on a track like this with all these ruts and stuff, you can't just go wherever you want. It doesn't work like that.
See a lot of the guys going down the straightaway there being sent in directions they have no option about. This is heat 7 of 8. This is our B heat of 8 scale Nitro Buggy. Look at Seth Van Dalen right there. Green flag is out. This one is live. Again, one of our and only other person that can threaten Dakota Fenn for TQ is in this heat. That's Mr. Jared Tebow. He TQ'd round 1 from the B heat. There's a collection of cars gaggling up there as they're trying to space themselves apart there. Tebow kind of forcing the issue on about 4 or 5 guys. Tebow going to get started here. Everyone live except for Jared Wiggins. And I believe he's about to start or across the start-finish line. There he is. So lap 1 through that Techno Dragon's back.
So Jared coming over the last double into the roller section onto the straightaway. So Tanner Denny popping off with the lead, 12.602.
Tater Sontag looked like he just came back from marshalling Tanner Denny, so something happened with Denny there. That's going to move Tebow to the point. Tebow right behind him on track, but going to be ahead of him on the clock after an issue out of Tanner Denny. Acquired a marshal job out of Tater Sontag. Like Denny almost tagged the pipe there again. Ooh, Tebow getting it a little wrong over that double. He's going to come through for lap number 2, a 31-2. Ryan Lutz, hello, how are you? From the 3 spot comes Mr. Ryan Lutz to take over the lead on lap 2.
Tanner having some more trouble.
30.1 for Ryan Lutz. Tebow back around Denny. Going to try to recollect himself after a less than ideal lap. Talking about names that we haven't said all week, and how about Ryan Cavallari? He just threw his name in the mix. Cavallari at 31.3 that last lap to put himself to 3rd.
Here's Mr. Lutz out front on a 12.609.
That would be good enough for new TQ. Lutz, Tebow, Cavallari right now ahead of Tyler Jones's previously set TQ. There's the Kyosho team driver of Ryan Lutz over the big double. Lutz currently on that 12.608. Tebow back to the 2 on a 12.610. Cavallari a 12.612. Fast lap coming out of Ryan Lutz, a 30.1.
Setzer getting out of the way. See, like, it's not hard. I'm going to lose it.
It's just easy to see the difference in somebody that takes etiquette seriously and somebody who thinks of it as a 3rd or 4th afterthought.
I mean, that took like 0.2 of a second.
And he'll have no other problems the rest of the race.
Yeah.
That's hard to understand for some people. That's okay. Jared Tebow, meanwhile, is going to get back out front as we take a look at Ryan Cavallari. Oh, no, Cav getting it wrong. Ooh. TLR, Proline driver, having some troubles going up the tabletop. Fortunately, though, gets it right. Not going to cost himself a ton of time, but definitely lost a second on that one. Cavallari was about 1.4 seconds ahead of number 4, Seth Van Dalen. So we'll see if he's able to maintain that on this lap. Cav, yellow wheels, yellow wing, signature red, white, blue, and yellow paint job. He's still going to maintain that 3rd position. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over Seth Van Dalen, working on a 12.614. Just a few seconds off of the TQ set by Tyler Jones. I almost forgot of how close that last one was. 3 drivers separated by less than 0.2 of a second.
Someone having trouble. I'm not sure. That might have been Lee Setzer. Wiggins comes by with his hot lap of 30.9. Hot lap of the race, though, Tanner Denny with a 29.4. Trouble on the straightaway for somebody.
Jared Tebow turned out a 29.9, backed it up with a 30.7 as we take a look at Ryan Lutz. He finds himself in the 2 position. Would sit himself 2nd overall as well, just slightly ahead of Tyler Jones's TQ. Lutz to the 180, double back towards the driver's stand. That Kyosho ride, blue, pink, and white. That's Ryan
Ooh.
Lutz getting a little close to that inside pipe there, but he's going to keep it on all fours. Up and over the tabletop, he chooses the outside option lane. That's our number 2 driver, Ryan Lutz. It's going to be Tebow, Lutz, Cavallari, Denny, and Van Dalen. That's our top 5. We've got a minute 25 to go in this one. Lutz working his way down that back straightaway for the Kyosho team driver. Newly re-added addition this year for Kyosho.
Used to be the team manager, right?
Yes, sir. In fact, was the team manager back when I ran for it. And I'll say to this day, he's still one of the best team managers I've had the chance to work for.
So Tebow, Lutz, Cavallari, only guys ahead of Tyler Jones' time.
There's Jared Tebow right there, working his way up and down the tabletop in the back. He has moved himself back to that number 1 position after a few laps ago. He's working on that 12.607. That would be enough for TQ. But again, Tebow had a few little bobbles on his own, so it's going to definitely leave the door open for something to happen here in this final A qualifier. Again, Tebow would need to take the TQ for the round in order to force a tiebreaker between him and Dakota Fend.
Yeah, Tebow's just about doing all he can do. All of his laps have been 30-second laps except for his 129.8, so you can't really ask for a whole lot more. The track does seem slower this round. Guys were knocking on the door of 13 laps last round.
Also had drivers get down really close to an almost 28-second lap, and as you said, this time really kind of seen that 29, mid-29 be the fastest lap. Time has expired in this one, but we are still finishing up. Everybody working on their final lap for the most part. And for Van Dalen and Wiggins to start their final laps.
So Tebow coming up on some traffic.
Cavallari.
Is it cab? Yeah, it is
No.
cab. Someone moving out of the way.
You got Steve Harris there.
I think you're right. Cab having a little bit of trouble. He was running in the 3 spot, not so much anymore.
Oh, Cab falling all the way back to the 6. So Tebow is going to take that one, 12.607.1. Ryan Lutz will finish in second, 12.609 for Ryan. Tanner Denny, a 12.612. So Denny, again, quietly worked his way back to the 3. Oof. Van Dalen, a 12.614. And Wiggins, who's about to finish up, looks to put himself 5th. We'll see. He does.
Oh, wow. Okay, so just on that last lap, Denny and Lutz get ahead of Tyler Jones and Ryan Pavitas. So right now your top 10 overall are Tebow, Lutz, Denny, Van Dalen, Jones, Pavitas, Wiggins, Tollard, Cavallari, and Sontag. And if you'll notice, we have 5 drivers on a 12.614. Van Dalen, Jones, Pavitas, Wiggins, and Tollard. So poor Cole Tollard puts in a 12.614, thinks it's rad, and he's the last guy.
That's got to be super frustrating. You know it's close racing, especially in the final round when a track has as many obstacles and challenges as this one, and everybody still finds themselves within tenths of a second of each other. Taking a look at the beachrc.com track overview, Ron Duvall explaining to everybody what happened to that last one. It's Carlos Arredondo down there with him. This is race 8 of 8. This is our A heat. A lot of big storylines in this one. Tebow did what he had to do to solidify his chances at a TQ, and that's reset at least the provisional TQ from the B heat. He did that. Now we move into the A heat, where it's going to be up to Dakota Fend and or anyone else other than Jared Tebow to take the TQ in this one. If that happens, then DP, Mr. Dakota Fend, will be our TQ for the 1/8 scale buggy class. Ryan Mayfield was able to put in a 4 for the round in round 3. He'll look to repeat that or better in this one to solidify a spot in the semifinal. Oh, Gord having to pick up one of the X-ray drivers there and restart him. Got about a minute 40 until this one goes live. Again, the pace to beat is going to be Jared Tebow's 12.607. Taking a look at our TNR option lane camera there. There's Joe Bornhorst going through the inside line.
Bo Jornhorst. Yeah, TNR option lane. The closer you get to the top heat, the more people take the inside line.
You can see, though, it's only about a 12-inch area that they are landing on, and if you can get it just right, it's fast. There's Gordon there doing some adjustments to Ty Tesman. Looks like he's checking the wheel nuts, making sure they're good and tight.
Billy Fisher, Sontag, and Barry. I think Sontag and Barry are doing fake pit stops this round.
Doing a little practice for the main here. The main events always seem to be what plagues Dakota Fend in the Nitro division. Has not had a problem being one of the top guys each and almost every time out. However, those main events have been a bit of a problem for D-Fend.
He was insanely fast at AMS and Southern Nats, though. He put it on everybody.
Beating Mayfield and everybody out at those events. Looking for a big outdoor title, and nothing would be bigger than a Fuel National title.
That spot where we have our camera for the TNR option lane, that's like the only Blue Groove spot on the track. It started like that the first day, and it kind of stayed. The rest of them are not.
It's really about the only spot where they're able to maintain speed and tire on the surface as we go green here in this one.
Mr. Tebow going to get Mr. Fend.
Thankfully, that was still practice for everybody. Spencer Rivkin going to give way to D-Fend. D-Fend says, all right, give me a crack at Jared Tebow. I want this TQ.
Holy, straight to flat.
Looking to take the TQs in both classes this weekend is Dakota Fend. He's the only one that can do it right now. After TQing Truggy officially at the end of round 4, D-Fend looking down to put a hot lap in. Oh, he's going to have to avoid somebody on the straightaway. I'm not sure who that was.
That was Kyle Turner. His car just actually goes forward. I know
Again,
that sounds like a
very
not a hard
few-
premise, but
He seems you can tell pretty quick who looks quick out there just on what their car's doing. And the first 4 feet, if their car is going straight, not kicking out sideways, they've probably got some pretty good traction, and D-Fend looks to be one of those right now.
Tessman comes by on a 30 flat, 12.6 flat pace. Bornhorst 30.3, Ogden 30.5.
You're going to see a 29-second lap out of Dakota Fend this lap,
Ooh.
pending nothing happens. He's been on the gas hard. All gas, no pass. Working his way back towards the start-finish line right now. Dakota Fend clicks off 30.3. Not quite a 29. So we take a look at our race leader, Ty Tesman. Working his way over the double, roller into the dragon back. That's our race leader, Ty Tesman. Working on a 12.603. Dakota Fend's got to feel good about that, too. Again, he doesn't have to TQ this one, just needs somebody else other than Jared Tebow to TQ, and he solidifies the TQ. Tesman currently 12.604.3. Dakota Fend back up to the 2, 30.0 out of Dakota Fend. Joe Bornhorst in the 3, 12.605, so less than 0.2 of a second separating everybody as we check in with number 3, Joe Bornhorst.
Our top 4 drivers ahead of Jared Tebow's TQ time.
Bornhorst over the big double, orange, yellow, white wing, yellow wheels. S-Works factory driver is S-Working. I can't take credit for that. Tyler came up with that one.
I didn't even come up with it.
Working his way over the big dragon back.
Oh,
the big
no.
double. Ooh, pitching
Long lap
it,
for
stretching.
Dakota, 33.2. Only Tessman and Rivkin ahead of Jared Tebow's time now.
And look who's creeping up in third place. Ryan Mayfield turning his fastest lap that previous one, 30.3. Has a 31 flat that lap as we check in with Ty Tessman. Getting a little out of sorts down that straightaway. Recollects himself, though. Tessman, one of the few drivers I've seen out here this weekend rocking the clear Lexan wing.
Only the X-ray guys running those.
It's an interesting decision.
Oh,
for the team.
that was
Man,
far.
Senate on that one. Ty Tessman trying to really go for it here and find some speed. Tessman with our fastest lap so far, a 30.03, just 0.04 of a second faster than Dakota's 30.07. There's Ryan Mayfield right now finding himself in the 2 spot. So coming back from a rough day yesterday, Mayfield ended up with a 4 for the 3rd round and is looking to put himself top 3 for this 4th round and pretend like nothing happened yesterday, basically.
Tessman only a 10th ahead of Jared Tebow's TQ time. He's the only one ahead of TQ pace.
So the conversation into who can potentially do this looking to change here as, again, a couple of guys who haven't been in conversation putting themselves back in the conversation. Mayfield and Spencer Heckert working their way through that inside option lane. Mayfield in the blue, pink, a little white. Heckert red, blue, and white.
Spencer moving over a little bit for him.
Some great driving there out of Spencer Heckert.
Tessman's off the TQ pace now. I don't know how that's going to be with because the tiebreaker is the 2 runs together. And Jared got the first one, which was, I don't know, it could have been the fastest. I don't know. We'll have to see.
So, again, it could and potentially. Round 4 of qualifying at the Roar Off-Road Nationals. Tebow, if he TQs, will at least put his name in the hat for the overall TQ. Dakota's got 2 already. Jared looking to do the same. Ty Tessman, though, is a 2.5 seconds below Jared Tebow's TQ. Mayfield even looking to probably do the same thing. I tell you what, if somebody's going to do it right now with 1:20 to go, I think it's going to be Ryan Mayfield. He's clicking off quick laps right now. 30.5 out of Mayfield. Really starting to come into his own. Option lane there from TNR. Techno's dragging back, showing Mr. Mayfield in the Mugen. J Concepts tires. Working his way over the big double. Coming up on Adam Drake down that back straightaway. Mayfield just 0.6 seconds behind Ty Tessman on that last lap.
Mayfield breaking traction a little bit coming into the corner. He comes by on a 30.9, so he's now 0.8 seconds behind Ty Tessman.
Tessman had a 30.1 the previous lap. He will back that up with a, finishes his line here. Tessman with a 30.8. Still 0.8 seconds the difference. Mayfield down the back straightaway right now. J Concepts, Mugen driver, working his way over the double. Heading back towards the driver's stand. He's got to have Camden Lime coming up in front of him next. 30.3 that lap for Ryan Mayfield. That is his fast lap of the race, and now only 0.3 seconds behind Ty Tessman. Still neither driver ahead of Jared Tebow's TQ. Again, you have to do a 12.607. Dakota continuing to have some troubles in this one.
Here's Ty Tessman.
I spoke way too soon. His name disappeared for a second, and I couldn't figure it out. Dakota Finn to the point, ladies and gentlemen. Out of nowhere, 29.2.
Fastest lap of the race by 0.8 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. Ty Tessman to the 2 spot, 30.6 that last lap. So Dakota says, if no one's going to go get this TQ, I'll go do it. So Dakota Finn to the point, now only 0.3 seconds behind Jared Tebow's TQ. It's once again going to come down to a final lap between Dakota and Jared Tebow.
Dakota Finn takes it 12.606.6 on the final lap.
So Dakota Finn not only takes the win in the heat, but takes the overall TQ, meaning that is your 2022 8-scale buggy top qualifier. Wow. So Dakota Finn, check it out, Ty Tessman, 29.9 also on that last lap. Dakota had 2 29-second laps to back up, a 29.2 and a 29.7 on that last lap. BeachRC.com track overview. It's got to feel good for Dakota. A lot of pressure off of him and Barry Baker, but now the pressure is going to be even more because what do you do when you TQ? You better win.
Top 10 for this round: Finn, Tebow, Tessman, Mayfield, Lutz, Fuller, Rivkin, Denny, Bornhorst, and Ogden. We're going to wait a couple of seconds till they wrap this thing up, and then we will look at the overalls to see who made the main event.
Here's your overall for the round. Dakota Finn, TQ, Jared Tebow, and I think that's 3 rounds in Nitro Buggy for Finn. Tebow in the 2 spot, Tessman, Mayfield, Ryan Lutz 5th for the round, Mason Fuller, Spencer Rivkin, Tanner Denny, Joe Bornhorst, Cole Ogden, that's your top 10. Van Dalen, Jones, Pavitas, Wiggins, Fuller, Lime, Cavalieri, Sontag, DeVol, and Spinrad down through 20th. For the round. So I need all those cards to tag, please.
The race is completed.
I'm told the main event that will start at 5 o'clock. As I've said, if you didn't qualify well in Open Nitro Buggy or Open Nitro Truck, you better be wrenching on your stuff because we are running 4 main events starting at 5 o'clock. So that's just 35 minutes from now. We're going to shuffle up and post those mains up, but be prepared. Each main tonight will have water. All right, you want to... If I could get some volunteers, I think I would like to put some water, put a good water down on the track now, and then we'll do it again right before the start of race number 1. So anybody that wants to volunteer, throw a little water down for us. That would be great. Kind of cool that dirt off.
Well, these are the last year.
have Parker at timing. Have Parker at timing, please.
Bottom two of each, Buggy and Truggy. Gotcha. Thank you, guys. You guys are doing awesome. I know this sucks. Racers are racers. Back. Josie, now get your ass out.
can you watch what's going on?
Yeah.
Tim. tank or something down there. Okay. The flat? I don't think so. Were they supposed to? Okay.
They didn't marshal. They didn't marshal race one.
Yeah, sure, but why don't we just take
Which whatever. Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
you want Buggy, Truggy, Truggy, that's Truggy. And you started playing with Truggy, so and then even the next round, they're calling for him and he's standing right there on his phone. You hear about it. So it obviously didn't scare him or run him off.
Like the year all of you were playing together without his punishment slap. So I tried taking the full load loose from the floor. So because you said on practice, like teams, something that helps both questions. When I put it back in, the switch fuel on the car didn't really have a problem with that. It just had a few dollars for it. When I got done, fuel stance and the lines were totally different.
They're too many. I go, I've raced for 20, 30 years, Nitro for 20 years. This is how it has always been done. Any country I go to, I said, make your fucking tank smaller. I'm like, they're going, the tank grows, the tank. I said, no shit, you're hooking a pump to it. So it doesn't matter, anything. After all the bullshit that went on last year, like, make your fucking tank smaller. It's pretty simple. Like, I don't get, like, they're thinking, like, no, the whole system's flawed, it needs to change.
Do that too.
I'm like, this is how it's always been. Is it perfect? Maybe not. But it's what works, it's what IFMAR does, it's what EFRA does, it's what any hillbilly race I've gone through that you've shipped in. This is how it's done. And you're freaking out about it. Well, they changed one. Yeah, we do one, and now ours the other. That's where you gotta plan for it. Just make your tank small, and you have peace of mind.
But don't forget, we're also going to have one another year. We're going to have that EFC
Well, there is simpler things to do. Like you could actually pump the tank dry. Lay the car. Then fill the tank behind the lines and shine out the carburetor. With a full tank. Yeah, but it's not going to be
like Masters. Is it the top 12? No, top 10. 10 and 2 bumps. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. Best 2 all can do. We're close. Yeah, it looks like we're close. So you're doing all right.
even if it's really
him up there. Yeah, he was here. I don't even see him. He was here right across the way.
Tim. Trying to put a different colored shirt on so we didn't recognize you, huh? The blue can gave it away. Come on, no, I ain't worried about that.
No, it's the blue koozie.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
At this point, I don't care. We're done. You've been off on a freaking vacation. Yeah. So what is it, by the way?
Truggy.
What is it, by the way?
I won't put
Right
you
there
on
on
it. Now you want to try slide this.
So 7 minutes? 7 minutes they do that. That's when you eat brisket and bacon.
Oh, my God. So,
10 minutes is
Adam,
no, not out loud.
what's your mileage been? What's your mileage been roughly?
11.
Yeah. 10.
Yeah, for most people it hasn't been good.
Right. I figured you'd be the best one.
Kids race. You remember what we done? I don't remember what the hell we done.
I think we got 20.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Are you saying for the LCQ? I think just 10
10.
chaos,
That's
like
10.
let it,
That's,
let guys risk it.
that's exactly what I'm
10.
thinking. Yeah.
That's pretty normal, like when Neil, Buggy, and everyone's done it, I think.
Good. Good.
It's nice to have that just in case.
That's your score sheet?
Yeah. Bunch of numbers. So first two races are buggies.
I don't. Yeah. It's not.
Huh?
It's not right on live actually.
Yeah, the what race you're, like the people you're racing is right, but the order of all the races is not right yet. They're structuring it.
Oh, okay.
So we have to truck. We want truck includes
Because all they have is like
all buggy truck.
10 for buggies, or 11 buggies, and then Truggy's starting at 12.
Two. Last two. Well, even on. In addition to the last two. Even on. We didn't change the first one.
So are they going to run 2 buggies and then the 2 trucks, or a truck, or a buggy, truck, buggy, truck?
Truck, buggy, buggy, truck.
Truck, buggy, buggy.
I'm not.
Oh, I know.
So it's official. I'm not
I
saying
got
that.
you.
We're all truck, buggy, buggy, truck.
Oh, fuck, don't even, yeah,
It's what?
Well, the announcement that we posted. Okay. And that's what. I mean, they're on live RC right now. That's what throwing everybody off. They're on live RC right now. Yeah. The corrected one. The
corrected ones is off.
Are off.
There you go. So, we'll be running over the information there.
2 seconds. Oh, yeah. 25.
I'm good.
35.
25.
All right, for junior, what are we doing, Seth?
Oh, 7.
For junior?
Ryan.
20?
Evidence correct.
20.
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, chances are we will do it too.
We're doing 20 or you want to do 50? What's that?
Can we do 15?
I'll do 20. 20? All right.
Yeah.
It's safe.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ain't changing my
LC,
mind. It should be a good.
LCQ
It should
is
be a
good.
really good race with Caden Polar and Jermaine.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta add.
12 or 10? Tim?
I like Kenny. I want 10 because I want somebody to listen. For last chance? Yeah. You're all gonna listen. Well, that's the thing. That's even better. It makes more drama. Because Adam could go 11. I know that you just said that, but at that, what pace are you going 11 at? Because you might need to go a little bit harder in that race. I cannot. I can't add the last chance into the program itself.
For hire? I think so. He had his whole ledger sheet here. Holy crap.
Hey, Tim is starting at 8, right?
Yeah, 8.
What did they pay him for
Oh,
racing?
I think $5 for like qualifiers.
Yeah.
I think $20 for heats. He's here all day tonight, you know. He's gonna take it out with his buddies. He does every. He goes Silver State, Vegas. Yeah.
Where is Silver State? It's in a hotel now.
How long's the warm up, Jeff?
Huh?
How long is the warm up? For the Truggy guys.
Oh,
8,
they made, I would do 7 minutes.
7 minutes warm up?
Because you don't forget about driver at first. Like you
The
see.
lights weren't good, right?
You see.
Turn me in the lights.
Yeah. It might even be better. Why is it that I keep remembering all the shit that adds to the day?
Same time as that AA one, right? Yeah, we know when it's gonna be. I just didn't know how long.
I would do 7. I don't remember because we take syllable first and bullshit, and not the rest of it. I can remember it if it's all even, but I can't remember the whole thing. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that makes, so he gets 14. So he gets 14 minutes. Yeah, he gets 14 minutes instead. I like that.
Or, I mean,
He doesn't have to use it.
No, right.
doesn't he get an option?
Yes.
On the semi?
I think real second spots.
So for the buggy semis,
If or was TQ wins the red or
2
wins
groups,
the red
right?
symbol. I think that's out to that winner. Well, you can do something
I never won the World. You only won the TQ or you won the World?
Yeah.
And what year did they switch it? Okay.
I got no card number 121. Who TQ'd it first? They did? And no, it wasn't. Oh, you know, I know what it is. No, you know what it is? No card number 1. Something like maybe after that. Maybe after that. You have to run the semis. Yeah. So the card number 1, yeah, any of the card number 1s, right? There's no card number 1 from the semi.
So guys, real quick, the last chance qualifier is 14 foot grab.
It's first.
Yes, that would have
time
the longest
time.
time.
There you go.
And then you said, how long for last chance? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Pass with Nathan for free? Pass with Nathan?
Drivers know. Hey, there's your field for the 60-minute Canadian final of Nitro closing track. So everybody's equal. Everybody's equal. Everybody's getting equal. Except on the wheel track, they each get their own competition.
That would be awesome.
10 bucks a ticket.
Make sure LiveStream price is that's right.
What price you
You
want?
okay?
What?
You okay?
Yeah, this is such a bad. Sorry.
Hey, disc golfer. Disc golfer. Hi, disc golfers.
Yes, Tyler.
Thanks for the invite.
I'm a
No, I don't. I wish I. I wish I could.
Yell it.
Right now.
You can yell it all day. You want to check me?
Yeah, yeah.
Number one.
Right now.
Ah, I'm not going to tell you that.
Is there water?
Yeah.
You need anything today before we...
Well, we're going to announce who's going to be racing. So, I just want to
Anything more than I do. You need a big brain on that. You need anything for your fishing? Holler if you need anything.
Hey, that line.
Huh?
That line. Grab a cooler right there.
Over here. Behind you. Oh.
All right, we got our names shuffled up. So race number one, which is going to start here in about 12 minutes, is going to be our Truggy I main. So Truggy I main going 15 minutes. It's going to be Tell Mitchell starting out front of Jonas Morgan, Rodrigo Malagon, Derek Thibodeau, Christopher Hicks, and Brian Wells. So it's a 6-car field right there in the I main, and the top two will move up and race again in the H main, which will be race number 4. So race number 1 is coming up in about 12 minutes. Once again, the Truggy I main, Tell Mitchell, Jonas Morgan, Rodrigo Malagon, Derek Thibodeau, Christopher Hicks, and Brian Wells. And then the top two will move on and race again in race number 4, which will still be tonight.
Puts 1 through 4.
So we're running 4 races tonight. It starts with that Truggy I main. And then race number 2 is our 132nd even. That's going to be Jeremy Alvarado, Josh Keith, Jose Sanchez, Tel Mitchell, Ira Everett, Robert Bloodworth, and Miles Brewer. So that's a 7-car field, and the top 3 will move on to race tomorrow. Race number 3 is our 132nd odd Nitro Buggy. And that's going to be Ryan Kudak, Alex Smith, John Young, Darren Olney, Rodrigo Malagon, Jonas Morgan, and Jay Mead. Top 3 will move on and race again tomorrow. And then race number 4 is going to be the final race of the day. And that's the Truggy H main. That's going to be Aiden Fox, Jose Sanchez, Brian Lukovic, Cesar Gallegos, Kyle Adolph, Jaime Vita, Robert Bloodworth, Trace Wells, David Didasco, and Brian Cowherd. And then remember 2 bumps from race number 1. So that is your race program. And I'm going to use race number 4 drivers to marshal for us. So that's going to be Aiden Fox, Sanchez, Lukovic, Gallegos, Adolph, Pizza, Bloodworth, Wells, that's Trace Wells, Didasco, and Coward. Those are going to be my marshals for race number 1. And race number 1 right about 10 minutes from now. Yeah. Hey.
That's his call? I thought he was inside. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. He's inside. I just sent him a Hey, Nick. 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 Look outside at my little rig. What's that? Outside. Yeah. I mean, dude, I was feeling like a rig. I was hoping. So I would have helped you. Yeah, take your time. Got it? This was a lot of fun, Chuck. I told Chris, I said, I've done one of these in so long. And I'm having so much fun. Yeah, well, hopefully, no, I'm really excited.
race number 4 drivers, I need you guys to the track and marshal stop, race 4. I need you to the track and marshal stop, please. Race number 4, you are marshalling, that's Aiden Fox, Jose Sanchez, Brian Lukovic, Cesar Gallegos, Kyle Adolph, Jaime Lista, Robert Bloodworth, Trace Wells, David Godasco, and Brian Coward. Need those drivers to the track and marshal stop, please. So Brian's out there for Trace Wells. David's got number 1. I've got Coward on 10, Cesar Gallegos, PG on 4, Brian Lukovic, we can move you. Alright, so you want to take 3 or maybe 2? You take 2 if you want, it's up to you. Alright.
All right, we're coming back into the lower mains here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. This is the Truggy I main. I will try to bump up to the next main is what these guys are going to try to do. Tal Mitchell in this one, Jonas Morgan, Rodrigo Malagon, Derek Thibodeau, and Christopher Hicks. Brian Wells as well in this one. Once again, we want to thank our title sponsor this weekend, A-Main Hobbies, for bringing you live RC's coverage of the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. ProTech and Leadfinger Racing supporting sponsors as well, as we see as our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Nitro Pro bringing you our broadcast center this weekend. J Concepts bringing you all of the amazing replay footage. Beach RC bringing you our track overview. TNR Fuels, our option lane camera, and Techno RC, our Dragon's Back camera. This is the I main on Saturday. Qualifications just wrapped up, and the man to beat was that of Dakota Fenn. He was able to take the TQ in 1/8 scale Buggy and 1/8 scale Truggy. Chris Nelson was the driver able to take TQ in the Masters 40 plus class. So only 2 names atop any of the leaderboards this weekend. Chris Nelson and Dakota Fenn. Meanwhile, we'll start the bumping process from the lower mains as we work our way to the finals and semifinals.
Spinrad and Kyle Turner to test. Spinrad and Kyle Turner to test, please. he unplugged it right here behind there. And then mark 1-9.
These mains are going to be 15 minutes long. 2 individuals will bump up to the next main event. We're going to be running 4 of these mains this evening as we work into the higher mains. And then Sunday we'll finish off all of our main event action to determine our national champions in their respective classes.
Are you good on number 9 over there, lady? Otherwise, you can swap out with someone. Up to you. All right, so heads up. Here's how this is going down. I'm going to roll you guys out for about a 1-minute warm-up. All right, about maybe 1 to 2 minute warm-up. Actually, I'll just set it at 2, so let me do that real quick. All right, so we're going out for about a 2-minute warm-up. And then I'm going to have pit crew. You're going to go around the outside edge. Do not walk across the track. You're going to go through to the right side fence. You're going to walk around the track. There you go. Right, just open it out. So you're going to go right down to that side. And then drivers, you're going to line up with your pit guys. And then I'm going to give you about a 20-second call. I'm going to have somebody out on the track that will do my down and quiet. So I'll give you 20 seconds. I'll say 20 seconds, 20 seconds. When it gets down to 10, I'll say 10 seconds.
ProTech RC bringing you again our pit lane camera. Drivers being instructed on how this main event's going to go. Giving everybody the instructions on how they're going to get them set down on the straightaway and get this main event underway. Again, this is our I main for Truggy. 2 drivers bumping up to the next main event. We're going to run 4 of these mains this evening to finish off day 3 here at the Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. Guys being told to let them go, put them back, let them go. Minds being made up everywhere. Back to the left side of the track here. Oh, looks like we've got one flamed out there in the center. Taking a look at our TNR option lane there. Sun starting to set today. It's about 5:31 local time. Again, we're here in Glendale, Arizona this weekend at Adobe RC Mountain Speedway. Somebody getting it wrong over the big double there. This is the Roar Nationals. Everybody coming around to check in, waiting on Derek Thibodeau to check in. And we'll have all 6 of our drivers ready for this one. Again, these are going to be 15-minute lower mains, so drivers will for sure have to have a pit stop during this main event. Guys trying to figure out early on here who they're going to have trouble with. Looks like Derek has not checked into this one. Giving these guys a few minutes here to get a early practice lap in. Then you can see we have markings on that back straightaway there. That's going to identify where each driver is going to line up in the respective qualifying positions. Typically, the individual that's pitting these drivers are going to be the one that lets them go on the start-finish line here. Not start-finish line, the straightaway. That's where they're going to start the main event from. Typically, we're going to see a track official with a flag or towel of some sorts, so that while the pit driver or the pit mechanic is holding the car and letting them warm up, they will then indicate for the drivers to set them down on the track, and then the tone will sound, and these guys will be live and underway for their main event. Taking a look at our Techno Dragons back right there. Track official trying to let everybody know you need to slow down, stop, and go to your pit mechanic as we try to get this main event started and underway. This will be a 15-minute I main for the Truggy class. Top 2 drivers will advance to the next main. And we'll repeat that process until we reach the A main here in the Truggy division. Buggy will run quarter and semifinals, etc. But the Truggy class just goes a straight 10 to the main and bumps 2. So again, it's going to be Tell Mitchell on the point in this one. Jonas Morgan, Rodrigo Malagon, Derek Thibodeau, Christopher Hicks, and Brian Wells. You can see all of our drivers getting lined up here. Mechanics topping them off with fuel, getting ready to set these down.
All right, 10 seconds, drivers. Get your fuel, get your fuel.
So we're giving the 10-second call here from our track official. Looks like they're going to elect for the old-fashioned hand signal versus the towel or flag. He's going to give the double hand signal. This is special here. All right, so he's indicating he wants timeout. Timeout is called. Timeout on the field. Timeout has been taken. This is an official rule. 1 minute call. Drivers in the main events can call for a 30-second to 1 minute call to make final adjustments. Something is wrong.
Got it. So we're in a 1 minute call.
This driver must be pretty special here. We have the track official joining in on the operations to get him started. Now he's ready to roll. He gives the signal. All right, so he's giving the 2-hand signal here. Money, 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 he says. Wait, we want 1 more minute. We need 1 more minute. Oh, my goodness. We need to collect ourselves here. Whew. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Deep breath. All right, we give thumbs up here. All right, we're ready now. We've got this time. Everybody ready? I'm ready. Hands down. Put your cars down, he signals. And this one's underway. Not everybody getting them down on time. I don't think the track official was too happy with that one. Shouldn't be. We'll get this one going, though, nonetheless. Tell Mitchell's going to come around first. That is our race leader. Rodrigo Malagon, Jonas Morgan, Christopher Hicks, Brian Wells is how they come around to start lap 1. This is a 15-minute event. TNR option lane showing you our leaders coming through here. Taking the inside line for the most part. Oh, somebody going inside, outside. Not the preferred line choice. Pit mechanics trying to work their way back across the track. Some of them not quick enough, it looks like. Up and over the double is for our race leader, Tell Mitchell. He's going to start to pull out a little bit of a gap between him and Rodrigo Malagon. That is 1 and 2 right now. They would both advance to the next main event if they were to finish this race in the positions they are. 14 minutes to go early on in this 15-minute event. Drivers working their way up and over the double on the backside. Roller down the back straightaway. Sun glaring off those white wheels for our race leader, Tell Mitchell. He turned a 33.4 that last lap. Lap time's really not as important as just keeping the position that he has, or at least not falling below second place. Oh, no, gets it wrong over the big double in front of the straightaway, but so does second, Rodrigo Malagon. Tell's going to go long on the second double there, working his way back to the inside section. White, black, a little bit of red, white wheels, white wing for our race leader. Oh, looks like we've got somebody flamed out on the track. I believe that is Christopher Hicks. That is no good. Here comes our race leader, Tell Mitchell. Up and over the big double in front of the driver's stand. Rodrigo Malagon in the 2 spot. He currently sits 7 seconds behind our race leader, so a big gap between 1 and 2, and even bigger gap between 2 and 3. 12.5 seconds, the gap between Rodrigo and Brian Wells. Brian yet to come across the start-finish line. 12:45 to go in this one, a 15-minute main event. 2 individuals bumping up to the next main. We're going to run 4 main events this evening and then call it a day. And then we'll be back tomorrow morning. Should be at 8 o'clock. We'll get things started. That could change. It's under preliminary times. Race leader Tell Mitchell working his way through the infield inside line. Gets it a little wrong there. Once again, a little bit of a problem over the big double, but he stays on all fours. 12:10 to go in this one. Tell Mitchell, Rodrigo Malagon, Jonas Morgan, our top 3, only the top 2 advancing. We'll tell Mitchell that he's currently leading this one and looking to bump up 1 main at least. Technically, you could be, oh no, our race leader upside down. The turn marshal doesn't know who to grab first. Realizes who the number, oh no, and our race leader is flamed out. Tell Mitchell, after having to sit upside down for a few seconds waiting on the marshal, will lose the current lead. He's going to have to restart from the facility after he gets restarted. So basically he's going to have to come out on pit lane. He can't go back to where they pulled him off. Oh, they're trying to restart him right now as we take a look at the ProTech RC pit lane. Our race leader had a huge lead, but now Rodrigo Malagon's going to go to the point, and Derek Thibodeau, who was in the 5th place position less than a lap ago, is going to find himself in that number 2 spot, advancing to the next final if he can hold on to it with 11 minutes to go. There's a lot of time left. Tell Mitchell could still get back in this one. And now upside down sits Rodrigo. Same marshal having to take a while to get to him. Can he get this one? And he does. So he's 1 for 2 on vehicles upside down, not flaming out. Not necessarily held to that marshal. We don't want to give him that responsibility, but it is what it is. Here comes Rodrigo Malagon after a bit of a mistake there on this lap. He's going to retake the lead. He's got a big gap between him and Derek Thibodeau. Again, Thibodeau was all the way down in the 5th position just a lap ago, and all of a sudden finds himself in the bump spot. So remember, guys, never give up. Never know what can happen, especially in Nitro. What we were trying to say earlier, he does the same thing again. Our race leader gets himself closer to the marshal this time. If you're going to crash, at least get yourself as close to that marshal as you can. Eliminate the possibility of any slow job there. Rodrigo still has an 8.5-second lead over Derek at the moment. Tell Mitchell back in the game right now. He's on the track, but he's currently, looks like roughly, I'm going to give him about 22 seconds behind our race leader here, so not quite a full lap. Technically on the same lap right now, but again, there's at least 20 seconds between him and the race leader. He's got at least 16 seconds between him and second. There's Tell right now working on traffic, trying to do everything he can to get back to that bump position. Had the lead securely in hand. And then a fortunate flame out after going upside down is going to find him pushing for all get at here with 9:30 to go. $9:20 to go in this one. Our leader, Rodrigo Malagon, just across the start-finish line. Derek Thibodeau now only 3 seconds back of Rodrigo. Again, both of these drivers would advance, so neither one of them need to get around each other. They just need to maintain their own positions. Tell Mitchell, all of a sudden back up to that number 3 spot. He's 11 seconds back of Derek Thibodeau now. So with 8:50 to go, plenty of time for Tell Mitchell to put himself back in a bump spot. How clutch would that be to flame out and still be able to come back and bump to the next main? Again, technically with the Nitro format and the ability to bump 2 drivers, you could be the last qualified driver in an event and still technically have the possibility to bump all the way to a semifinal and then the coveted final main event. Again, that's in the Buggy class. In the Truggy class, we're just taking 2 straight to the main. So still, technically, you could bump all the way to the A main. Several drivers have done it before. Greats like Ryan Pavitas, greats like Mark Pavitas, whose son, Ryan Pavitas, is out here this weekend, have done that at many such events and even come away with the overall win. So don't count anybody out yet this weekend because it's not over until the final bell sounds. Derek Thibodeau currently in the lead, but I believe Rodrigo Malagon is closing the door, and he is. There's Rodrigo directly behind. Oh, he gets into the backside of our leader, Derek. Remember, these two drivers don't need to beat each other in position. They just need to finish 1 and 2. So that, as we take a look at everybody. So Derek Thibodeau, Rodrigo Malagon. I believe Malagon came in for fuel. Oh, Thibodeau going upside down. Malagon was in the pits. We'll let everybody get sorted out here. Derek Thibodeau leading this one, though, technically on the clock. We're going to let everybody get around and see where they stacked up. Pit stops early on here for some of these drivers after 8 minutes elapsed. I believe that is Brian Wells. That is Brian Wells in the 5 spot. There goes Jonas Morgan and Rodrigo Malagon. Rodrigo in the all blue went in for a pit stop, comes back out. So we'll take a look here. I believe that is Jonas Morgan, I believe. We'll take a look. The blue and yellow is our race leader, Derek Thibodeau. Currently, Rodrigo Malagon showing on the clock as the race leader, but I believe Derek might get back around here after pit stops. We'll see how it plays out. So we've got 2 drivers in front there. There goes Brian Wells. Yep, so Rodrigo Malagon, our race leader, he's in the blue and yellow. Then we have Derek Thibodeau in there and Jonas Morgan as well. Rodrigo, blue and yellow, leading this one currently. Working his way down the back straightaway with 5:40 to go in this one. There goes Rodrigo, our race leader. Brian Wells directly behind him. Derek Thibodeau behind both of those guys. Tell Mitchell with issues later on. I missed it. It looks like he is now 4 laps off the pace. So Tell Mitchell, unfortunately, after leading this one early on, is unable to stay in contention. That's the other thing about Nitro. You can never, but a lot of people can go 6 minutes as we did in qualifying, but running these longer main events is a complete different animal of its own. Your program as far as maintenance and preparedness for an event like this has to be on par. There is no limping into an event like this. 4:50 to go in this one. Rodrigo, our race leader that we're following along with. Derek Thibodeau in the 2nd spot. Thibodeau about 5.5 seconds back of Rodrigo. Jonas Morgan about 45 seconds behind Derek. So it looks like 1 and 2 securely holding advancement spots right now. We've got 4:30 to go. Again, anything can happen in these, so you don't want to speak too soon about where these guys are going to finish up. One wrong move and ending up on your top can end up in a flame out and plague problems thereafter, as our leader just about does that. At least the upside down part. 4:10 to go in this one. TNR option line showing our race leader going inside through that. Going outside through the Techno Dragon's back. Setting up for that big double in the back. Little 180 down the straightaway. Bumps in and out of the straightaway. You have to know where that good line is to keep it on all 4s. Working our way back towards the driver's stand right now. Truggy I main, Rodrigo Malagon, Derek Thibodeau, Jonas Morgan, Brian Wells. That's our only 4 that are still on track now. Race position lead. Oh, no, race leader upside down. Pretty quick marshal job there. Keeps his engine going. Malagon, our race leader, blue body. Yellow wheels, yellow wing. Down that back straightaway right now. He had about a 2.5 second lead over Derek Thibodeau. Well, I don't even see Derek in frame now. There's Derek now. So that gap's going to be even more now. Rodrigo having that rough lap, but Derek's obviously had something happen his lap as well. 42.8 for Derek that time by. So, yeah, big problems there out of number 2. but they still have an over 52-second lead over third place Jonas Morgan. So again, still securely in those bump positions. They've got 2:52 to go in this one. They're just looking to cleanly finish this one and advance.
Looking to transfer out. Jonas Morgan coming up on the almost 2 laps down now.
2:30 to go in this one. Rodrigo, Derek, Jonas Morgan. That's our top three right now. Rodrigo going inside option line here on the TNR option. Dragons back right there. Up and down for our race leader, Rodrigo Malagon. Oh, just getting reports out of the pits that Derek Thibodeau has broke. So now, all of a sudden, Jonas Morgan from the 3 spot's going to find himself in the 2. He still has a couple laps to technically get ahead of him on the track. So 2 minutes to go. He's going to really be pushing the envelope here, that he's not only got to get around Derek's time, but then has to put, a little bit of time thereafter on him. If Derek can get restarted here with 1:50 to go, he still could hold that number 2 position. Oh, getting reports that he actually broke. Not a chance to come back on track. So Jonas Morgan with 1:40 to go, now on the same lap as Derek. Derek's been off track for over 2 laps now. Yeah, there it is right there. Looks like a front left suspension arm broke off. One of the few drivers we've seen physically break out here this weekend. So, it had to have been a hard hit. So Jonas Morgan officially moving to the 2 spot with 1:10 to go in this one. So again, don't say it's over till it's over, because anything can happen in these, and all of a sudden there's just 3 guys left in this 6 Truggy event that started. Brian Wells technically could still be in the hunt here, but he's still over a lap behind Jonas Morgan with 55 seconds to go. So pending a break or flame out from Morgan. So Morgan just keeping it going out there is going to find himself in that second bump place position. Rodrigo Malagon, a 3-lap lead over Jonas Morgan right now. Getting a little bit hung up on the pipe, but again, with a 3-lap lead and 35 seconds to go, he pretty much has this securely in the bag. He could break out right now, and it would be impossible for Jonas to put 3 laps in 25 seconds. So 15 seconds to go. This will be the last lap for our race leader, Rodrigo Malagon. He took over the lead early on after problems from Tell Mitchell. Battled back and forth with Derek Thibodeau for just a minute and then firmly left everybody in his dust. Derek Thibodeau also had plagued issues later on in the race and gave up the second place to Jonas Morgan. So Morgan and Malagon looking to finish this one out and advance to the next main. I-main of Truggy. Rodrigo Malagon, he's going to get it done. 26 laps in 15 minutes and 15 seconds. A 2-lap advantage over Jonas Morgan. Actually looks like it's going to be a 2-lap advantage once Jonas gets around here. Everybody finishing up. There's Jonas and Brian there. Brian a few laps back of Jonas. So Rodrigo Malagon, Jonas Morgan, our 2 drivers advancing to the next main event. BeachRC.com bringing us our track overview. As we get into this next one, it's going to be our Buggy 132nd even final.
Morgan, and Wells need those 3 defense, please. That's car number 3, 2, and 6.
The race is completed.
Where do I do it here?
That was race 1 of 24. Again, we're only running 4 of the events this evening, 4 of the main events this evening, the lower main events, and then we'll get into the rest of the main events tomorrow, Sunday, for the final day of the Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. We're taking a look at our BeachRC.com track overview right now. Seeing everybody from that previous main get teched out and get ready for their turn marshaling jobs. There's our turn marshal for hire for the weekend. We've talked at large about what kind of possibilities a position like that could hold, and well, we're watching it unfold right in front of our eyes. This is going to be race number 2, the 132nd even buggy final. Remember, the finals are split into odds and evens. They like using fractions because they just knew that all RC drivers like doing math. You know, somebody's mom right now is saying, you know what, this is why I told you to pay attention in math. You'd need it for your RC racing, honey. In this one, we're going to have Jeremy Alvarado, Josh Keith, Jose Sanchez, Tel Mitchell, who we just saw in the previous main, Ira Everett, Robert Bloodworth, and Miles Brewer. I believe a couple of those are not going to be in this one. We'll let everybody get on track and checked in.
We need volunteer turn marshals. We need everybody from race number 1. So I need to see, on the track, Malagon, Dennis Morgan, Brian Wells.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam.
So, Tel Mitchell, I need you at 1. Thibodeau, I need you at 4. Oh, actually, I'm looking at the wrong race. Let me see here.
Again, we've got Jeremy Alvarado in this one, Josh Keith, Jose Sanchez, Tel Mitchell, Ira Everett, Robert Bloodworth, and Miles Brewer. Good laughs being exchanged down there in the pit. Good to see everybody's spirits high and light this weekend.
To number 1, Christopher Hicks. All right, so I need some volunteer help. I need somebody on 6, 8, 9, and 10. 6, 8, 9, and 10. Spread the word back in the pit. We need a little bit of help here on the track, please. We've got a 7-car field coming up.
This again is going to be a 15-minute event. 2 drivers advancing.
Looking for some more volunteer help. Thank you. Okay, so 3 more to help us out. Christian's going to help out. Thank you. How about anybody else over there? Need a couple more volunteers to get this next one started. Race number 2 has 7 drivers, so I do need somebody on 9 and 10. I need somebody on 9 and 10, please. Or you can face number 6. He got a turn marshal. Yeah, Brian's out there for him. So I need
This is again race number 2, the 132nd even Nitro Buggy final. Race 3 will be our Nitro Buggy 132nd odd main event.
number 10 on the front left corner. You can help me out. One more. Maybe 10 line. Hey, Nick, that.
Waiting for turn marshals here to get out on the track, as our drivers and mechanics wait patiently as well. Again, the vibes are still light here today. We've got drivers looking to advance early on, but most of the main events being run tomorrow, so only a few guys really stressed out right now. I'd say who likes waiting the least is our drivers up on the stand right now, thinking about what they have to do to try to advance in this one. And getting stuck in pit lanes, not one of those things. It's okay, it's practice. But not for much longer. Oh no, so take a look at our TNR option line. Option lane, option line. Techno Dragons back here. And more drivers finding themselves upside down. Get it out of your system now, guys. Don't want to be doing that when it's go time. Now remember, our first main event here, the Truggy main, we had to sort through a little bit of the bugs with our track officials, getting everybody set down. So we'll see if they've got that ironed out now and have a feel for it. There's our turn marshal for hire. Taking a look at the Techno Dragons back. Overviewing that option lane there. Again, that option lane being used in both directions by numerous drivers this weekend. A lot of the fast guys using that inside line. So, if anything, that inside, which wasn't the case early on in this week, that outside line was 100% the go-to for the fast guys. But that slowly has changed. You saw guys trying the different options almost every other lap. And that has slowly become the fast line for our fast drivers. Dakota Finn, the one who was able to TQ both classes this weekend, utilizing that inside line more times than not. In this one, again, we're going to have Jeremy Alvarado, Josh Keith, Jose Sanchez. Tel Mitchell's supposed to be in this one. He was just in that last one and has not checked in yet. So hopefully it wasn't something that happened with his Truggy that would not allow him to compete with his Buggy, like a radio. I don't think that was the case.
And Miles Brewer 7. Out of this one, taking a top 3, we are going 15 minutes. Need somebody for my down and quiet.
This once again is our 132nd even Buggy main event. Marshall for hire. That's him right there, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh. Yes, this gentleman has been here all weekend for hire. We've got a gentleman with knee braces on, volunteering to Marshall. Take that one as you will. Again, Jeremy, Josh, Jose, Ira, Robert, and Miles, the only ones checked into this one. Tel Mitchell's supposed to be in this. He was in our last main event, but did encounter some problems and does not seem to be present. I like this move here. Roar said, let's get one of our own guys down there. This is not being handled so great, so let's help out here. That's what you should be doing, Roar. Congrats.
So when I say Marshall's ready, you go one arm up. When I say driver's ready, the other arm up, and then down.
Looks like Roar also receiving the directions from our race director, Kenny. And from other non-disclosed sources. All right, so Kenny once again giving our drivers the signal. He's saying, hey, this dude's going to put his hand up. When he puts his hand down, you have to put the cars down, and then your drivers can go when I tell them to go. It's pretty much that simple. But a lot of confusion happens. We get it. Everybody's excited. It's the end of the week. There's some good, strong hand movement. Says go down. One turn marshal can't do it. Oh, what's this pit driver doing here? Really kind of screwing up the whole field. Decided to hold on to his driver a little bit longer. They might even have some words over there. We might want to watch that. Down the front straightaway, going over the big double. Our race leaders go. A little bit of chaos early on. We're going to see where everybody stacks up as they come around. Jeremy showed out front, but I believe that was him that just got off the track. Oh, no, Jeremy going upside down in the TNR option lane. Marshall letting go after he's getting his fingers ripped off, it looked like. Man, this main event already chaotic right from the first start. Looked like we were going to get stuff cleaned up, but it went south fast. So we'll let everybody get around here. We'll see where they stack up. Race leader goes upside down. Gets back on all fours. That's going to be Josh Keith to the point. Jose, Jeremy, Robert, Miles, and Ira. That is our running order right now. Man, talk about the field getting dumped on its head. Techno Dragons back, showing everybody coming through. Oh, somebody upside down. Our Marshal for hire, earning his keep. Gets him back and underway. Man, upside down on the straightaway for our race leader. No one really here able to run away with this one. And that was actually Jose in the 2 spot. There goes Josh Keith, our race leader. Oh, no, number 2. Jose gets stuck on the pipe. He's going to give up that bump spot to Jeremy. Now Robert Bloodworth to the 2. Jose to the 3. Ira the 4. Jeremy the 5. Miles Brewer down in the 6. So Josh Keith out front. That's Robert Bloodworth in the blue and white. Taking that number 2 spot right now. As we take a look at the J Concepts instant replay here. Up and over the big double. Does he make it? No. Loses. Oh, my goodness. Loses a tire foam and a tire. Holy cow. I need to see that one again. I wasn't ready for what I was going to see here. I don't think our crowd was ready for what we were going to see. Internet land, do you want to see that one again? J Concepts instant replay. Dose? You requested it. We give it to you. Watch this back left tire here. Oh, he's going to lose the foam and then the tire. Oh, my goodness. Going downhill fast here in the 132nd even main. Glue optional. Whew. Meanwhile, Jose back to the point. Josh Keith in 2. Wow. Never a dull moment here in some of these lower mains. These guys fighting for it as we take a look at the TNR option lane. Oh, I think that was number 2. They got hung up there. I think Ira might be in the mix of this now. I think that's actually Robert. Did Robert have something happen? Did he get off track and get back on? Let everybody get across the line here. Figure out where everybody's standing. That is Jose right there, our race leader. Oh, Jose getting it wrong over the big double. He's back and underway. Josh Keith right behind him, but he got it wrong too. So Jose and Josh. Oh, Jose going wide again. These guys really just need to calm and coolly collect themselves here. They got 11:25 to go on this one. Keith now closing the door on Jose. They've got 3rd right behind him in Ira, so neither driver want to mess each other up. If I'm the leader here and I have 2nd place coming flying up on me like this, I'm probably going to give it to him. Again, I'm bumping on a 2nd place position. I'm not going to risk getting taken out just to hold somebody off that's way faster than I am. I'm in that 2nd spot. From the 2nd, sure, I'll hold you off a little bit. But from 1, I'm going to keep it clean or let you go. Jose, though, starting to pull away, doing just that, keeping it clean. Oh, did Jose get it wrong? Nope. That was a lapper. We're okay. Josh Keith down the straightaway right now, bumping the whole way. White wheels, blue and orange body. 10:25 to go in this one. Josh Keith working his way over that back left side double. That is our 2nd place driver. And again, he is in a bump position. 2 of these drivers will advance. Next mains would be the 1/16th even in odds. Josh Keith up and over the double. Ooh, that's our race leader right in front of him. That's Jose Sanchez. So there's 1 and 2 separated by less than 0.7 of a second. Again, both drivers advance to the next main if they can keep it clean and keep them running. TNR option lane there, showing everybody using the outside option that time. A little different. 1 and 2 down that back straightaway right now. 9:32 in this to go in this one, excuse me. Tell you what, taking a look at pit times here, fast pit stand's going to come out of, ooh, let's take a look here. Oh, no, Jose getting upside down right in front of the big double in front of the stand. I missed it, but Josh had got around him. Looks like Jose's pit mechanic looking up and saying, hey, let's chill out here. We're in second. We're okay. This has gone south quickly, but we're still in a bump spot. I can see third just out of frame there in the green. So we're all right here. Josh Keith, meanwhile, down that back straightaway, he's going to have the 3 to 4 second lead over Jose. Josh Keith over the start-finish line right now, leading this one. Oh, no, Jose upside down again, but lands on all fours. There's Jose across the line. He is currently 8 seconds back of our race leader. That's all right, though. He just needs to stay in that second position, and he will advance to the next main event. Down that back straightaway is Jose, getting it a little wrong. But again, just has to keep it under control here. Smart line decision there. Decided he wasn't going to have what it took to get over that double. Had problems with it the lap before. But just as we say it, here comes Ira Everett in that third position, clearing that big double there cleanly. Also choosing the correct line, and all of a sudden, look who's in frame, second place. 7:44 to go, and this one's going to start heating up. Second and third are going to be battling for that bump position, and now third place can feel it. He can see that second place driver right in front of him, knows that a bump spot was in the reach, and unfortunately gets it wrong. Getting off track now, he can't get back on, has to require a marshal job, so he's going to fall back just a little bit there from Jose. Jose in the 2 position, the final bump. Jose coming in for a pit stop right now. Third place also coming in for a pit stop, but gets it wrong, goes over the top of the line. Oh, no, and then flips over. Third place doing everything he can to try to get out there and get back ahead of Jose, but after a little bit of a rough pit stop, it's going to be hard to do. There's Jose, the blue-white wheels. That's second place with 6:55 to go. That was their likely one and only pit stop in this one. Oh, Jose flipping over. Again, keeps it going forwards, though, which is what he has to do. Because all of a sudden, Ira Everett's within frame once again, and pit stops are done. So now it's a race to the finish. Everybody trying to keep their cars running and keep them on all fours. Josh Keith with a 10-second lead over Jose right now. Jose, who we're following along with in the 2 position, the final bump spot. Blue and white working its way over the dragon back and back towards the back section of the track. Down our back straightaway, number 2, Jose Sanchez, 43.0 his last time by. He's 10 seconds behind our race leader, but solidly in a bump position. We talked about that third place, Ira Everett, but Ira kind of slowly falling out of frame. And in fact, Jeremy Alvarado has moved in front of Ira, so more problems for Ira. Jeremy within the mix, only 18 seconds back of our race leader. 6.5 seconds back of Jose. So that's Jeremy Alvarado right there. Jeremy running most of the qualifying rounds with Father Jose. Down the back straightaway. That is Jeremy Alvarado. That is our third place driver looking to catch up to Jose. Jose just crossed the start-finish line in front of him. They are separated now by 5.8 seconds. So Jeremy slowly chipping away at that lead from Jose. Josh Keith, meanwhile, out front in this one in a big way. He's got 8 seconds on second place with 5:05 to go in this one. .405 to go in this one. Josh, Keith, Jose, and Jeremy are top 3 right now. Fast lap, though, came out of Ira. So again, just to clarify, I think I did say it backwards there. There's only 2 drivers from our Truggy class bumping up to each main. From the 8-scale Buggy classes, though, 3 drivers will advance from each odd and even main. And then when we get up to the semifinals, we'll take 4 from each. TQ does get to go straight to the finals. That's the one and only Dakota Fend here in the 8-scale Buggy class this weekend. Oh, that is second and third right there. That's Jose and Jeremy battling it out. Again, all 3 drivers would get to advance here in this Buggy main. Ira Everett still in the mix, though. Ira was about 18 seconds back of third place. Still on track and looking to come around here in just a little bit. I believe that is, oh no, 2 drivers upside down. I believe that was Miles Brewer there that we saw in the mix. There's Jeremy Alvarado right now working his way over the double. Jeremy Alvarado, our 3rd place driver right now, the last bump position. This is race number 2, our 132nd even main in our Buggy class. Again, we're going to run 4 mains this evening, 4 races. We ran the Truggy I main to start things off. Now we're on to the Buggy 132nd even main. Race 3 is going to be the Buggy 132nd odd main. And then I believe we should have one more Truggy thereafter to finish up the evening. Jeremy Alvarado over the start-finish line right now. Big double for him. Securely in that 3rd position. It's got an 18-second lead over Ira Everett. 1:25 to go in this one. Jeremy Alvarado, green, yellow wheels down that back straightaway right now. Working to close this one out in that 3rd and final bump position. 3 bumping from the Buggy classes in the lower finals until we get to the semis. And in the Truggy division, 2 drivers bumping until we get to the A main. We like to create 2 different sets of rules for 2 classes to just try to confuse everybody out there. It's fun.
Oh, we're stuck.
Oh, Jeremy getting hung up on a pipe there down that back straightaway. He's still securely in that 3rd position. So again, just keep it running there, young blood. You'll be all right. See Jose up there in the mix coming through the option lanes. That's our race leader, Josh Keith there. Actually a pretty close race developing here between Josh and Jose for that race win. Only a 3-second gap. You can see Jose just out of frame there on the all blue white wheels. That's our race leader we're following right now, Josh Keith. Orange, blue, white wheels. There's Jose in the blue and white. So you can see a couple seconds separating 1 and 2 there. But time has expired, and all of them are going to bump in the positions they were. So Josh Keith, Jose Sanchez, and Jeremy Alvarado going to advance to the 1/16th main.
So we had a little bit of drama, I heard, while I was out of the room. Both Walker Spinrad and Kyle Turner were penalized for not marshaling a run or something. So I want to say both, if not at least Kyle was a semifinalist, and he has now been bumped out of the semifinals into the quarterfinals.
Wow.
And Walker will also be in the quarterfinals.
Race is completed.
So, hey, we talked about it earlier, marshaling important. Again, the show just slows down without it, and Roran, the track official, is making a stand on it. Can't say I blame him. Nothing against either driver involved there, but it does sound interesting. And definitely going to play a part in the mains here. Sounds like there's going to be a couple guys who are maybe a little quicker than where they're stacked at.
Moving up to race number 8 tomorrow. That's the 1/16 even. Josh Keith, you're going to start 10. You'll meet car 10 on there. Jose Sanchez, you'll be car number 11.
So 3 bumps, right, for Buggy? Keith, Sanchez, and Alvarado?
Yep.
Nice.
So 3 out of that one. And correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to do 4 from the semis, right? That will bump?
4 from the semis, yeah. But then for the lower ladders, it's 2.
And then we're also taking the 2 fastest drivers, correct?
For the main event, you've got Dakota Finn already slotted in. You have your 4 fastest drivers from
odd and even,
which makes 9. Then you have your 2 fastest runs from either race, which makes 11. And then the rest of the drivers will go to the LCQ, and the winner of the LCQ will be the 12th car in the main.
So there you go.
But then if you're in the quarterfinals, 8th finals, 16ths, then you have 3 bumps. And then for Truggy, you have 2 bumps.
All the way to that A main event.
So Josh Keith, point your car out to tech. You should have number 2 on there. Josh Keith's going to be the orange and blue. Josh Keith, make sure your buggy is in tech. Orange and blue, Josh Keith, put the win right there. You should be car number 2. Jose Sanchez in the blue, car number 3, and then Jeremy Alvarado in the yellow and purple. And green, I believe, is car number 1. That was my top 3. Coming up, race number 3, the 132nd odd for Nitro Buggy. It's going to be Ryan Kudik, Alex Smith, John Young, Darren Olney, Rodrigo Malagon, Dennis Morgan, and Jay Lee. So I need Josh Keith on number 2 on the cone 2, Sanchez on 3, Alvarado on 1, Brian's on 5, Brewer on 7, Robert Glover's on 6. Anybody that can help out, all available help, you can do the track to help marshal this next one. Got a 7-car field, so we're going to need a minimum of probably 8 out there on the track. So I'll need at least a couple volunteers, plus everybody from the last race.
All right, so we take a look at our beachrc.com track overview. We're going to start moving into race number 3. This is the 132nd odd main. We're looking to take the 3 fastest drivers after this one's over and advance them to the next main event. We'll be running one more race after this one. That's going to be the Truggy H main. And then we'll be calling that a day.
Where's the fun in that? All right, so track looks great.
Again, this is a 15-minute main event. Nevada. Not paying attention out there. We're out in Arizona. This is the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals here at Adobe RC Raceway. This is in Glendale, Arizona.
Josh is at number 2. Sanchez to be number 3. So Sanchez to 3. Jeremy's on number 1.
We're waiting for turn marshals. A little bit of confusion on the driver's stand there, apparently, and our marshal's just getting called for. To be fair, our marshals probably should have known that they go straight to the track after they get done racing. Tisk drivers, you know better.
I don't think we have enough. I think that's our problem. You know what I mean?
I hear you, but we also have 5 drivers on the off side of the track. How does our race director know how many he needs? Is he counting them all? Do you have them in front of him? If he
I would
did,
hope so.
I may not have seen it.
I don't know, but I just know that there was only 7 in the last race, so we're gonna need
That's
some.
true. Turn marshal for hire is out there. It's right next door to our TNR Fuels option lane camera.
All right, so Miles Brewer.
Again, this is a 15-minute event. 3 drivers advancing. Now here's the next question. If you start odd, do you stay odd?
Yes. You will be odd all the way until you make the main final if you do.
I mean, that works for me. I'm odd all the time.
It does it. They do that so that you can marshal, and then
Smart.
with truck
Yep.
in between, you have time to work on your stuff.
Makes sense. I get it and I like it. As we take a look at the TNR option lane. So the 3 drivers who advance from this one will go to the 1/16th odd main.
I bumped 6 times one year at Nationals.
That's impressive.
I went from 128th to 64th to 32nd to 16th to 8th to quarterfinal.
That's really impressive.
Qualified like 130th just to finish where I finish at every Roar Nationals, which is somewhere in the quarterfinal.
That's the beauty of Nitro 8-scale racing. Again, that opportunity is there. You can have very poor qualifying and still have a chance to put yourself into that semifinal and the coveted final event. I've run 1 8-scale off-road fuel national, and I think I bumped in 1 main. I probably didn't advance to 132nd, maybe 116th. It was bad.
Yeah, unfortunately that year I got disqualified for not going to tech, and then broke in 2 rounds. So I had 1 run.
Hey, you know what? I think we had a controversy that year. The wings, the rear wing was too wide or something. Like what everybody had released that year. Like people had to shave off the outside of their wings and stuff.
It's actually been like that until this
Still?
year.
Oh,
They
okay.
They didn't have to cut them this year.
Well,
Because
that's
the
nice.
IFMAR rules were already updated, but for some reason the Roar rules weren't.
Look that up. Let's see if that information's still out there on the web. Can we determine where Ben Ellis finished in Nitro Buggy in, I think it was 2006?
I bet it is, actually.
Let's see.
I can find it, actually.
Oh, you find it. St. Louis Nationals.
2006.
I think it was 2006, whatever year that was. Ooh, would have had to been, no, maybe 07. Because I was running a Kiosco.
Don't you worry,
All right,
we'll
we're
find
going to take a look at this main here. That's more important. Hey, look at this. We got Travis out there. That's our camera guy. And he said, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I know how to start a main event. I've been to a Nitro race or 2. We're going to take, hey, I got it. You guys, keep them warmed up. No, I got this. I'm going to count all of these guys off, and I'm going to tell them what to do. They hear me. Yeah, this guy. Look, he's getting a round of applause, too. So this is the leadership we need in RC right now. All these guys are pumped up. He's going to have to come over there and explain some things. I think they've all figured it out. This is our 1/32nd odd buggy main event. Live RC's very own Travis cameraman letting everybody know how this one's going to go. We're waiting for somebody to either restart. Yep, looking for a restart here. They get a minute. I think Kenny will probably tell him to go ahead if this guy can't get it fired up. Oh, man, how frustrating for a driver. You get all this way to the mains, you're looking for a chance to bump, and your car won't start.
It's one of them big jobs you'll have that on.
You definitely question what you're doing with your weekend when something like this happens. We're getting the signal saying, hey, guys, we're going to have to send them. Your minute's expired here. This techno gentleman is already letting everybody know. Ooh, he fired up, though. Okay. So Travis getting everybody lined up here, giving everybody the little mo signal here. Saying, listen, I'm going to tell you what to do. He's waiting for a cue now. All right. He raises the hand. The second hand raises, letting him know to set him down. They're all set down this time. And look at that. We actually got off correctly here. Good job, Travis.
Apparently the leader jumped the start, but other than that.
We'll take it over those first two. A little bit hectic here. Feeling a little more confident going into some of these higher mains on how this shindig will go.
I'm trying to figure out what year you went to the Nationals.
St. Louis, Missouri, Dirt Burners. Oh, taking a look now at our J Concepts instant replay. This was the start here, leader. He did. He just kind of took off right at the start. Tyler Hooks catching that one.
That was not me. That was Eric.
That was actually our producer, Eric Jensen.
Someone caught it. I'm not taking no credit taken where credit is not due.
Well, the leader took a little too much credit, that's for sure.
Yeah, right.
TNR option lane. Right now, Ryan Kaduk leading this one. Rodrigo. I think Rodrigo bumped from our previous main. Oh, we're thinking about Truggy.
One of the most epic names in RC racing, Rodrigo Malagon.
Yeah. It just sounds like you're fast. Oh, a little bump in there. I believe that was, that's actually Rodrigo up to the point right now. So Rodrigo in that blue, yellow wheels. That is our race leader right now. Alex Smith in the two. Ooh, Alex going a little too much over that little roller in the inside option lane. Malagon, Smith, Young, Kaduk. 12:50 to go in this one. Oh, somebody going upside down. I believe that might have been Alex. It was. Oh, but the driver who just went by Alex gets upside down. Oh, I think that was Rodrigo.
You finished fourth in the 1/128th odd main.
That's awful. That is so bad.
You had almost hot lap, though.
I do remember that I had like one decent lap, like it stacked up like mildly okay against everybody, but one lap doesn't mean anything, obviously, when you end up in the 1/128. There's a lot of guys at that one, though. I guess that's going for me.
Yeah, it was actually an extremely well-attended Nationals. 1/1024th even main. You don't see that often.
Option lane there from TNR. The Techno Dragons back. What year was that?
That was, you were right, I think it was 2007.
So I thought, somewhere in there. Nitro was not something I ever claimed to be anyone decent at. It was fun. I only ran 4 or 5 total Nitro races. National in there. Thought that was pretty cool.
It's pretty sweet, I guess. My best finish was semifinal at Thornhill. That was one spot out of the main. I think that was 2016.
There's John Young there. Ooh, John Young out front in this one.
Ooh.
Orange and yellow down that back straightaway.
Three guys gonna bump out of this one. So Young, Malagon, and Smith.
That is Rodrigo there in the blue and yellow. John Young ahead of him. GQ Johnny. Longtime Chicago native, now resident of Arizona. Oh, I think John got upside down. He did. Marshall has to wait for Rodrigo to go by. Thankfully, John keeps it running, though. Always worry about a flame out there sitting upside down for too long. Young down that back straightaway. That is our number 2 driver now. Again, top 3 are going to advance. So right now it would be Young, Malagon, and Kaduk.
So our leader going for the inside option, getting a little loose. Double single down the Dragon's back, up the Dragon's back, and through the back double. I really wanted to find a car and try to bump through. That would have been fun.
Just to even see how far you could get with no practice.
I think by the time I got to where like I would need to know what was going on, I would have had enough practice.
Well, shoot, with as much downtime as it takes these guys to get these races started sometimes, you might have got 4 or 5 solid laps in. That's all you need.
We got this.
How many did you get at the Dirt Nitro Challenge?
1.
Yeah. So 4 or 5's an advantage. Rodrigo working his way down that back straightaway right now. It's hard to be in an RC event for any length of time and not race and leave still not wanting to race. You usually want to put a radio in your hand before the event's over.
Yeah, I need a car.
1 30-second odd event here. It's the odd main event.
Nitro Challenge, with it being as windy and cold as it was during the main events, I was all good. This looks like fun, though.
Yeah,
that's not a knock against Joey or anybody. The weather is just horrific.
It's what to expect in March. At least you can still host it outside in California. Wouldn't be able to get away with that in the Midwest.
Ooh.
Oh, Rodrigo upside down. What was the entry total at DNC this year? Pretty good.
Something some odd ridiculous. Hold on. We have this website that tells us these things.
Close to 1,000, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, exactly. Eric's right. It was like 980.
It's pretty darn good for an RC car race.
Don't let them darn people on the internet tell you RC's dying.
Nitro's dying. RC's dying. I saw it on the internet. Rodrigo Malagon out front in this one. 8:05 to go. Fast lap's going to be coming out of our second place driver, John Young, though. GQ Johnny, that's Alex Smith. He's down in the 5th place position. Green, red, and yellow. Ryan Kaduk in the 3 spot right now. The only 3 drivers that would advance. Get up there to that 1/16th odd. 972 entries at the Dirt Nitro Challenge. 380 physical contestants. It's a lot of nitro, a lot of dirt at the dirt.
Yeah, I'm curious how many Psycho's going to have. I plan on racing at that.
Psycho also gets a big turnout 24-hour event, something very unique. We're getting right into the heat of, I don't necessarily say busy racing season, but
oh, it's busy.
There's going to be a race every couple of weeks from about this point on.
I think my only weekend off for the next like 3 months is not next weekend, but the following, and then it ramps up.
So barely a week off there between that and probably would be what, the J Concepts race.
Yeah, we got J Concept the next weekend, then a weekend off, then Psycho.
So Malagon still out front. Kaduk now to the 2 spot. Oh, what happened to John Young? John Young falling off of the boards there. We missed it. I see John Young on track there. No, that's not John Young. So he must have gone off track there. Nonetheless, top 3 has changed up once again. Still Rodrigo leading this one. Ryan Kaduk, Jonas Morgan now showing in the 3rd position. There's about 6 minutes to go in this one. Most of our drivers already completing their pit stops. John Young is back on track, but he's unfortunately over a lap and a half down of our top 3 drivers right now, all of which either just completing or starting lap 14.
Rodrigo onto the straightaway. He's done his pit stop already.
Big air for our race leader over the back left side of the track. Opts for that inside option line there. Rodrigo Malagon, fast lap coming out of him, a 34 flat.
Driver letting him go. Very nice.
Good clean race here in the main. That's the one nice part about the mains. When you get guys down a lap, they usually are going to, kind of let you go a little easier.
Let's hope so, because I got fired up in qualifying. Like way more angry than I planned on getting today.
There was a little rough driving. Again, this is what it is. You see that in every race, but nonetheless. Oh, Rodrigo.
I think our leader just forgot he was racing for about 15 seconds.
I think you're right. I think he saw guys coming and just was more concerned with not hitting anybody.
Well, he singled both of the 2 front doubles and then singled the side double and then crashed.
Not getting it right on any end there. Ooh, John Young got spun around there. What was a bump driver now finding himself on the outside staring in.
This is your buddy GQ Johnny?
That's GQ Johnny there in that orange. Rodrigo over the start-finish line right there. Young back up to that 4th position, and ooh, take a look at this. Olney, this looks like about 31 seconds back of Darren Olney for that bump spot, so 4 minutes to go, not out of the realm of question.
We do have a battle for the lead now.
It is Rodrigo and Ryan Kaduk battling it. Rodrigo right there, Kaduk back in the white with yellow wing, I believe. So Johnny right in between the 2 of them. Again, really doesn't. Oh, John gets in the backside of our leader. You can tell didn't mean to, held up and tried to let him go.
Oh, yeah. I think.
Oh, coming over the inside.
This 3rd car in line is our 2nd place driver.
So that's Kaduk right there as we take a look at the TNR option lane. Johnny goes outside. Kaduk goes outside. Malagon went inside. So we've got 3:24 to go in this one. Top 3 looking to advance will be Rodrigo, Ryan, and Darren. Right now we're taking a look at our race leader, Rodrigo, in the blue-yellow wing. Gets it wrong. Johnny Young, who is not in contention in this one right now, gets it wrong. Gets out of the mix. So that's going to let 1 and 2 have a look at each other here. Rodrigo, blue, white, yellow wing. Number 2, Ryan Kaduk, white body, yellow wing. Both drivers working their way through that double single right now. Rodrigo just got out of it. Ryan gets into it. Rodrigo trying to stretch that lead back out here. Again, top 3 drivers advance. Nonetheless, you want to be able to state that you won your main and advance to the next main.
So it's about 6:45 right now, and the sun is just going down.
2:20 left to go. Rodrigo with the new hot lap of the race at 33.9.
Rodrigo down that back straightaway gets a little bit of a marshal's assistance. Ryan Kaduk to the 2, Darren Olney the 3, John Young the 4. Separation between Young and Olney for that final bump spot looks to be about 28 seconds. So Young going to have to hope for some bad luck and put in the fastest laps of his race if he wants to be able to overtake Darren Olney for that 3rd and final bump spot. Somebody just flamed out. Who was it? Oh, I don't think it was. I saw him go by there. I'm trying to see who flamed. I think that might have been Jonas Morgan.
Oh, maybe Alex
Jay,
Smith.
Yeah, or Jay Mead. I saw somebody get checked over and walking back to the pit lane like that before. So
Probably Alex then.
And there goes our race leader, Rodrigo Malagon. Working with the best name in RC right now.
It's pretty epic.
Oh, Alex Smith flamed out right in front of our race. It looks like John Young flamed out too. See one of the marshals holding him with no regard. Why do we have turn marshals just walking off the track here?
Is this race just magically over?
It shouldn't be. We've still got 3 drivers going. Well, maybe. I guess technically if we are down. Okay, maybe it is.
No, we got a minute left. Very confused.
I mean, if they went down to only 3 drivers left on the track, I guess technically somebody could get restarted and get back out there, so that's why they're going to keep it going. That's all right. So 34 seconds to go in this one. It looks like it's going to be Rodrigo, Ryan, and Darren that advance here.
At least for the first time in our main event program, we're going to get a full 12 cars on the track for the next race.
That will be in our Truggy H main.
It's going to be big old neat.
You know, we love to see 12 big old Truggies start running into each other. About 3 seconds to go in this one. This might be our battle for second here between Ryan and Darren. With time expiring, who's going to get to the line first? It is going to be Ryan. So Ryan Caduke going to take the 2 spot. Rodrigo Malagon, the 1. And Darren only the 3. So those 3 drivers will advance to the 1/16th odd main. That's in our buggy class. Up next, it's our 4th and final event for the evening, our Truggy H main.
Malagon, Kudek, Olney, Jamie, John Young, Truggy, Alex Smith, and then Jonas Morgan.
The race is completed.
All right, so 5, 1, 4. Our top 3. Car 5, Rodrigo Malagon. Car 1, Ryan Kudek. And car 4, Darren Olney. Make sure we get all those cars to tech, please. All cars from race number 3 to tech. And race number 9 tomorrow has 3 new contestants. That's going to be Rodrigo Malagon starting 10th, Ryan Kudek starting 11th, and Darren Olney starting 12th. Make sure you do have the correct car numbers on your vehicles, please. That's tomorrow, race number 9. So we need to make sure we've got every single marshal spot covered for this one. We do have 12 car field. So my marshals should be from race number 3, it's car 5, car 1, car 4, that's the top 3, 5, 1, 4. Yes, it is. And then 7, 3, 2, 6. So from that last race, 5, 1, 4, 7, 3, 2, 6. I need to have Malagon, Kudek, Olney, Eve, Young, Smith, and Morgan to the track and marshal spot. So Jonas Morgan, looks like you're going back to back. So Jonas Morgan needs to have a marshal out there on number 6. So Josh Keith's going to take number 6 right there in the middle. Rodriguez got somebody on number 5. So Josh, you're going to go to 6. 6 right in the middle. Ryan Kudek, you're going to be number 1. So you'll be on the front right, car number 1, Darren Olney will be number 4, thank you, Jamie is at 7, John Young is at number 3, thank you, Alex Smith for all the help watering this week as well, John, appreciate it. Car number 2 will be Alex Smith on the back right, so Alex Smith needs you on the back right corner, and then somebody, so Jonas has number 6, and I need volunteers at 8, and 9, and 10. So I need 3 volunteers for the final race of the day. 3 volunteers to help us out. Who can do it? Sweet. Tony going to help My left. So you go to 9 or 10. Thank you. So I need 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, Rick, can you go to number 10, front left corner? Number 10, front left corner. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So Alex Smith, you need to be on number 2. Alex Smith, you need to be on number 2. Yeah. Okay, so who's out there for Jonas Morgan? So Jonas needs to have somebody at number 6 then in the middle. And I just need one more. So I think I've got a volunteer headed to, you want number 9 or 6? Number 9 all the way over there, yeah? And unfortunately, there's no cigarettes out on the track, so if you can throw that in your pocket or eat it. And then I just need one more volunteer at number 6. Got somebody coming out? Sweet. All right, here we go. Rolling out, check them in. Race number 4. Track is yours.
All right, Truggy H main coming up next. We've got Fox, Sanchez, Lukovic, Gallegos, Adolph, Ida, Bloodworth, Wells, Didasco, Coward, Malagon, and Morgan.
Taking a look at our TNR option lane there. Here's our Marshall for hire. I'm telling you, this dude is a moneymaker. This is the last main event that we're going to run this evening. This is the H main of Truggy. After this event is over, the evening will conclude, and we'll get started again tomorrow, likely at 8 o'clock. Possible it might start at a different time, but that's typically what we've been shooting for the last 2 days.
Shooting for.
Haven't got there just yet, but we've been pretty close to it. The least today we were.
We'll get there when it's time. Or we won't.
Not a huge concern this weekend with a little bit lower of an entry turnout. 150 entries-ish. All the big names obviously here. People asking why, and Tyler alluded to the fact that we're still in the middle of a school session right now, so a lot of kids not able to take the time off. It's also in the middle of March. So most of the Midwest to East Coast not even able to get their Nitro vehicles out and start practicing or racing just yet, so really kind of limited to our West Coast and or guys that were dedicated and we're going to be here no matter what kind of drivers. So again, maybe not the highest turnout, but everybody who everybody wanted to see compete for a title is here. No shortage of big names whatsoever. This is the Truggy H main again. I see Cole Tyler down there. Who's he pitting?
Our buddy Rodrigo Malagon.
Is that even Cole?
I don't
now
think
that
that's
I say
Cole.
that, my eyes are apparently terrible. It looked like Cole from afar. I don't think it is, though. No, it's not. Malagon, though, down there. That's who was getting the pit work. See Aiden Fox there up front. Jose Sanchez. All right. Looks like is that Travis out there again? I don't think it is. Nope, somebody else. But it's all right. They're going to tell them what to do. Saying, all right, everybody. I'm going to tell you when to put your cars down. That's Tim. That is Tim Lime out there. Tim giving the proper signals here to go down. There we go. That one was a lot better. Somebody decided to wait and go last. It's a unique strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out for him. Bold strategy. Aiden Fox out front. Kyle, Cesar, Brian, Trace, Rodrigo, David, Jose Sanchez, Jonas Morgan, Robert Bloodworth, Brian Coward, and Jamie Haida. TNR option lane showing our leaders coming through that outside line there. A lot of guys going inside, but somebody ending up upside down.
Our first two drivers got away super clean.
Everybody else sorting out through issues right now. Oh, there's 1 and 2 down that back straightaway as we see our pit mechanics working their way back to pit lane. Guys going to have to watch out for these guys coming back around up into the start-finish line. Cesar Gallegos, our new race leader. Aiden Fox in that 2. That's Aiden in the orange TLR. Race leader Cesar in that number 1 spot. Number 3 is going to be Rodrigo Malagon. So Malagon from the 11 spot. That was our bump all the way up to a 3rd and additional. Get up there to Aiden. He'll find himself bumping up to that next main. 2 individual Truggies will bump up to each main until we reach the A main.
Just to keep us all sufficiently confused throughout the day.
Are you talking about this or are you talking about that? Was I keep talking about this? Are you talking about that?
The 2 or the 3 or the 4?
But it's 1 if you're this guy and 1 if you're that guy.
Right.
Makes sense. 13:24 to go in this one. Cesar, Aiden, Rodrigo, our top 3. 1 and 2 looking to bump in this one. Fast lap coming out of number 2, Aiden Fox. That's Aiden in the orange going down the back straightaway. Cesar right in front of him. Oh, somebody upside down, middle through the track. Aiden keeping it close there with Cesar. They are 1.192 seconds apart. They have stayed identically apart for 2 laps. 0 changes in time. Both drivers opting for the outside option lane. I don't know if that was just both drivers' preferred path or if maybe the lights have started to play a little bit of a factor in that the decision making. We are under the lights now for the first time this week, so an added element for these drivers here in this final heat. No other driver has had to see the track under the lights yet, and I would say that these might be the only drivers to see the lights on the track this weekend. Likely that will be done at a decent hour again tomorrow. Again, these late mains on Saturday are usually what has everybody pulling their hair out of their head. Usually this feels like a 10, 11 o'clock night. But even with these mains, we'll still be out of here by 7:30. 11:55 to go in this one. Cesar out front, Aiden Fox, Rodrigo Malagon. 33.6 coming out of our number 3 driver from the 11 spot, Rodrigo Malagon. So Malagon only 5 seconds back of Aiden Fox, so that'll be the race to watch as this one goes on. And I think our race leader didn't go upside down, but he's right in front of him. So 1 and 2 racing this one out. Meanwhile, Rodrigo waiting for somebody else to make a mistake. There's Cesar, Aiden waiting for Rodrigo to come around. He's back a little bit more than we anticipated. There's Jamie actually to the 3, so we actually had a change in position. I believe that's Jamie just out of frame there. That might have been Brian, actually. We'll watch. That definitely is Cesar and Aiden, our first and second place drivers going down that back straightaway. Working their way over the 180, double 180 back to the driver's stand. 1 and 2. They've stayed there most of the race. And that was Trace behind him there, it looks like. So 1 and 2 really battling it out now, both taking that outside option lane. Oh, Aiden gets it wrong just a little bit. Loses just a tick of time. 10 minutes to go in this one. 4:40 a lap, so we're going to start seeing drivers going for fuel here in the next couple minutes. Cesar out front, Aiden behind him. starting to work through some traffic now. They've got Brian Lukovic stuck in between them there. So that's your race leader and Aiden Fox. Lukovic looking to not go down a lap, not wanting to give it. Stop and go penalty assessed to somebody here. Not sure who that was given to. We'll let you know when we find out. Some aggressive driving taken on. Oh, and Brian Lukovic gets into our race leader. Now he's stuck into Aiden Fox, not wanting to let off the gas. So somebody that's over a lap down getting involved with our race leaders here, affecting where this one's going to end up. And I think Rodrigo Malagon might find himself just within reach here once again. There's Aiden Fox going over the start-finish line. We're looking for Rodrigo to make his way. There's Rodrigo just coming across in the all-yellow. Oh, and I think he got it wrong. No, that's Rodrigo in the blue and yellow. So Rodrigo did get it wrong, it looks like, but he's just out of sight of Aiden. Aiden getting it wrong again. There's Aiden in the all-orange. Malagon just now going over the doubles, that blue and yellow. So they're about a straightaway and a half separated with 9 minutes to go in this one. Some lap drivers becoming an issue in this one. Stop and go penalties being assessed. Maybe a few more should be assessed. And all of a sudden, there's 1 and 2 finding themselves again. Brian Lukovic getting in the way once again for these riders. Finally lets everybody go. Must have been notified by the Roar official, I'd have to say, because he was not budging an inch there. Down the back straightaway, 1 and 2. Rodrigo Malagon's going to be just out of sight of these guys. There's Rodrigo just now coming into frame, blue and yellow. So 1 and 2 over the big double right now. That is Cesar and Aiden with 8:17 to go in this one. Rodrigo over the line. He's 5.9 seconds back and only 0.2 of a second off of fast lap. Oh, it looked like Aiden was looking to the inside there. Couldn't get it to stick as they worked their way over the dragon back. That's Aiden and Cesar. Cesar going real wide. Aiden looking to the inside. They touch wheels. Both drivers keep them on all fours and keep the hammer down the back straightaway. Cesar in the lead. Aiden the 2. I can see Rodrigo continue to get a little closer in frame there. It was 5.9. Now it's down to 4.6. Cesar gets it wrong. Aiden to the inside. So Aiden Fox going to take over the lead here with 7:35 to go in this one.
The battle is still right behind these guys.
Oh, there. Look, ladies and gentlemen, from the 11 spot, Rodrigo Gallegos in the 3. He's got number 2 just within sight. He's got 1 just ahead of him. And we've got 7:20 to go in this one. Top 2 drivers are going to advance. Aiden Fox over the double right now, heading towards the start-finish line.
Oh, and off into the pits he goes.
Aiden Fox coming in for his pit stop. Who else will come in this lap?
Protect
there
the
is
lane
Cesar. There is Rodrigo. So all 3. Aiden's going to retake the lead. There goes Rodrigo into the 2 spot. So I believe Rodrigo is going to maintain. He is. He's going to take over that number 2 spot. So now Cesar behind him. Pit stop strategy playing off for our number 3 driver all the way from the number 11 spot. Rodrigo in a bump position. Now looking to overtake the lead. He goes inside Aiden Fox, and he will take the lead on this one.
I'm curious to see where everybody ends up, if there were some guys that pitted earlier or not, because there's a bunch of cars just all over the place right now.
Rodrigo Malagon from the 11 spot on the grid all the way to take over the lead here. Aiden Fox behind him. Cesar Gallegos in the 3 spot just out of frame.
So here's our 1 and 2 drivers. Somebody getting out of the way for them, much appreciated.
Everybody understanding the importance of this one. Rodrigo really in a groove right now.
Whoa.
Had to be to start off from that 11 spot and get all the way to the top. Looking to bump from the last main and do it a second time.
I also want to know what is lit up on its car.
Looks like almost like a lighted knock or something on the top of a antenna or like a zip tie for your fuel. I'm not real sure.
I don't know, man. It's neat,
Freaking
though.
me out. Rodrigo all the way from the back to the front, the second to last car to bump into this main.
Oh, and he's upside down.
Oh, no, so Aiden's going to go to the inside. Aiden's going to retake the lead now from Rodrigo. Rodrigo still in the bump spot. Where's Cesar, though? That's what's going to matter. There he is just out of frame, so 1 and 2 still secure with 5:10 to go in this one. Aiden Fox, 35.4 that lap, 36.7 for Rodrigo. There goes Caesar across the line with a 36.3. 1 and 2, inside, outside option for leader and second place. Aiden Fox, all orange, yellow wheels, leading this one. Rodrigo in the blue, yellow wheels down the straightaway right now.
Both getting down the straightaway pretty clean over the double.
Aiden Fox started out on top in this one, and he's looking to end it that way.
33-second laps for both of our front two drivers. They've got some traffic in the way.
Rodrigo going to that inside option line while Aiden goes outside.
Oh, Aiden getting a little bit loose there. Gets it all straightened out. 4:20 left to go.
Just a little bit of separation starting to happen now between 1 and 2. That's our race leader, Aiden Fox, in the all-orange yellow wheels. Second place behind him, Rodrigo Malagon from the 11th spot on the grid. Blue body, yellow wing, yellow wheels, and quite the Kmart special going on top of them. Don't really know what that is. Oh, no, Rodrigo upside down. Now we're Caesar. That's what's going to be the big factor here. Looks like still have a bit of a gap. That's Caesar there in the very back of all three of those cars, so still a little bit of a gap between him and Rodrigo.
This gives Aiden a comfortable little lead. He comes onto the front with another 33-second lap.
With 3:30 to go, Aiden's just going to look to keep it on all fours, and that'll probably be all it takes to get this one done. Malagon going inside option line. Working his way over the double single section. Again, 3:15 to go in this one. Aiden Fox, Rodrigo Malagon, Cesar Gallegos, and Jamie Haida, our top four right now. Really, our top five all within 19 seconds of each other.
Aiden by on a 34.5. Rodrigo with his fast lap, a 33 flat. That's the new hot lap of the race.
Ooh, Rodrigo getting turned around just a little bit there, but again, still a long distance between him and anybody else. So it looked like somebody got stuck on the pipe there.
That may have been our leader.
I think it was. Just saw the vehicle upside down, couldn't see the color of its body. Aiden Fox now to the 2, and he's going to have to start worrying about where Cesar is now. After a comfortable lead with 2:30 to go and a long upside down lap, he's going to find himself still securely in a bump spot.
He's safe, but not super safe.
He can't afford many more of those, if any. Meanwhile, Rodrigo from the 11th spot on the grid up to leading this one once again. This is at least the second time that he's taken over the lead in this one. Rodrigo up and over the double, that back straightaway section. You can see Aiden Fox in the orange and yellow just out of frame. That's 1 and 2. Cesar Gallegos in the 3.
Oh, the light or whatever was on top went out.
Oh, so the Kmart special has ended. Hopefully that doesn't mean that it's ended for our race leader. Oh, he's gained a little bit more. It must be solar powered. Seems to come back on when he's under the lights a little closer.
I don't know what it is. It's neat, though. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. It like fell off.
The Truggy ate it.
She gone.
All right, we've got a minute 24 to go in this one. Uh-oh, driver upside down at the end of the straightaway. Ooh, our race leader just misses him. I see Aiden Fox just out of frame there.
Yeah, he's starting to catch up just a little bit. Aiden's a pretty young guy. 35 second laps for our front two. Oh, and Aiden back to the lead.
Aiden's going to take it back over Cesar just across the start-finish line. He looks to be about 6 seconds back of Aiden. It will now be Rodrigo as Aiden retakes the lead. Let's see if we can see Cesar come into frame here. Ooh, Aiden getting in there.
So Aiden coming across the line here in a second. Aiden's hot lap, 33.2 that last time by. So he wants to win this one. They're pretty safe from Caesar.
Thank you for checking out. I appreciate that. Battle for the lead. Working in the front right corner and the left side double. Leading Fox in the orange. Car number 1. So Fox and Malagon goodbye. Who's going to race it to the line? It's going to be Gallegos or Yuta for third. And it's going to be Hyman Yuta picking up third. Fourth place is going to be Cesar Gallegos. Hyman with a 33.7 there on his final lap.
Time starting to expire in this one. Aiden Fox looking to take this one home. Rodrigo Malagon looking to finish up in the 2 spot. Looks like Haida got caught at the line, so Rodrigo is going to securely take that final bump spot. There he is coming across here. I believe it's okay. I believe he started on that last lap, so he still officially is the fastest 25.
Everybody from race 4, grab your trucks and drop them off at Tech, please. So we start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Remember, we start with race number 5. Race number 5.
So it looks like Aiden Fox and Rodrigo Malagon from the 11 are going to bump into the next main event. That'll be the Truggy G main.
All drivers are finished.
All right, so Aiden Fox, you're going to be going to race number 5, the Truggy G main. You'll be starting at 11th. And Rodrigo Malagon, you're going to be going to the Truck G main event. Make sure you got a car number 12 on that. From race number 4, it was Aiden Fox number 1, and then 11 of Malagon. Second bump of the day, so good job to Rodrigo. Thank you. Jaime Yuta 6th, Cesar Gallegos 4th, Robert Bloodworth in that number 7, Kyle Adolph, car number 5. So it's 1, 11, 6, 4, 7, 5, your final order for the top 6 right there. Once again, 8 a.m. start, and we start with race number 5. So please, please, do not be late.
Welcome back to the Nitro Pro broadcast studio. We saw some impressive qualification today out of especially young, not young anymore, Dakota Finn. He's a young man maybe. Dakota Finn taking an impressive TQ in Nitro Buggy and Nitro Truggy today. Who else was close by?
Jared Tebow had good recoveries. Dakota got some of the runs for him, but Jared was still second place finisher, third place finisher in every run today. So he had about as good of a day as he could have had. Obviously, he's not as happy as he was yesterday, but still good starting position for him. Ryan Mayfield had nice recoveries in both classes. He's going to start third in truck, and he's pretty far up in the semifinals as well. So yeah, those 3 guys were probably the guys who had the best day today. Mason Fuller also had a fantastic day. Couple of top 3, top 5 runs. He's pretty high up in the semifinal, and he starts 4th on the grid in truck. And I think those are the big standouts.
Definitely a fun day of racing here at Adobe RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. We're going to really look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to finish up the remainder of our mains. We're going to start tomorrow with race 5. That will be our Truggy G main, where we'll see the 2 winners of this H main advance, and then we'll get into again our lower finals, where we advance up towards the A main in Truggy, and then our semifinals in the Buggy division. We want to thank our title sponsor again, A Main Hobbies, supporting sponsors ProTech, Leadfinger Racing, Nitro Pro obviously bringing you our broadcast center this weekend, J Concepts, our instant replay, and then we've got Beach RC and TNR bringing you our overview and option lane cameras, and Techno RC, our Dragon back camera as well. I'm Ben Ellis. He's Tyler Hooks. We'll see you guys tomorrow for main day here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.